Run. Don't stop. Run.
with the Inteleon. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. We are here in Toronto, Canada. I am so excited today to talk to you about day 2 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championship Series. I am Stephanie Christine, also known as DeFi 250, and I'm joined by Alpha Phoebe. Nick, are you ready for the championships here today?
I am so ready. I got 7 great hours of sleep. I'm well rested. I am excited to see some hype day 2 action with some of the spiciest picks that we've seen to date.
Yes, let's go ahead and see where we are in the regional schedule here today. We are in Toronto. Looking ahead, we will be going to the Latin America International Championships. We will be returning to Canada later in the 2024 season for Vancouver, right before EUIC. And as we know, all roads lead to Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii at the end of the season. That's what these trainers are fighting for today, including these championship points.
Yeah, so players in the US and Canada need to earn 500 points, in Europe 400, and you can see the rest listed there. So it's a bit of a different change from last season where you needed to get either first or second place in order to qualify. Now, if you are top cutting or even making it well the way through day 1, you are still earning those championship points working towards Honolulu.
Speaking of day 1, let's take a look back at yesterday for the top matchup of the day. Hands down, has to go right here. Let's go ahead and show it.
So it's going to be Lickitung throwing that body slam into the Alolan Sandslash, which then is swapped in a great catch onto that Charizard, neutralizing that Drill Run.
Yes, and being able to save this Lickitung. Lickitung would not have been able to handle both drill runs, so being able to save it here really helped Jackaloco out in this matchup. That was definitely the top. Let's take a look at the most hype matchup. Easily goes to Rise to Occasion and Magmar Man. Take a look at this one-hit knockout coming from that Shadow Swampert from Magmar Man.
Yeah, and then saving enough energy for a Hydro Cannon to be able to knock out the Mandibuzz remaining in the back. Really great energy management there from Magmar Man 26.
Yeah, but Magmar Man definitely spicy, but we have another spicy matchup we want to show you. That is that Clefable. Caleb and Will were asking us yesterday, where are the fairies? And SS Thorne has the answer with Clefable.
And Clefable's even an answer to the fairies itself. With access to Meteor Mash as its charged attack, it is one of the only Pokemon in the meta that has a Steel-type charged attack.
It does. So very, very fun. And here you're going to see a fantastic hit with the Moonblast onto the Medicham, and just one more fast move, and the Medicham is knocked out. Sableye just doesn't have enough gas in the tank to handle it. Those were so exciting from day one, and lots of popular Pokemon from day one. Let's go ahead and take a look. These are the Pokemon that were most popular in day one. Obviously, Medicham is going to top that list. Carbink making an early appearance here, 21%, and Mandibuzz, Venusaur. Lots of picks here. What stands out to you, Nick?
Yeah, so Carbink making it into top 12 for one of the first times, as well as Mandibuzz. And if we look at day 2, we can see how it changes. Mandibuzz jumping from 18% usage on day 1 all the way up to 63% in day 2.
Just because a Pokemon is popular in day 1 doesn't mean it's going to be the best performer. So day 2 really shows us which Pokemon have the best performance. Obviously, Medicham still topping the list. Interesting to see Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash at 63%, really showing how dominant it is in the meta. And absolutely love to see that Emolga down there on the bottom. Magmar, man, out there to prove himself. He's got his first top cut performance today, and he's really out there to prove, hey, these spice picks can make top cut. Now we got to see, does he have what it takes to win the whole thing?
Yeah, we were joking about it a little bit yesterday. Magmar Man had one Pokemon on his team of 6 in the top 12. Going into day number 2, because there's so few competitors left, he actually has more Pokemon in the top 12 now, because it's just not possible for him to only have one still.
Yeah, let's take a look at those competitors with our top 8 breakdown. You can see, again, Magmar Man with the Spice, the Emolga, the Mantine, the Lurantis, but there are lots of meta picks as well. You can see JJAN really sticking with the top picks of the meta, as well as many other trainers. But there is Spice throughout. We've got the SS Thorns Clefable, we've got the Cresselia from Thatboyjay. Anything else stand out to you, Nick?
Well, I want to talk about the Cresselia. It has access to Future Sight. That was a specific move choice by Thatboyjay, and it allows that Cresselia to be able to fight back against a Pokemon like Magmar Man's Kanto Ninetales, which typically resists its most common moves of Moonblast and Grass Knot. But Future Sight allowing a neutral hit back is going to be very nice for Thatboyjay if he ever pairs up against Magmar Man.
We have some fantastic matches to show you. We have JJAN versus S-Thorne in the winners semifinals, as well as Jackaloco 2 versus Magmar Man 26. But the matchups I'm really excited for are down in the loser side of the bracket, where it is win or go home. Rise to Occasion versus Thatboyjay is going to be a phenomenal matchup. Two very talented trainers, as well as EJCC87 and 610 Hero.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion versus Thatboyjay definitely could be a matchup we see in either like the losers finals or even the grand finals. So having that matchup this early in the day goes to show how wonderful our top cut has been.
Yes, and who out of all of those top 8 trainers, who is going to join Wadaj, King Alexander, and Elite as an NA regional champion here in Toronto today? But Nick, we're not just going to have champions of Pokemon Go, we're going to have champions of pumpkin carving.
Yeah, so make sure that you're paying attention. We have, as casters, carved out Gourd Luck to the casters. I didn't need any Gourd Luck. I had my Gourd skill when carving my own pumpkin, and we are going to be showing those right before the grand final so that you, as the community, can vote on which caster did the best job.
Something else we really want to see from the community, in addition to those votes, is which of your favorite moments from today, from yesterday, do you want to display? Nick, where can trainers out there who are at the venue today, or if they're at home, where can they share those things?
You can share them on X and Instagram using the hashtag PlayPokemon and tagging at PlayPokemon, and then follow us on YouTube and Facebook at /Pokemon for all of the action so you don't miss a minute.
Our battlers are ready to go on the stage. Let's kick it over to Caleb Pang and Speediest Chief so they can take us through the matches here today. Casters, take it away.
All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to the Toronto Regionals. We are here, Championship Sunday, and we have a stacked bracket of trainers that are looking to carve out a name for themselves in Pokemon Go competitive history. I'm Speediest Chief 2 here with the one and only Caleb Pang.
Not the professor today, but You know, I'm here and ready for day number 2 because I think our battlers are going to be the ones schooling us today on what to bring in this meta. I don't know what to expect, but this is not only one of the spiciest top 8s I've seen this season. It's filled with a bunch of underdogs and people playing in their first or second tournament ever, trying to make a name for themselves. And I think they already did it on day number 1. We're going to see how far they take it in day number 2.
Well, if you are new to the championship series, you might have some questions about the format for this weekend. Let's take a quick look at that, and then we'll be right back.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
We have a lot of exciting action for you all on day number 2. It's a top 8 with only 8 trainers, so we're going to see every single battle they'll be going through. And again, that's a best of 5 series in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals with a chance of a bracket reset in the grand finals. So a lot of awesome action here for you all today.
Can't wait to get into this top 8. I think this first matchup is actually going to be one of the best ones that we see today. They're all going to be awesome, but I've been really looking forward to this because we've got JJAN versus SS Thorne. JJAN, a trainer that's been working very hard in his own local tournament circuit. We talked yesterday about all the practice that he's gotten from competing in those challenges and cups. It seems like it's finally carrying over, Caleb. JJAN's having a lot of success today. He's at the top of that winner's bracket. He's got a great shot to take it all the way. And meanwhile, SS Thorne was so impressive, so calculated yesterday, and he's carving out a name for himself almost immediately.
Yeah, this is his first tournament ever, moving to Canada from Colombia and running that spicy Clefable, going against one of the most experienced trainers in North America. We have JJAN versus SS Thorne, like we said, in the winner's bracket, and Jocko Loco versus Magmar Man in the winner's bracket on the other pairing. And then we have 610 Hero versus EJCC 87, and then Thatboyjay versus Raisacation in that loser's bracket.
You've probably seen 610 Hero and Thatboyjay on those global Go Battle League leaderboards. Whenever we see trainers make that transition from Go Battle League over to the Championship Series, I always look for 2 things. One are mechanical fundamentals. They're going to be very, very sound with their counts and their timing. And the second one is team prediction, right? When you see that lead, a lot of elite Go Battle League trainers already have the gears turning about what's in the back. I expect both those trainers to perform really well in that loser side bracket. But a lot of other trainers have that grassroots experience, that, you know, years and years of the Bring 6, or yeah, Choose 3 team format. I think we're going to see a very interesting dynamic play out here in Toronto.
A lot of transferable skills for sure. Let's take it to the stage and see what these teams are being run here in this tournament. We talked about JJAN being very experienced. Currently the number 10 ranked player in North America for championship points, and that number is definitely moving up after this tournament, already guaranteeing himself a top 8 finish. You can see previously making top cut at North America International Championships this past year. However, first time ever top cut at a regional. JJAN running the meta team, the team that Elite ran to win it all in Sacramento. Superior, Meta Champ, Umbreon, Lantern, Frostlass, and Gligar.
Gotta say, Caleb, I think that's the first time I've seen JJAN smile before the match, right? Typically he's very focused, he's very stoic, and smiles afterwards. But now on the opposing side, we've got SS Thorne. First tournament appearance, like you pointed out, 2024 Toronto Regionals. Made it into the top 8 with that Shadow Dragonair and Clefable core. What an interesting and fascinating duo. And I'll tell you what, Caleb, that doesn't work if Steel is in the meta. If Registeel is prominent, if Galarian Stunfisk is prominent, those two probably don't work that well together, but they are here today, and SS Thorne made a great call with that Pokemon in particular.
Not only having the Clefable and the Shadow Dragonair, but no grass types. And this is super interesting in my opinion because we had 8 grass Pokemon, or a grass Pokemon every team in the top 8 in Lille. And then in Toronto, only half of the teams have grass, which is kind of wild because we talk about how strong Lantern is in this meta, and just having grass pressure in general is super strong. But trainers finding ways around utilizing grass, which I think really puts a wrinkle. And here we go into game number 1. It's going to be Clefable into Medicham, a fantastic lead for SS Thorne.
You see the counter swap into the Gligar here. SS Thorne is content with staying in for a little while, is going to be forced to absorb this aerial ace damage, but I would not be surprised by a switch out. I do think because this early matchup moves so quickly, SS Thorne's probably trying to think about what's in the back, trying to predict that back line, maybe deal some chip damage here to the Gligar before making the swap, because if you look at the rest of the team, Clefable's definitely the best answer to Medicham.
That's absolutely right. I think SS Thorne, though, also may be content with not swapping out and maintaining Switchman, trying to make a catch, but no, comes in with a Mana Buzz, and this Mana Buzz is so crucial for SS Thorne. You can see JJAN shaking his head, too. He does not like this Mana Buzz, because not only does it beat Gligar, it can beat Medicham, and it can beat Frostlass. There's really no strong check to this Mana Buzz, and not only that, now it's coming away with extra energy and still a lot of health.
At this point, I think both trainers are considering shielding situations. I think JJAN wants those Protect Shields down. He knows that that Frostlass will have a lot more success if it can land avalanches against Pokemon like the Clefable, like the Mandibuzz, but he doesn't have any fast tech or charge tech pressure to get there. The Gligar gets KO'd. He's forced to come in with the Medicham. He's going to take some super effective aerial ace damage here.
And this is the problem. If you don't run any Steel types or Fairy types like JJAN's team, the Dark and Dragon Pokemon like Mandibuzz and Dragonair completely free. Clefable completely free. This team is such a nuisance for JJAN to deal with. And yes, he is going to get this Ice Punch off. Does SS Thorne shield? No, chooses not to. Trying to hang on with this Mandibuzz. Has an aerial ace worth of energy already. Can he get it off? Barely hangs on and gets it. But JJAN catching the aerial ace on the Frostlass. A big catch to expend some of this energy and preserve the Medicham, but the problem is you got a Shadow Dragonair in the back. You're thinking Dragon's weak to ice, but that is not the case when you have 2 shields up. This Dragon Breath damage is adding up so fast against Frostlass.
Yeah, here comes the Dragon Breath damage from Shadow Dragonair. Avalanche obviously going to get Protect Shielded up here, but I think SS Thorne has a shot to Dragon Breath all the way down. You need about 6 Powder Snows for the next Avalanche. Can Shadow Dragonair get there? It's only 1 away. Get it to it? No! JJAN clutches up the second Avalanche.
And I think SS Thorne actually preserving the shield, letting it go. Frostlass has pretty much done his duty, taking out the Dragonair, but unfortunately, how do you get rid of the Clefable? Not only that, Clefable has a lot of energy. However, JJAN actually has 2 shields. This might be kind of difficult for SS Thorne. You might potentially even get countered down. And you can see JJAN building up to 2 Ice Punch. He's shaking his head. But I think this is actually pretty good for JJAN, and SS Thorne just going to let it go because at this point, he knows that he just does not have enough health on the Clefable.
Wow.
And wow. I'm shocked. I didn't think JJAN could come back from it, but he somehow did. And I think it really came down to that Dragonair not throwing any moves, right? To force to let it get knocked out.
Yeah.
But on top of that, you got some energy that you could have thrown at the Medicham. I think SS Thorne's thinking, if I throw this move and JJAN doesn't shield it, he's just going to come away with even more energy from my Clefable.
Yeah, exactly right. That was really, really tricky because if you're JJAN, you had a really tough lead. You had Medicham into Clefable. There's not a lot you can do there, especially in an even shield scenario. You swapped out into Gligar and you were met by the Mandibuzz. It looked like it was all over for JJAN at that point, but somehow I think he's just flexing the neutral play from Medicham, showing just how incredibly, I guess, potent that Pokemon can be in a various number of situations, was able to find a way out of it. I agree with you. I'm trying to think if there was much play there for the Shadow Dragonair. If you Protect Shield, maybe you get a Body Slam onto the Medicham, you can circle away 1 Protect Shield, but then the Clefable needs to get to 2 Meteor Mashes, and you don't have a shield anyway. And so it just felt like there wasn't a win condition.
Exactly, and the Medicham gets a little bit more energy, finishing off the Dragonair as well.
Yeah.
SS Thorne, even getting the extra Fairy win against the Frostlass, still was not able to come away with enough energy. And I think this is the limiting factor of Clefable. obviously, day number 1, super strong pick for SS Thorne, and honestly, very strong into JJAN's current team. However, lacks that fast move pressure. Fairy Wind essentially is a Mudshot clone. It does the same damage as Mudshot, which is very little, but generates NG very quickly. It's the fairy typing of that same move as that ground move Mudshot. And so because of that, even though Fairy is good into fighting, it's really not doing much damage. You need to throw the charge moves.
Well, you called out the fast attack pressure. I think that SS Thorne's going to kick things off with a ton of fast attack pressure. Here comes Shadow Dragonair into the meta champ, and I would agree with you. I think that he needs to get the Protect shields down and let that Clefable loose.
And I think SS Thorne probably going to throw up a shield, is going to throw up a shield right here. And this is actually very pivotal for JJAN, because if he just lets his Medcham go, that Alolan Sand Slash looks super strong. And I mean, Clefable already looks strong in this team, so that was already going to be pretty free for him. But it's really that Alolan Sand Slash that doesn't have very clear checks in the back-end matchup for JJAN. This Dragonair should pace the body slam at the same time as this Ice Punch. And you can see JJAN predicting it and catching a double resistant body slam. Super calculated play from JJAN once again.
I've never seen a trainer catch charge attacks on Frost Blast with this much prejudice. My goodness. He got the aerial ace in the first game, and now he catches the body slam here. Here comes that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, like you pointed out, Caleb. He keeps it away from the meta champ. He's got a ton of flex play against the Frost Ice and the Gligar. No Protect Shield here from SS Thorne. I think he's saving that final shield for his Clefable on the back.
I think that's a good choice for sure, but JJAN actually managed to pull out the Alolan Sand Slash, which is huge because that's the biggest weakness to the Gligar. We get the full farm down from SS Thorne though, and if you're JJAN, what do you come in with? You might be close to getting knocked out with this drill run, and you're not going to win charge of priority. Do you try to come in with the Gligar? No, it is going to throw the counter, and this is tough because if you shield this, SS Thorne's just going to throw another drill run. He does shield. Is he going to try to
hang on?
Is he going to try to catch? Oh no, it doesn't. Yeah, the count does knock out. All right, so. That is going to be definitely better for JJAN because you don't have to worry about the second drill run. But now you're down shields, and Clefable already doesn't have checks. With a shield advantage, looks even stronger into this back line.
Yeah, that was a great no shield as well by SS Thorne, keeping the counts in mind. Charge attack priority tie here with the Gligar, gets to the Moonblast on that aerial ace. I would not be surprised at all to see a little bit of an overcharge and then a pivot out to the Dragonair after this aerial ace connects. I think I'm actually surprised. I thought you were going to save the Protect Shield for the potential Psychic down the road, but we see that final shield go up here.
Yeah, I think maybe just realizing that after last game, because you got countered down pretty much, you had almost no health left on that Clefable. You didn't want to, trying to catch an aerial ace, unfortunately not able to get it, and then still forcing JJAN to throw the move though. You don't want to get Dragon Breath down. This is going to be really good for SS Thorne because now he can just Fairy Wind down before the next move is reached. And this is going to spell disaster for the meta champ for sure. Can you get it? Oh, wait! Here comes the aerial ace. Is it enough though? I don't think it is. And you can see JJAN shaking his head too.
Not going to be enough here. Aerial Ace connects. Clefable is just squared up against the meta champ, and it gets to the Moonblast immediately to get the knockout. SS Thorne and Clefable striking back here in game number 2 to tie up the series.
SS Thorne finding a response after that first game, making great adjustments, but these games are still super close. You can see JJAN almost still winning that one as well. Really spending that shield on the meta champ end up being not the most efficient utilization of that shield. Clefable, we talked about, looks super strong in this team, but that's the thing. This is why this team's so good. It's so bulky and has so many positive neutral matchups or neutral checks to the Clefable. You got the Frost, that's the Lantern, the Gligar, the Superior, all things that can kind of handle the Clefable. It doesn't really beat the Clefable consistently, but it can do something against it, which is why JJAN is able to leverage those Pokemon still and make these matchups super close. And I think both players are really playing on the top of their games, right? Like there's things you can nitpick here or there, but for the most part, like they're making very few mistakes.
It was a huge difference maker to open up the match with that Shadow Dragonair, get that fast attack pressure on the field, take away that single Protect Shield, and then save his Protect Shield for the Clefable in the back. I think SS Thorne needs to get some fast attack pressure, and the more we look at this team, you've got Shadow Claw, Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, you've got Fairy Wind Clefable, Mudshot Swampert, Snarl Mandibuzz. There is not a lot of fast attack pressure at all here for SS Thorne. He needs to find ways to apply pressure because this team from JJAN is so bulky, it can just outlast you unless you deal damage, not only in fast attack, but also in charge attack methods, right? Because if you look at a team, you want Pokemon that are balanced. You want charge attack oriented Pokemon, fast attack oriented Pokemon. You want a mixed approach because you can't just rely on shield down situations.
Exactly. And, you know, yes, you have a lot of Pokemon that can throw Charge Moves to whittle down the shields on JJAN's side, but JJAN also has a lot of bulky Pokemon, so you might not even grab shields consistently if you're SS Thorne. Something I really loved about that second game is SS Thorne Shadow Clawing down that Frost Ice.
Yeah,
taking the Shadow Ball
brutal.
and then tanking the Powder Snow, not throwing any damage after the Body Slam was reached. That shows just amazing expertise in matchup knowledge on the side of SS Thorne, knowing that you know that JJAN cannot get to another move, and if you can, you throw right beforehand. But he knew the counts, he knew exactly what he needed to do in that situation to build himself the advantage after JJAN caught a double resisted Body Slam. A great play from JJAN, a great response from SS Thorne.
And we saw a similar play from Jacko Loco in day one, right? When his final remaining Pokemon was that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, sent it out to the field, got the single Shadow Claw, and then the Ice Punch to clutch up this match. This top 8 in Toronto is special, but only one of these two trainers on your screen will remain in this winner's side bracket. Decisive game 3 queued up here. We've got leads on the field.
And it's going to be the Frost Ice into Swampert. This is kind of a more neutral matchup. However, Swampert is going to pace to the Hydro Cannon much faster than Frost Ice is going to pace to the Avalanche.
This is a regular Swampert. It can absorb an Avalanche, but it's going to get pretty low after this. SS Thorne needs to start managing that HP because it's down into the red after just one single charge attack. Goes straight for the Hydro Cannon. This is not enough to knock out. JJAN could safely no-shield this if he wants to.
And SS Thorne not bringing the Clefable, which is really wild here because it seems like it's such a safe and strong pick for SS Thorne, but instead choosing not to. This actually looks really good for the Shadow Dragonair. I didn't realize how free Shadow Dragonair, no Seal, no Fairy, Shadow Dragonair can actually do so much damage. And Ash going to let the Swampert get completely farmed down. And here comes the Mandibuzz. How do you deal with this Mandibuzz? And here, JJAN is going to throw the first Avalanche. Do you shield? No! SS Thorne trying to put everything on the backs of this Shadow Dragonair.
Wow, like you pointed out, the Mandibuzz has very few checks in the meta. Coming in the Shadow Dragonair, trying to drag it down. Does it get it done? Here comes an Avalanche, and this is not going according to plan for SS Thorne.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of damage, so force this shield, trying to get a slight Dragon Breath advantage. You see the instant swap to Medicham. However, because you swapped in early, you're going to get to the Body Slam faster than Medicham is going to reach the Ice Punch. I think you're going to get the shield for sure, but there's still a full health Gligar in the back, and Medicham still has a decent amount of health too.
Well, it takes about 6 counters for that Shadow Dragonair to get to the Body Slam there, and like you pointed out, single Dragon Breath and the Body Slam, great mechanics by SS Thorne, but this is a great step. He needs to take one more step here to knock out the Medicham. He needs to build up to another Body Slam, have that Dragon Breath deal its neutral damage the way it does, reach that charge attack, get there. Does he go for it on the charge attack priority? Is this enough?
And that's huge timing, because even if it's not enough, that's not the worst case scenario for SS Thorne. He got farmed out with a Mandibuzz, but that charge move, oh yeah, and it's not enough. You get one star worth of energy, which might not be the worst case scenario. You are going to take a counter though in terms of damage as well, but you kind of need some energy for this Mandibuzz.
But look at how low you are.
Yeah, Mandibuzz is so low. You need all the energy in the world for this Gligar, but Gligar, there's so much health in the back, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe hoping for the superior, but SS Thorne does not get his wish. In comes the Gligar, an incredibly bulky, flying and ground-type Pokemon. That Dark Pulse rattles off, and the Gligar just shakes it off. We're going to see the Gligar queue up here for an Aerial Ace. I don't think this is quite enough, but the wing attacks will definitely do the trick. Looks like JJAN is moving on.
Yeah, and I think SS Thorne recognizing the writing on the wall. Fantastic play from him overall, though, but unfortunately, JJAN is going to come out on top 2-1 in this winner's semifinals.
SS Thorne playing the matchup really tight, trying to sneak in and get some slight advantages wherever he could, but just did not pan out. The most notable play in that game number 3 was that Shadow Dragonair switch in, trying to Dragon Breath down the Frostlass. Can't get the job done. The Avalanche comes through, has to use that Protect Shield, and that really put him on the back heel. But I agree with what you were saying earlier, Caleb. I thought that Shadow Dragonair looked super unchecked, had a lot of potential, but if you can't close the deal with that Frostlass and prevent that charge attack, it just puts you too far behind.
I think the one mistake that SS Thorne might have made there is letting the Swampert get farmed down from the Frostlass. If you give Frostlass any energy lead, it puts you in a really tough spot, especially when both Pokemon in the back are kind of weak to the ice damage, right? True. So another way, potentially, SS Thorne could have swapped to Dragonair ahead of time to finish off rather than letting those Powder Snows add up against the Swampert. Either way, though, you know, in the situation, in that time, it's hard to predict exactly what's going to happen, but I think that was what JJAN was able to capitalize on in that third game to really set him ahead early on, and then it was just too hard for SS Thorne to come back from.
Yeah.
No Fable in that third game, though, which was curious for sure, because not a lot of checks, but we talked about, too, relying a lot on charging pressure is sometimes not the best thing.
It just feels a little bit predictable, right? Because your opponent knows that that's Pokemon you favor. Everyone at home watching says, oh, it's got great matchups, you should definitely bring it. It's a little bit too obvious, so I respect SS Thorne for switching things up, but I agree with you. He actually built in the Earthquake here in the opening matchup versus the Frostlass. JJAN making a great call that it was just the Hydro Cannon that allowed the farm down. Shadow Dragonair, unfortunately, can't quite close the deal here with Metacham and get the knockout. And this is after Protect Shielding and Avalanche when it couldn't quite close out the Frostlass matchup. So Dragonair just coming up just a hair short. I mean, just one or two fast attacks either way could have swung this entire series.
I feel like JJAN's team is also a real testament to how strong is the meta and how strong is the meta team. SS Thorne, definitely an anti-meta team, right? Trying to think one step ahead, having that Shadow Dragonair, having the Clefable, both Pokemon that are pretty much unchecked on the side of JJAN. You have to rely on neutral matchups to win those matchups in particular. But JJAN, relying on the bulk and the flexibility of this meta team, still finding the win condition in that 2-1 victory, really goes to show that this team is pretty strong. I mean, I think Elite was onto something for sure. He was undefeated day number 2 in Sacramento, and JJAN trying to repeat some of that success here in Toronto.
All these top 8 trainers trying to continue their journey towards the World Championships in Honolulu. JJAN taking a great step forward here in day number 2, making it to the winners finals, where he will face the winner of Jacko Loco 2 versus Magmar Man 26. SS Thorne falling to our losers bracket there, where they will face the winner of EJCC 87 versus 610 Hero. And then, of course, we've got Rise to Occasion versus Thatboyjay, still yet to be played out. So again, still a super stacked bracket. I think the two most known names here are Rise and JJAN, and even then, it's going to be an interesting shakeup. We got even a preview of the prizes, what these trainers are battling for here today.
And these prizes are pretty good too. They've been bumped up from last year as well, so we'd love to see that. You got first place at 2,500 and then cascading down a little bit less money, but still prizes all the way up to that top 9 finish, 9 booster packs on that 9th place, and the 72 at the high mark at that 1st and 2nd. But most importantly, also first place, you get that auto qualification to World Championships this next year in Honolulu.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what everybody wants, right? Everybody wants to go to the World Championships, be on that stage. Last season, Yokohama was a magical, wonderful experience. I know a lot of trainers believe they deserve to be there, right? Some of the trainers are even saying, you know, I was an early match on stream this season. I want to be the last match on stream this season. I think that's a worthy goal, and all of our top 8 are battling it out, trying to get to that grand stage, the grandest of them all in Pokemon.
And the best part is, even if you don't make that first place finish or second place finish like last season, you can still qualify for World Championships through the championship points circuit and system. And you need 500 for North America, but we have a lot of players from outside of North America at these tournaments as well, so they have respective values for their regions too. But we are getting into the second set of battles, winner semifinals. We got Jacko Loco, first time top cut in Toronto Regional, top 8. I believe also his first tournament, and running the Metacham, Shadow Charizard, Umbreon, Shadow Lone Sandslash, Lickitung, and Gligar. Double flyer strategy.
Jacko Loco had 2 of the most clutch moments of day 1 yesterday, and both of them were catches, swaps on those charge attacks to keep himself in the game. He's also got the Darmanitan plushie running support there. We've got Magmar Man 26 over here on the right side. I've heard a lot of buzz about this trainer on social. Magmar Man says 1, 2, 3 spice picks, not enough. We have to go 4 or more, and as you can tell by this team, it is fascinating to look at. Mantine, Lurantis, Shadow Swampert, Registeel, as well as Shadow Cantonitails, and the little buddy Emoga.
I gotta correct myself real quick. So Jacko Loco did actually compete in Toronto last year. So did Magmar Man too, but both of them doing even better than last year, making that top cut. And honestly, if I'm looking at Jacko Loco's team, I'm saying, yeah, that's not the most meta team. It's pretty spicy. But then you look at Magmar Man's team, only person that did not bring meta chip, not only today, but also the only person that hasn't brought meta chip in the past 2 regionals combined for just the top 8 in general. So a very spicy team. And here we get started. It's going to be Shadow Lone Sandslash into the Swampert, it's going to be the Powder Snow variant for Jocko Loco.
I'm just going to point this out, Caleb. Normally when we see a matchup, we can kind of pencil in how things are going to go. I have no idea how this matchup is going to go. We've got a Shadow Kenta Ninetales and a Mantine in the back for Magmar. Meanwhile, Shiny Lickitung and Shadow Charizard for Jocko Loco. Hydro Cannon's going to do a ton of damage. This we do know. It might even knock out.
And we see an early shield from Magmar Man wanting to preserve the Shadow Swampert. Pretty much ABA strong into that Shadow Charizard, so a lot of options here. Switch advantage is definitely going to be pretty crucial in this matchup. And you see the Lickitung coming in. Magmar Man having a ton of energy on Shadow Swampert. A lot of people not running Shadow Swampert these days, but Magmar Man chooses to still run it, and we are reminded on why Shadow Swampert one of the strongest hitters and closers in Pokemon Go.
Great no shield there by Jocko Loco as he predicts the Hydro Cannon in lieu of the Earthquake, but he takes a second Hydro Cannon. I've never seen a Lickitung drop this fast in terms of HP. It's already on the ropes, and it just hit the field.
Jocko Loco pretty much has only one Pokemon left. You have a low health Lickitung and Charizard, and that's it. But you're going to be met with the Mantine. And you see Jocko Loco smiling like, wow, okay, I did not see this coming. Mantine, though, one of the strongest checks to Charizard. However, not running any water moves on this Mantine, so it's going to take a little longer to take this down. You do have the Aerial Ace, but Bubble Beam would really punish the Charizard. Jocko Loco still has a little bit of play here. Not a lot, though.
I think a lot of trainers are thinking back to Eomero in Sacramento with this Bubble Beam Mantine. We don't have that same flavor here, but a great call on the Dragon Claws. Magmar Man doesn't even blink in the face of this Shadow Charizard. Gonna fire up another Aerial Ace. And don't forget, he has his own fire type in the back that is completely healthy. Here it comes.
And it's going to be the Fire Spin variant of the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. And this variant does generate energy a little bit faster. You can see Magmar Man saying, you know what, I'm in control here. I'm running the spiciest team in this tournament, and I'm winning with it. And here, Jocko Loco getting to another Dragon Claw. Magmar Man just chooses to let it go, saying, you know what, I'm okay. I think might even hang on. Yes, hangs on, can get to the Weather Ball. Oh, catching the Weather Ball, though, on the low health Lickitung. This is huge for Jocko Loco.
It looks like Magmar Man is forgetting that he has Protect Shields remaining, but Jocko Loco making a great catch just like he did in day number 1. Energy is the name of the game, and Charizard is trying to play. Here comes Mantine. It's got to try to pace to an Aerial Ace here. Charizard closing in on the double Dragon Claws. Is it going to be enough? No, Aerial Ace gets there. Magmar Man.
What a wild team, what a wild battler, but Magmar Man making it work. One of his favorite Pokemon, Alolan Raichu, chose not to bring that Spice Pick, but just brought 4 other Spice Picks on top of it and still making it look easy. I don't know what this meta is, Speedy, but it is the weirdest things I've ever seen, and I love it because Magmar Man is making it work, too. I mean, everyone on social media yesterday was saying, Magmar Man, give him the crown already, right?
Yeah.
Just even making it this far in a tournament this season with the team he has is just unfathomable.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable. I mean, Jocko Loco is doing everything he can, made a critical catch there on the charge attack to try to stay in this matchup, but you could tell from the onset, when that Shadow Swampert hit the field, Jocko Loco had no answer, no response. And if you look at his team, he's got Shadow Charizard, he's got Shadow Alolan Sandslash, he's got Gligar, 3 prime targets for the Shadow Swampert. And then you could also deal like mountains of neutral damage with the Hydro Cannons. I mean, Shadow Swampert looks like a must-bring in all 3 games.
And we saw an awesome catch from Jocko Loco on the Lickitung. Jocko Loco making incredible catches on day 1, continuing that streak on day 2. But the thing is, even if you're trying to outplay Magmar Man, you still can't find the win condition, right? That just shows how well I don't even know if like Magmar Man built a good team or what, but like it just seems like you can't beat this guy even no matter what you do.
Well, there's still a lot to be decided, right? Jocko Loco is a very talented trainer, made it to day 2 with a ton of finesse in day number 1. He's up against Magmar Man, and I gotta agree, this is a tough matchup, but let's not count Jocko Loco out yet. He's only down 1 game, needs to win 2 straight to stay in this winner's side bracket. And if you're Magmar Man, there's even more pressure on your shoulders because you want to make sure you stay in this winner's side bracket. It's a much smoother road to those grand finals as long as you stay up here.
And I love Magmar Man's team. You got pretty much 4 to 5 things that could beat opposing grass types. so your Swamper's free. But here's the thing, Jocko Loco doesn't have a single grass type, doesn't have a single electric type, so that Swampert and Mantine are so free in this matchup, and I love that Magmar Man leaned into that and took advantage of that team composition. And here we go, going to game number 2, again, bring the Mantine and the Swampert in the same game, I mean, pretty much the same team, except just a different order.
Yeah, exactly right. Shiny Shadow Lickitung takes the lead here for Jocko Loco. Gonna look to deal some damage here, potentially with the Body Slam, but because we know this is not Bubble Beam, he does not throw early. He's gonna let the Ice Beam connect here from the Mantine. This is a matchup we don't study very much, but I can tell you both of these Pokemon have monstrous HP pools. There's gonna be a lot of fast and charge attacks thrown in this opening matchup.
Yes, this battle might take a hot second, but Magmar Man predicting the Lickitung lead, I really like this play because Licktung's gonna be much better into that Shadow Cancel Ninetales and that Swampert. Predicting that and bringing the bulkier Mantine instead in the lead was a great check to the Lickitung. You can see Jocko Loco, though, bring a super bulky team as himself, but this Alolan Sandslash doesn't really have a lot of places to go.
Well, if you look at this team for Jocko Loco, he has 3 Pokemon that are weak to counter. And you look at Magmar Man's team, no counter user to be seen. Yes, he's got Superpower on the Rantis, he's got Focus Blast, Registeel, but he doesn't have many options outside of that. I really like this play by Magmar Man. He's going to try to get the Fire Spin down, but the Body Slam here is a little disturbing. This is not going to be ideal because you take a lot of damage in that opening matchup for the cost of 2 Fire Spins. We know this is an Overheat Shadow Kanto Ninetales as well, so even Umbreon needs to fear this damage.
And I love this play, though, to come in with the lone Kanto Ninetales. You can take the damage a little better than Swampert, and also on top of that, you can throw an Overheat and swap out and clear the debuffs. Yes, the Umbreon's going to throw some energy, but if you spend a shield here, Swampert up a shield is so strong in this backline. You see Magmar Man is going for the Overheat. You see this shield from Jocko Loco, a good shield. But how do you get rid of the Swampert now up a shield?
Yeah, and if you look at the team for Jocko Loco, the only grass-type coverage he has is that Power Whip on Lickitung. So saving the 2 Protect Shields here by Magmar Man is very, very clever. It means, like you said, Shadow Swampert is kind of free here, but you still need to worry about the neutral damage. In comes the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I like this play a lot because this Pokemon pace is a lot faster, and you get some use out of it when it's not lined up against the Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Magmar Man going straight for the Shadow Hydro Cannon. It's going to do a lot of damage. Does it knock out in one shot? No, it doesn't. Jocko Loco, understanding of the matchup knowledge there, is going to choose not to shield. Magmar Man is going to shield. I like this play, though, because you get some Mudshot energy advantage here for that Umbreon in the back.
Can you Mudshot down?
Yeah, Mudshot down. You get the full Mudshot down. Yes, you're a little bit chunked, but you can tank 1 foul play. You can probably take a last resort as well. The thing is, Umbreon, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, you really need to start chipping down. Jocko Loco going to spend that final shield, and this is going to be crucial because shields are completely down. How do you play this out if you're Magmar? You still have the Kanto Ninetales to go for a potential catch.
Yeah, we know that the Shadow Earthquake is not going to be enough, so the double Shadow Hydro Cannons are the right play. Now, the real decider here is if that Umbreon can get to 2 foul plays in time, or if this Swampert will outpace. Goes for the last resort. This might be a game changer. If this lands, you might be able to snarl down.
Yeah, the question, but the problem is if you can't snarl down, it's completely over. The question is, can you get the snarl down? Looks like, no, Magmar Man is going to get to this Hydro Cannon. This is going to do a lot of damage, even if you don't knock out. You still have the Kanto Ninetales in the back. Jocko Loco doesn't like to see it. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. Magmar Man, 2-0 against this winner semifinals with the wildest team I've ever seen.
Magmar Man and his Shadow Swampert cannot be stopped here in Toronto. In spite of the catches, in spite of the team compositions, in spite of the meta choices versus the spice choices, Jocko Loco just could not get it done. Who's going to stop Magmar Man? He's on a run.
Wow, not all heroes wear capes and not all heroes use Medicham. Magmar Man coming away with a 2-0 victory against Jocko Loco, taking advantage of the team composition he had. I mean, if you're Jocko Loco, how do you prepare for a team like this, right? And I love what you called out there. 3 Pokemon weak to counter and fighting. No fighters, no counter users on the side of Magmar Man. You're thinking, this might be okay. But even then, you still could not find a win against Magmar Man. He's just playing impeccable today. Not even baiting when he doesn't need to. Going for the hard-hitting moves, just grabbing those shields and just closing it out with these hard-hitting Shadow Pokemon.
The double Fire Spin here did give that Shadow Kanto Ninetales a bit of an energy lead, but Swampert was the real game changer here in the final moments. Can't get the Snarl down, and the Hydro Cannon washing away any chances for Jocko Loco to win that game. I think if it gets the Snarl down, he can easily defeat that Kanto Ninetales in the back, take us to a game 3, but Shadow Swampert wanted none of that. I didn't see Magmar Man throw a single Earthquake that entire series either.
Magmar Man proving to everyone in the world that you don't need to play meta to win. If you have great creative team building and you're bold and courageous enough to step outside the norm and develop your own meta, like anti-meta team, you can go so far with this. And I'm super excited because not only did he win that winner semifinals, this means he faces off against JJAN, the person running the most meta team. Now, if he beats JJAN as well in this winners finals, I mean, you're just proving that you're onto something else that no one else is. And that creative thinking, I love to see. I remember Magmar bring that Alolan Raichu, Auroras in last season's Toronto Regional and went pretty far with it. Did not make that top cut though. And I think most of you are saying, you know what, like, and the two winners of Toronto ran very meta teams, the same meta team actually. And so you're thinking, yeah, sometimes anti-meta just not enough, right? Spice is nice, but does it really get the job done? And Magmar saying, you know what? I'm doubling down. I'm coming back. I'm bringing an even spicier team, and I'm making it work.
I feel like this team for Magmar Man is going to be studied, right? We're going to write entire essays about this on social and try to figure out exactly how this came to be. But I just want to just illustrate one point. A lot of trainers think of team compositions in terms of coverage, but I think there's also roles, right? You can beat a certain typing of Pokemon in multiple different ways. Like we pointed out in that game number 2, 3 Pokemon weak to counter. You would think Medicham, even Hitmontop, Shadow Machamp, something like that would be your answer. But if you have an anti-steal like Swampert that can fill a similar role, you can actually kind of slot that Pokemon in, and if you know the matchups well enough, you can still succeed. You can use a Trevenant to beat a Medicham, just like you can use a Noctowl. There are different ways, different roles, different assignments you can give to your team, and understanding how your team works and what roles you assign is super important, right? If you have numerous ways to beat a Shadow Charizard, Mantine, or Swampert, you're not going to line up, you know, a Kanto Ninetales against it unless you can avoid that, right?
And yeah, I agree with you. And I think Magmar Man's benefit is that he knows most people are going to run the meta, right? They're going to run meta teams. They're going to run a meta Cham. They're going to run a bulky Umbreon or Liquid stuff like that. So he knows how to build a team to beat that. Other players don't know how to build a team to beat his because no one's preparing for this team. And that's where people playing anti-meta strategies come out on top. Not only do they have unpredictable strategies, they have unpredictable team compositions that even if you studied Magmar Man's team all night long, it doesn't mean that you can beat it because you don't have the tools necessary built into your team to do that.
Well, it's not quite Cinnabar Island, but we're going to toss it over to the lounge and hear from the man himself. This is Magmar Man and DeFi 250.
Oh, no, I wouldn't expect.
Thank you so much, Speediest Chief and Caleb. And you are correct. We are here with the man himself, Magmar Man. Welcome to the lounge. We are so excited to chat with you today.
It's exciting to be here. I'm honored. It's unreal to be here.
All right, we've got a couple questions for you. Nick, how about you start us off?
Yeah, congratulations. So one thing that you're well known for, and you can see it on the top of the hat, is Alolan Raichu and using Spice. Tell us a little bit about your Pokemon journey in terms of the regional events that you've been coming to.
So I started my overall PvP journey with grassroots tournaments, just running insane Spice, trying to counter the overall metagame. And then when it came to regionals, I just wanted to build off of that in a similar vein. I wanted to make sure that I had Pokemon that were like not super common but could still hang with the rest of the meta. I remember Vancouver 2022, I ran like Shadow Beedrill in that tournament, and I didn't perform super well, but it did its work. And then Toronto last year, with the move changes that had happened recently, I expected more flyers, less Nidoqueen. Alolan Raichu was a perfect fit. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I've always joked that North America just doesn't know where the Spice cabinet is, but you, sir, have certainly found it. Can you tell me a little bit about your philosophy of running these Spice picks? Why does the Spice call to you?
It's just fun. I have no... I find most meta picks to be a little bit boring, because like, you know, with Lickitung and Medicham and like Umbreon and stuff, it's all bulky matchups, and all those matchups typically last like a minute or longer. Like they last pretty much a full switch timer. So running Spice allows me to have those dynamic matchups that people might not see coming. As well, I just like seeing the underdog win.
Yeah, I guess a little bit of a get hit hard, but also hit hard back. So we talked about it yesterday. Your team is built of 5 Pokemon that did not make top 12. Which of those 5 Pokemon has been your favorite yesterday as well as today?
So, if I had to pick one, I think Shadow Kanto Ninetales has been huge for me. I think Lurantis is the GOAT though. I think Lurantis has gone absolutely crazy for me in some of the matchups. Against Mason, it was a huge call into round 3, or into game 3 there. And then it's just been, its coverage is very unique to the meta. It's Chestnut, but it's faster, and it has a little bit of bug damage for fighting back against the ground types, and also superior. But yeah, I think Lurantis has been the GOAT, but Shadow Kanto Ninetales is not far behind at all.
Yeah, and I'd also love to highlight, those are 2 great Pokemon. Lurantis is so much fun to play, as well as Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I'd love for you to tell the viewers a little bit more about Mantine and where it fits in the meta and why you chose the charge moves that you did.
So with Mantine, sorry, I ran it last year in Toronto Regionals, as I feel like most of you people know. I actually didn't collaborate with Weedle on it at all. But I know he ran it last year as well for, what regional was that? It was, I'm blanking on the regional name, I apologize. But yeah, no, so Mantine, it core breaks Gligar and Medicham, and it's a super hard wall into Swampert, which I expected a little bit more today. And it just has really good matchups into a lot of Pokemon. It can pack a punch against anything that isn't Lantern or Registeel. And if it's Water Gun Lantern, it can hold its own as long as it's got shields.
And I think that's a great point. Swampert has done so much work for your team as well. I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday. To kind of move to the end, any people that you'd like to shout out? Any scrim partners? Any friends out there in the crowd watching?
I'll be honest, I don't do many scrims. I gotta say, shout out to my parents who've supported my journey throughout this. Shout out to my VGC friend Jesse, who I know is at Toronto Regionals here today. He kickstarted my Play Pokemon journey for me by letting me room with him in Vancouver Regionals 2022. And shout out to all my friends that I've made throughout like grassroots play and Play Pokemon regionals, etc. They've been unreal in their amount of support.
All right, thank you so much, Magmar Man, for joining us here today. We really appreciate you educating all of us a little bit on the spice, but we are going to kick it back to a quick break before we bring you more spicy battles here in Toronto, Canada.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with your recap of all the electrifying action that took place at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. The second ever World Championships in Pokemon Go brought trainers from around the globe to fight for the title, the prizes, and the glory. With so much on the line, trainers fell back to consistency, relying on Pokemon like Medicham, Lantern, Lickitung, and Altaria to take them through 2 days of tough competition to the grand finals on Championship Sunday. It's Axon and Rubik's Master were the final 2 standing after taking down challenging opponents like Elche, who made it to the winner's semifinals with only 5 Pokemon, and Wadaj, who won the North America International Championships and Hartford Regional Championships back-to-back. While its Axon relied on Medicham as his counter-fast attack user, Rubik's Master chose Deoxys Defense Form instead. The two had faced off already, not just in the winner's semifinals, but also in the Portland Regionals Grand Finals. With the stage set and trainers ready to go, it was time for the World's Grand Finals to begin. In the final game of the weekend, its Axon made an incredible prediction. Seeing that Rubik's Master left his Shadow Quagsire on the bench for 3 games, he led with his Shadow Alolan Sandslash against Altaria, putting Rubik's Master on the back foot. Switching in his Medicham to counter down Rubik's Master's Umbreon, it was Sableye who knocked out Azumarill to make its Axin not only the 2023 World Champion, but also the first Pokemon Go trainer to win the Triple Crown, a regional, international, and world championship title. With the sun setting on the 2023 season, now is your chance to vie for the opportunity to compete at the next year's World Championships. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all the information you need, and who knows, maybe next year we'll see you on stage with the trophy and the title of World Champion.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much. But I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can. Although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
Good night.
Good morning.
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 Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Pokemon Championship Series here in Toronto. My name is AlphaPhoebe, and I'm joined by Stephanie Christie, aka DeFi250. How are you feeling after that amazing interview?
I'm feeling spicy, AlphaPhoebe. That was such a fun interview by Magmar, man. I love how he talked about, you want to see the underdog win, and that has really been the story here in Toronto, Canada lately. These underdogs who are taking on these pillars of the community, these storied legends of the championship series, and winning. And I would consider Magmar, man, the underdog story, but he's currently out there on top in the winner's side of the bracket. Just exciting stuff here this weekend.
Yeah, doing so well during his first Top Cup. I did have to say, though, I was a little bit disappointed to hear him mention Umbreon in his list of meta Pokemon there, but to be fair, Umbreon matchups typically do last a little bit longer than a minute.
They do, but something that's not gonna last very long is us two sitting here on the behind the desk talking, because we have battles to get to. Let's go ahead and take it to the stage. Our battlers are ready to go.
All right, so on the left we have 610 Hero, and on the right it is EJCC. These two battlers have made it into day 2, but they are on the loser's side of the bracket. 610 Hero was top 4 in Vancouver of 2022, and his team, you can see it there on the screen: Carbink, Medicham, Superior, Swampert, Frostlass, and one of the many Mandibas we see here in day 2.
Yeah, 610 Hero really likes to use that Carbink and go Battle League as well. Claims that it is just so strong. So I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more Carbink here in the championship series. Taking a look on the right-hand side of the stage, we have EJCC87. He placed 5th at the first ever North America Regional in Indianapolis. I was there too. I remember that regional, and this is the 5th place finisher. He also placed 25 last season in Toronto. He's also running that Carbink and Mandibuzz. I see 2 Shadow Pokemon on his team, the Venusaur and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, as well as some other meta staples. Let's take a look and see how these battlers are going to kick it off here in losers round 1. We have a battle of the grass type first partner Pokemon, Superior and Shadow Venusaur.
So typically this matchup is going to lean towards Venusaur due to that poison subtyping. However, 610 Hero has some play here, outpacing to the first aerial ace, able to throw it, likely getting no shield from EJCC as the Venusaur is able to handle that damage. Going now for a bit of extra farm and throwing the Sludge Bomb right before the second aerial ace is reached by 610 Hero. A shield comes up. This makes sense. Super effective Sludge Bomb damage would be so impactful.
It would, but it was shielded, and here we have the aerial ace that will be shielded by EJCC87 as well. Looks like these two trainers are really fighting for that switch advantage. We have 1 shield used on both sides, and here comes that Sludge Bomb on really good timing. 610 Hero has used both shields at this point, and that Superior is looking very healthy.
Yeah, the Superior is still well within the green, and the Venusaur is getting deep into the red. A final aerial ace is coming through. Will EJCC decide to shield? Yes, he does. He wants to fight for switch advantage. Needs to be careful for a catch. The final Sludge Bomb is reached, going for a little bit more energy here. Sludge Bomb coming through, and it's not, there are no shields remaining on either side. Sludge Bomb is going to connect.
Yeah, and there, so I think 610 Hero, I can see him trying to math out how much energy does this Venusaur have left, and the Medicham can very safely counter it down before Venusaur gets to another charge move, and here comes Carbink. 610 Hero has to stay in with the Medicham, as his Mandibuzz just does not have any tools to be able to handle the Carbink. But now we are at the point where all shields are down, and that Moonblast is slowly filling up.
Yeah, this is a matchup where generally Medicham has a bit of favor, but because we are in the 0 shield matchup, the Moonblast cannot be shielded. It will do so much super effective damage. The second Psychic is coming through. This does not threaten a knockout, and we'll see if this was a charge attack tie. It was, so EJCC is getting this guaranteed damage into the Medicham, preventing his Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back from ever getting any additional counter damage. And now seeing it's a Mandibuzz in the back, so his Sandslash is very safe in this matchup.
Yeah, even the Carbink was looking really, really, really good at that point. But Shadow Willow and Sandslash, this is looking so good for EJCC. Being able to fire off Ice Punch after Ice Punch, and these are going to be very impactful there on the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, Ice Punch is going to do about 50% of the remaining health on that Mandibuzz, and the second Ice Punch I think will be reached right after the second Dark Pulse. The Dark Pulse actually might be enough to knock out, but I don't think the Mandibuzz has enough to be able to take down the Carbink afterwards. Dark Pulse comes through, it is enough to knock out, and we see just how close that Carbink is to a final Rock Slide. This Rock Slide will be enough to knock out, and it comes in right before the Dark Pulse.
Yeah, 610 Hero grimacing there, thinking maybe if I had gotten to a charge move, but I'm not so sure a Dark Pulse would have knocked out the Carbink at that range. So we see our trainers kind of calculating out how can we make adjustments going into game number 2.
Yeah, I think 610 Hero really did all he could there in that matchup, fighting for Switch in the lead, getting the counter down on his Medicham into that Shadow Venusaur before another Frenzy Plant was reached was also very key. We see the final Sludge Bomb here in the replay, able to knock out that Serperior, and then that Moonblast, able to knock out that Medicham from so much health.
Yeah, and the Carbink just had too much health remaining. All of that, those ineffective Snarls were just not going to be able to chip away there. So now we can see 610 Hero trying to make some adjustments. Maybe gonna bring in his own Carbink or or the Swampert perhaps, gotta be able to consistently be able to knock that Carbink off the field.
Yeah, you need to be careful what you pair that Swampert with, although I think it's a great pick. You can't really run that Swampert with that Superior from the first line because then Venusaur becomes way too impactful. So pairing it with the Mandibuzz again, but maybe placing that, being able to place that Mandibuzz onto the Venusaur would allow him to flourish into this second battle.
We will have to see. Our battlers are currently locking in, taking their time to make the correct adjustments. So much skill in Show 6 Pick 3, being able to know exactly what your opponent has in their roster and trying to do that mind games. It's like a little game of chess that they are playing. But here we are locked in, ready to go, and the Pokemon have taken the field. We have a Swampert into Lantern.
So the Swampert did come out as you predicted. Landing onto the Lantern is a very solid spot for it. The Venusaur has been avoided. That is great. But we see that 610 Heroes Swampert does not have the super effective Earthquake, so it's really only able to fight back with a neutral Sludge Wave or these resisted Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, so this is not as nice for the Swampert. Swampert's going to be taking a lot of damage from these Surfs. Spark also got a bit of a change where it's doing a little bit more fast move pressure than it was before. Even though it's ineffective, you can definitely see those Sparks chipping away slowly at Swampert.
One of the benefits here for 610 is that he is not the Shadow variant, so this next Surf, which is coming at a Charge Attack type with this second Hydro Cannon, will not be enough to knock out. We actually do see a shield come up, though, maybe feeling a little bit frightened, wanting to get extra energy for maybe he thinks a Carbink is in the back. And honestly, if there was a Carbink in the back, he'd be in a really bad spot.
That would be really tough. So waiting until the Lantern was at the Surf and going for a charge move priority tie. But we see EJCC deciding, no, not worth it, going to let the Lantern go. 610 Hero now at a shield disadvantage, going into the Venusaur. That switch advantage he fought so hard for, gives it up immediately to bring in the Mandibuzz.
This isn't the worst play because now he's going to be able to get that Hydro Cannon onto something where it's doing neutral damage in the back as it's resisted for that Shadow Venusaur. However, the energy buildup from EJCC is also going to be impactful and able to pivot into his own Mandibuzz to catch this aerial ace. It's going to be the move you want to throw, but it just doesn't do all that much damage.
No, a Mandibuzz mirror, very reminiscent of an Umbreon mirror. Taking a look at you, Alpha Feed. So Mandibuzz in the mirror, you are going for aerial ace, and it's kind of like those last resorts on Umbreon. It's what you've got to be able to deal neutral damage. Snarl's doing nothing. So it takes just a little bit of time to work their way through this, but as you can see, the Mandibuzz on the side of EJCC 87 just is at such a health advantage here.
Yeah, that health advantage will be really nice. The one thing 610 Hero has is that Frostlass in the back that EJCC does not quite know of yet. that Hydro Cannon could come in at any time for 610 Hero and do a massive amount of neutral damage to this Mandibuzz, so EJCC also has to keep that in mind.
Oh, and there it is, a little bit of a combo play coming in, throwing one Mud Shot before bringing in the Hydro Cannon. This is either going to do some effective damage or take a shield, and the Swampert not at another move. So EJCC actually going for a full undercharge, perhaps trying to get a couple Snarls worth of energy.
Ooh, actually not able to knock out. It's a great play by EJCC, getting an additional Snarl, able to take that energy into the next matchup. There's one shield on each side, and that Venusaur on EJCC's side has some residual energy, and a Frenzy Plant into this Frostlass would do so much neutral damage.
It would, but something else that would do a lot of damage is also this Dark Pulse, super effective, takes the Frostlass down low in health, and there is the Venusaur. The problem here for the Frostlass is it needs to be able to put out another Avalanche, but you can see the Vine Whip slowly chipping away.
The switch clock isn't quite up for 610 Hero. It's finally up, switches up, and is not actually able to throw the Aerial Ace. Puts up a shield. Is 610 Hero at 2 Aerial Aces? I think that is the important question here. It does look like he is at 2. Actually throwing another Snarl. This is going to be just enough to knock out that Shadow Venusaur.
Yes, but the other Mandibuzz is still in the back, and that looks like an Aerial Ace definitely isn't going to knock out. You would need that plus the plus an Avalanche on the Frostlass, or at least some additional fast move damage. You can see the timer start to go. Mandibuzz gets to the Aerial Ace just in time. There is no health left on the Mandibuzz, and EJCC's Mandibuzz goes down with 8 seconds left on the clock.
That was really well calculated from 610 Hero, maximizing his energy gain in that Venusaur matchup. Really put him in a position to throw all of those charge moves at that end game. Really well played. I have to give it all there for him. And here we see it, that Aerial Ace at the last second into the Venusaur so that he could throw another Aerial Ace into the Mandibuzz. His own Mandibuzz hanging on by a thread, but those resisted Snarls just not doing enough damage.
No, and as you will see, getting to the Aerial Ace just in time with a fist pump of victory. 610 Hero is able to knock out EJCC 87's Mandibuzz just barely in time. That was a game of inches, just so close between these two trainers. And now we are at a decisive game number 3.
Decisive game 3. Each trainer needs to reset, recompose, and figure out their best way to win and move on. This is losers round 1 of day number 2. So we need to fight for our last breath here in the championship series in Toronto.
Will it be the Superior user or the Venusaur user? Both of these trainers have the Mandibuzz. They both have the Carbink. But we have, again, Battle of the Water types as well. Is it going to be the Swampert? Is it going to be the Lantern? Different kinds of strategies here today. Is it going to be the Frostlass or the Shadow Alolan Sandslash? Which meta strategy is it going to be?
I think based on how impactful the Mandibuzz were in that last game, not singular Mandibuzz, plural Mandibuzz, I think Carbink has to come to play. Carbink is going to be the best answer, although Frostlass has some play and Lantern has some play. Carbink is just so incredibly hard for that Mandibuzz to chew through. You can't chew through rocks, Stephanie.
You can't. That would definitely chip your teeth.
Or your beak if you're a Mandibuzz.
True, that would be quite painful. So our trainers are locking in. We will have to see, will those Mandibuzz come into play? Will the Carbink come into play? What are these trainers going to decide? And here we are, decisions made as we set the stage for a decisive game 3.
It is going to be Frostlass into Venusaur. We've seen this matchup before. I believe yesterday, and Frostlass just does so much super effective damage with these avalanches, but they pace at the same time to their very threatening charge attacks. We see a Frenzy Plant coming out first, 610 Hero shielding up, knowing this would be so much neutral damage.
Yes. And the Frostlass building up a lot of energy, waiting until just before EJCC is at another Frenzy Plant. So 610 Hero, this is going to get shielded, but a Frostlass is right at that next Avalanche. 610 Hero not throwing it though, allowing the Venusaur to throw first. This Venusaur is now energy dry, does not have another Frenzy Plant available, so Frostlass can safely Powder Snow down.
This is a great play by 610, able to control switch advantage and come out with almost 2 Avalanches worth of energy. Unfortunately, he's met by this Carbink, which is going to be able to take all of this energy for little threat. However, we look in the back, the Swampert is lurking for 610 Hero, and the Shadow Venusaur is already out of play from EJCC.
Here is another Shadow Ball. This will take the Carbink into the yellow, about a third of its health, third quarter of its health remaining, and here it is coming onto the field. We are going to see a Swampert come out in order and start chunking away with Mudshot damage. But that Shadow Alolan Sandslash coming in for the catch to absorb that energy. And then I'm imagining an immediate pivot from 610 Hero, or shortly we will see a pivot into that Mandibuzz.
Actually building up some energy, recognizing that the Drill Run does not quite threaten the standard Swampert. Throwing the Hydro Cannon, I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out that Alolan Sandslash. However, building up to double Ice Punch, then throwing the Drill Run. At this point, the Drill Run might threaten a knockout.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I was expecting to see the Mandibuzz come in. Swampert hangs on with just a tiny amount of HP. And now that this Shadow Alolan Sandslash is so low in health, perhaps the Mandibuzz, just with Snarls, is going to be able to take it down. But that Carbink is still got some health left to it, and is at about a Rock Slide and a half. Let's see how much a Dark Pulse does to a Carbink.
Yeah, I think this was about the position we were in game number 1, where 610 Hero was not able to get to the Dark Pulse. The Dark Pulse was not enough to knock out, and we see EJCC reaching for double Rock Slide. I think this is actually the play. Moonblast maybe not enough to knock out. Rock Slide maybe at this point is going to be a little bit shy, actually enough to knock out.
Oh, and a charge move priority tie right at the end. Swampert will out-charge move priority the Carbink. Hydro Cannon to wash away that last moment of HP. I was a doubter, Alpha Phoebe. I wasn't sure about that play. Like, why aren't you bringing in the Mandibuzz? What is going on? But 610 Hero proved us wrong with that strategy.
I'll be the first to say, I completely forgot that Swampert had a charge attack loaded. I do remember it building up so much energy before it switched out, but I didn't realize that there was still a Hydro Cannon loaded. It just goes to show how dynamic those players were playing, how much thought, how much forethought they had in order to bank those charge attacks. Knowing Swampert's gonna win a charge attack priority over a Carbink in the endgame, very, very well calculated there by 610 Hero.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from that matchup. Starting off in game number 1, that Moonblast to absolutely decimate the Medicham, and then further knock out that Mandibuzz to secure game number 1 for EJCC.
The Dark Pulse coming through in game number 2 to barely undercharge and not knock out. Then 610 Hero coming back in with the Mandibuzz, enough energy banked from that Venusaur matchup before, able to land a second Aerial Ace into EJCC's Mandibuzz.
And then we will be taking a look at that final game. The Frostlass getting a lot of energy, being able to take 2 Shadow Balls on the Carbink, and there is that catch from EJCC, but it turns out it is not going to be enough. That the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to take a chunk out of this Mandibuzz. I really thought it was all over, and then that last moment Hydro Cannon securing it for 610 Hero.
Yeah, honestly, both the Shadow Swampert as well, or the Swampert as well as the Carbink were so low health. They both probably would have fainted to a singular fast attack, but instead the charge attack ties. Swampert able to handily win that in the Hydro Cannon landing to secure the knockout.
What an exciting matchup. 610 Hero bringing the Mandibuzz to every single game. Not in the lead, but consistently kind of keeping it in the back. We didn't see the carving from 610 Hero at all. We actually saw it in the first and third game of EJCC, but 610 Hero left his on the bench.
Maybe a little bit afraid of that Shadow Venusaur, given how frequently that also showed up. So let's continue forward and look at the bracket to see how we got here and where we are moving forward. So on the winner's side, we saw JJAN beat SS Thorne 2-1, and Magmar Man, the man of spice, taking down Jacko Loco 2-0. We'll see them in a bit in the winner's finals.
That is going to be a very exciting matchup. Taking a look at the loser side of the bracket where we are now, we have 610 Hero is going to move on to face Jacko Loco, and then Thatboyjay versus Rise to Occasion is what we are going to be taking a look at next. The winner will face SS Thorne. Now, this is a matchup you talked about earlier, Alpha Phoebe. This is such an exciting matchup. Thatboyjay being a Go Battle League #1 leaderboard trainer, and Rise to Occasion, who has such a story here in the championship series from our very first season until today. These are the kind of trainers that you would expect to see in the grand finals, and having them down in the loser side of the bracket, I think really speaks to the level of competition here in Toronto.
And while we wait for those two trainers to get on the stage, let's take a look at some of the tweets that you have been sending in to us so that we can see how you all are enjoying these battles at home. But this trainer seems to be maybe playing the game a little bit, catching a Wooper with a great stat spread. But was it going to be approved for battle by Ryan Swag himself?
We will have to see. That is a beautiful PvP IV set. We will have to see, is it Swag approved? Miss Mystic just shouts out, Toronto, thank you so much to the staff who makes this tournament run. We thank our judges, we thank all of the people working behind the scenes. These tournaments would not be able to function without them.
As you said yesterday, hashtag thank a judge. And here we have Dilap finishing 3-2 in the Toronto Regionals. Felt like his team was good, but he didn't have enough practice and it showed. Being in a tough group is always hard. That's kind of the difficulty with a double elimination bracket going into groups. But nonetheless, GG's to his opponents and well played.
And we have Simply Gabby Snyder getting a little bit of bunny ears from behind her, loving the Halloween vibes this weekend. And we thank everyone in production for just helping us have such a fun time here backstage with all of those Halloween, tricks and treats we have. The pumpkin carving contest, the lounge looks incredible with all of those spooky vibes. So thank you to everyone in production. But with that, let's go ahead and take it down to that battle I was hyping up earlier. Thatboyjay on the left, Rise to Occasion on the right. A Go Battle League leaderboarder. This is his first top 8 here in Toronto, running the Swampert, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, Mandibuzz, Medicham, and that Cresselia running that Future Sight. And he will be facing Rise to Occasion, who is certainly no stranger to the Championship Series stage.
Yeah, you can see the long list there. Pure Regional top 8 this year. 2023 NAIC finalist, second place. Knoxville champion was his regional win of the 2023 series, and then his team there. You have the Lantern Superior, another Mandibuzz, Sableye, one of the few Sableyes we've seen, Medicham, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. One thing that I have talked about, I'm going to talk about it again and again, is the moveset choice for that Cresselia. Future Sight over Moonblast means that the Cresselia cannot fight back up against the Sableye. It will only have neutral Grass Knots or double resisted Future Sights.
Yeah, and I also really am interested in these Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Easily one of the top Pokemon in the meta. But for now, we have a dominating lead from Rise to Occasion. Superior versus Swampert.
Yeah, and you see an immediate swap out into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. A bit peculiar that Rise to Occasion has not counter-swapped, as this is not a good matchup for him to be in. Not having brought a Medicham on his team means that he does not necessarily have a super hard answer for this Alolan Sandslash. A Frenzy Plant going through unshielded, it does about half of the remaining health from that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, that Superior being at such low health is going to be really dangerous if the Superior and Swampert come back to face each other again. In the meantime, Thatboyjay going straight for a drill run, a last-second shield decision from Rise to Occasion to shield that super effective damage. And are we going to see a full Spark down? Not quite. Rise to Occasion, knowing his move counts, thinking this is not another drill run, this is only an Ice Punch. Little bit of chip parting damage before the Swampert comes back in.
And all this built-up energy is going to be great for Rise. Not having dealt any energy to the Swampert, being able to throw nearly back-to-back surfs here is going to put the Swampert into the yellow before it can even launch its first Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, and the Lantern already at 2 surfs back-to-back, so this is actually going to get to fire 3 surf charge moves if Rise to Occasion chooses to go that route. His switch timer is almost up, but not quite there yet. So going to be throwing this last surf into the Swampert. Thatboyjay deciding I'm going to save that shield for my Medicham later.
Yeah, building up to near 100 energy, going for the Hydro Cannon. I like this play from Thatboyjay. It's going to be just enough to knock out after all of those mud shots have added up. Taking in that energy into the next matchup for that Superior. You mentioned it earlier, it's deep into the yellow right now. Hydro Cannon might not be quite enough to a shield, given that the Superior is so low, and now it's going to be, unfortunately for Rise to Occasion, his Shadow Alolan Sandslash versus a Medicham in the back, and that is not the Pokemon he wants to see.
Thatboyjay's looking very, very excited. Rise to Occasion just can't really do anything. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash just can't be impactful when faced up against a Medicham, just because that fast move damage is just too much for it to overcome. And there's the Superior, no energy really left. Rise to Occasion just not really set up there in his line of 3 for a Medicham in the back.
Yeah, it was a very interesting line from Thatboyjay, kind of hard calling that Rise would not bring Medicham game number 1. Medicham doesn't look that safe. There's a Cresselia, there's a Shadow Alolan Ninetales, there's a Mandibuzz. So many great counters to Medicham on Thatboyjay's team, making him feel very safe, bringing a Shadow Alolan Sandslash as a safe swap. Here we go, back into the replays. Hydro Cannon into the Lantern to knock out. Drill Run being shielded, but the counter down comes through to secure game number 1.
Yeah, the Superior just doesn't have enough left to be able to handle the rest of that team. So Thatboyjay, like you mentioned, Alpha Phi, bringing in the Medicham kind of as a surprise to Rise to Occasion, because there are so many Medicham counters. You have the Sableye, you have the Mandibuzz, the Superior. The Lantern has a fairly neutral matchup there. So trying to figure out now what can Rise to Occasion do, Alpha Phi, in order to pivot. Do you leave the Shadow Alolan Sandslash on the bench? Do you position it differently?
Personally, I'm always a little bit afraid to bring in a Pokemon that is double weak to anything else. You know, if your opponent has a very prominent, strong grass type, bringing in Shadow Swampert is a little bit scary. If your opponent is bringing Medicham on their team, like almost all opponents are besides Magmar Man, you're feeling a little bit afraid to bring that Alolan Sandslash. I think if you're going to come from game 1 where it was very impactful, the positioning of that double weak Pokemon, I think you go into game number 2, maybe play things that are a little bit more safe, play a little bit more neutral.
I would agree. Something that it typically is a very neutral pick is that Sableye on Rise to Occasion's team. Widely regarded as one of the safest swaps in the meta. Really is only going to be afraid of that Mandibuzz, and you can still hit it with a Return.
Yeah, Return does a good amount of damage. I think compared to Umbreon, you almost have no opportunities to flip switch advantage against Mandibuzz, but versus Umbreon, with certain stat spreads on your Sableye, I think you can sometimes win the zero shield matchups.
Right, but looking at it again, Sableye also has to be aware of that Shadow Alolan Ninetales. If it's running Powder Snow, though, it's not that bad of a matchup. But let's see at the matchup we actually have in front of us, which is Medicham now being met with Rise to Occasion's Mandibuzz.
Yeah, the Mandibuzz is positioned quite well here for Rise, and if you look at the backlines, I don't think Thatboyjay was expecting a Lantern this game. He has got 2 Pokemon weak to Lantern in the back. I'm very certain it is that Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales and not the Charm variant, so doing resisted damage with those Powder Snows mean that matchup's a little disfavorable for that Alolan Ninetales. Ice Punch coming through here from the Medicham, trying to chip down at this Mandibuzz. The Mandibuzz has so much bulk, it's able to very comfortably take 1 or 2 of these Ice Punches.
Yes, again, very comfortably. This is a bulky bird. It's got a bit of bone there on it. This shield itself from the cold. Mandibuzz has a lot of energy, and we see a quick swap into that Shadow Alolan Ninetales. That wasn't Ice that I saw flying there, Alpha Phoebe.
That was not. It is Charm, and now we see a switch into the Lantern. I think that is a bit unfortunate for Rise, calling that there is no Mandibuzz in the back. The Superior's now looking to be aligned up against the Mandibuzz, and the Charms are coming through, doing so much damage. The Surf goes unshielded, which is, I guess, one thing that Rise has going for him, because he's going to be able to come out of this matchup with some additional health on this Lantern.
Yeah, again, I'm seeing the same thing that you are, Alpha B. That Superior onto the Mandibuzz in the back is not looking good for Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, the Ice Punch coming through. Rise to Occasion should recognize that this is not a heavier hitting charge attack. No shielding is the correct call. I don't think he's going to be able to spark down, throwing the Surf so that he does not take any additional counter damage.
So here is that first Surf. Thatboyjay actually letting it through and going for trying to make a counter down. That Lantern has very little health remaining. Lantern doesn't get a chance to fire the Surf, and now Rise sees that look of, oh no, I have 2 shields, but I don't know how much good that is going to do me with a Superior in the back. Was really hoping to see, I think, the Swampert instead.
Yeah, Superior has access to Aerial Ace in order to do some neutral damage, actually opting for the Frenzy Plant here because I think it does slightly more damage overall, actually catching the Aerial Ace from Thatboyjay onto that low health Mandibuzz, unable to get his own Aerial Ace off.
So using up your opponent's energy, but that Mandibuzz still has a full Aerial Ace in the tank. Rise to Occasion, I'm not sure. I think he's noting, like, I think this is over. I just don't think Superior has what it takes. It's quite the bulky Pokemon, but it just doesn't have that attack power to be able to do anything to this Mandibuzz here.
A successful bait here. This is going to be the cheaper move of Aerial Ace. However, as we have noted, the pacing of this Mandibuzz is so quick to these Aerial Aces. The Superior's dropping lower and lower in health. It's going to become close for one Aerial Ace to be able to knock out. We see the next Aerial Ace fired off before Rise can even throw his next charge attack.
Yeah, so we're going to see the shield, but they're playing it out, but I just don't see a universe. Even if 2 Frenzy Plants were, I don't think 2 Frenzy Plants would even be able to KO if Thatboyjay didn't even have a shield remaining.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Bulk does sometimes remain king. Thatboyjay going for optimized fast attack timing there, or charge attack timing, excuse me. Throwing the Aerial Ace, securing the victory here and knocking out Rise to Occasion. A great feat for Thatboyjay, moving on into the next round of the losers bracket.
Congratulations to Thatboyjay for continuing on the loser side of the bracket. Rise to Occasion, though, is going to end today with a fair amount of championship points to continue working on that qualification for Honolulu, Hawaii this summer.
All right, so let's go ahead and get into the highlights of that battle. Here we are, the Swampert throwing the Hydro Cannon into the Lantern, coming out with residual energy to throw another charge attack into the Superior, but unfortunately for Rise to Occasion, the Medicham was able to farm down that Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, and then taking a look at game number 2, Thatboyjay surprised us a little bit. I think we both were anticipating a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales. The Charm Alolan Ninetales instead, really having that fast move pressure. And then the Medicham really is the MVP here for Thatboyjay, I think, today.
Yeah, getting all of the correct positionings for his Pokemon, drawing out the Lantern in game number 2. I was a bit surprised to see the Lantern come in, given I feel like if it's not Powder Snow, you want to throw in Superior. At least, I mean, I'm obviously biased. I have all the information. I know what the 2 Pokemon in the back are, but if it was Powder Snow, personally, I think I would have thrown in Lantern because then you're resisting the moves. But if you're Charm, it's still a more favorable matchup for the Lantern against the, or not more favorable, it's a favorable matchup for the Lantern into Alolan Ninetales because you're able to outpace to those charge attacks, but it's not quite as favorable as Powder Snow.
Yeah, that is certainly a debate we've been having in the community, Powder Snow or Charm. It really depends on the rest of your team composition. I was really curious by Rise to Occasion's team composition, bringing the Lantern and Superior both times kind of as a core together, pairing it with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash that just could not make an impact, and then pairing it with the Mandibuzz in game 2. Really was surprising that Medicham from Thatboyjay was brought both times, considering, like we mentioned, how many Medicham counters Rise to Occasion brought.
Yeah, and we didn't see the Sableye at all. And we, I was maybe hoping that the Sableye would get paired up against that Cresselia to see how much more dominating that matchup is without Moonblast, but didn't happen. We didn't see the Sableye at all. Maybe just feeling a little too threatened. You know, we were talking about how the Powder Snow variant of Alolan Ninetales isn't quite as good, but maybe Rise knew that it was the Charm variant, and then that was why he never felt comfortable bringing the Sableye. Let's take another look at that bracket to see how we're moving forward in these tournaments. We've looked at the winner's side. It is going to be JJAN versus Magmar. Man, they are waiting in the crowd, watching these other battlers do their thing. Maybe trying to stay warm by playing a little bit of Go Battle League, making sure that their fingers are on point in order to go into that winner's finals.
But we are going to be continuing here in the loser side of the bracket. We just saw Thatboyjay knock out Rise to Occasion to continue his tournament run. We are going to go back up there to Jacko Loco versus 6'10" Hero here in losers round number 2.
Yeah, so Thatboyjay has a little bit of rest here, gets to watch the other side of the losers bracket before he returns to the stage to continue his fight forward to move towards the losers finals. After those, we have a incredibly long season here. We are in Toronto. It is late October, and the next event is going to be LAIC in Sao Paulo.
It is, and all roads lead to Worlds. Victory Road that we are on here today. Honolulu, Hawaii is what we're all looking towards. And how do trainers qualify for Worlds, Alpha Phoebe?
That would be either through winning a regional or getting first or second in an international competition, or through the new championship points qualifications. For those trainers in the United States and Canada, that is going to be 500 points that you can earn from these regional events or any local events. Make sure that you check out Pokemon.com for the event locator to see if there are any local events near you.
Yeah, I've started to see some pop up around in my region as well, so be sure you're checking. If you didn't see any local events early in the season, that might have changed. Or be sure to reach out to your local game shops and see what's going on.
Yeah, I've been to a handful myself, and I have to say, they are so much fun. Meeting up with your community members, playing some battles, seeing what the microcosm of metas that can unfold in these smaller tournaments is always a great time.
Also, I also really want to point out at these regional tournaments, they also hold Go challenges as well. So you can come here and compete in the big regional tournament, and they also have side events where you can earn championship points. Something definitely that really incentivizes you to come to these regional tournaments. If not for just the spawns, the event that happens during the time, catch you some carbink, we have a lot going on. But let's go ahead and take it down to the stage for the main event of the day here in day 2. These are the battles. We've got Jacko Loco with that Shadow Charizard on the left, pairing it with quite a few bulky Pokemon like Umbreon and Lickitung.
Yeah, and on the right side of the stage, we just saw him, 6'10" hero, that Carbink Metacham Superior, Swampert, Frostlass, and Mandibuzz. It's going to be a bit of a battle of the dark types now. It's going to be Mandibuzz versus Umbreon. Will we get to see that matchup play out? Will it take longer than a minute? My guess is going to be yes.
It is definitely going to take longer than a minute, I would say. That is quite a long mirror match. Very excited to see from 6'10" Hero. We just saw them winning 2-1 versus EJCC87. Coming off of that win, really utilizing the Mandibuzz in every single game, keeping it in the back. We'll have to see, do you think that Mandibuzz is going to be as impactful alpha feed as he goes into Jacko Loco's team?
I want to say yes. Without the threat of Carbink on the other side, Mandibuzz feels a lot more free. You do need to be wary of the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and then also Shadow Charizard, because you're not really threatening a knockout with either charge attack as the Mandibuzz. The Charizard can sometimes build up a bunch of energy, and you could potentially pivot out of that matchup and bank that energy for a more impactful matchup. But here we go into game number 1. It is going to be Mandibuzz versus Lickitung, a great lead for 6'10" Hero.
And will we see a pivot right away? We do into the Mandibuzz, but I think 6'10" Hero is going to say, you know what? This is fine. I don't feel the need to switch out as well. Sometimes trainers have a little bit of an instinct, oh, you swapped, I'm going to swap too. You swap, I swap. But I think 6'10" Hero is content to stay in this matchup.
Yeah, recognizing that if this is the play that Jacko Loco is doing, maybe saving the Mandibuzz is not the correct option. Making sure that the Mandibuzz is facing off against this Metacham, a neutral matchup, as opposed to a worse matchup in the back, especially if he doesn't have a hard answer for this Metacham, is the correct play. 6'10" Hero does have his own Metacham lurking in the back, which would be able to deal quite handily with that Lickitung.
And here comes the Ice Punch. Not enough to knock out. Mandibuzz can certainly handle one more, but now these counters are going to start threatening its health. Going to have to fire an Aerial Ace to clear away the Metacham before its health runs to 0.
No shield from Jacko Loco, opting to give up switch advantage, maybe going for a lick down. That would be an immense feat. The Dark Pulse is going to be reached before the lick down can occur, and now the question becomes, which Pokemon does 6'10" Hero bring in? If he decides to bring in the Metacham, which I think it will be that option, it's going to avoid that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back, which will be great for Jacko Loco. However, Swampert versus Alolan Sandslash is still a pretty positive matchup for 6'10" Hero.
And neither trainer has seen what is in the back. So 6'10" Hero doesn't know about that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Jacko Loco does not know about that Swampert. So we are going to see, I think this Lickitung is going to be cleared off the battlefield first before the Metacham is. We do see Jacko Loco, though, using a good shield on the Psychic, but its defense goes down. We have 2 body slams built up that are going to come basically back to back.
I would have preferred to see an Ice Punch be thrown there from 6'10" Hero, given now, at this point in time, the Lickitung is well within Ice Punch range. I think Ice Punch might not have been enough to knock out when that Psychic was thrown. However, he's put himself into a position where the Swampert has a shield advantage, and Hydro Cannons plus Mud Shots will threaten to knock out this Shadow Alolan Sandslash. One Hydro Cannon might not be quite enough, but the additional Mud Shots that will be afforded due to the shields that 6'10" Hero has, I think will secure him that victory.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Shadow Alolan Sandslash would have needed at least 3 Ice Punches to be able to deal with those 2 shields 610 Hero has in the back, and I just don't think they have enough in the tank. So Swampert takes the win for 610 Hero, who is the last Carbink user, I believe, in the tournament today.
Yeah, taking a note from a European Elfin Flash, trying to get that Carbink all the way into the grand finals like what happened at Lille. Into the replays we go, that aerial ace, 610 Hero able to maintain switch advantage, hit a hard-hitting Dark Pulse into that Lickitung.
And there is the Lickitung. Again, I think that defense fall was quite a bit impactful. Those counters doing a little bit of extra damage. Able to knock out the Metachamp, but just didn't have enough left in the tank to be able to handle the Swampert in the end game.
Yeah, that Swampert, the non-Shadow variant, not really being threatened by a singular Ice Punch, allowing 610 Hero to put himself in a position where he was able to get that Swampert sweep. One thing I did want to call out, Shadow Charizard feels very scary to run if your opponent has a Carbink. And I think that's like probably the biggest change that we have for Shadow Charizard from NAIC last year, where Shadow Charizard just ran rampant, was able to take over the meta with its hard-hitting, fast-pacing charge attacks. Here we go into game number 2. Carbink is led from 610 Hero into Jacko Loco's Lickitung.
Yeah, and I think it's very telling that that Shadow Charizard has stayed on the bench from Jacko Loco. I don't think he's seen I don't think that Shadow Charizard has seen a Carbink yet today. But now that he's up against one, I think it's just bench pressure.
Yeah, so into the Moonblast we go. Moonblast doing about half of the remaining health of that Lickitung. A Power Whip coming through. I would expect a no shield from 610 Hero. This really doesn't threaten all that much, even though it's super effective damage into the rock typing. You see that the Carbink is still well within the yellow range, not even close to the red.
Yeah, 610 Hero can also no shield the second Power Whip. It will take the Carbink down into low health. However, the Carbink is at a rock slide here. Now here's the question, do you want to fight for switch, or do you just want to come in and try to fast move down the Carbink? That seems to be the option Jacko Loco is going for.
Yeah, and the backline for Jacko Loco is so neutral. In comes the Metachamp, able to get a bunch of energy because Rock Throw, excuse me, is not doing any damage to it. Able to get that energy and bring it into the Mandibuzz. And if you look at the backlines, it's going to be Umbreon versus Swampert, another very neutral matchup. I think Jacko Loco played this really smart, getting energy advantage out of a neutral lead matchup into more neutral lead. Into more neutral matchups is going to put him into a very big position.
And there is the catch, catching the aerial ace actually onto the Umbreon. We talked about how this matchup might play out, but it's not something we are going to see right now as 610 Hero decides to bring in the Swampert. Like you mentioned, again, another neutral matchup. Umbreon has taken a little bit of damage here, but also has a bit of energy. Swampert, though, is a charge move like printing machine. That's what it does. It is already at another Hydro Cannon, and if I blink, it's going to be at another Hydro Cannon again.
Yeah, I think one of the intricacies here is the choice of non-Shadow Swampert. Standard Swampert really doesn't threaten with 2 Hydro Cannons against an Umbreon. The Umbreon is very safe to no-shield both. Even an Earthquake from this range would be potentially to knock out, but there's no Earthquake to be thrown from 610 Hero's side.
Yeah, the charge move priority, that I think that might have been, which Swampert is going to win most of the time. Hydro Cannon comes in. We see an immediate swap. You can see the Umbreon survived the hit and is back there with low HP. And we are back where we started with this Mandibuzz and Metachamp matchup.
Yeah, I think 610 Hero, they're not expecting a quick swap from Jacko Loco. That counter damage doing so much more damage than a Snarl would have in that position, able to sneak in that damage, knock out that Swampert, and prevent another Hydro Cannon from coming through.
Oh, the Metachamp's health is starting to get low now. The Snarl's not doing a lot of damage. Counter's much more impactful as a fast move, but it's generating so much energy for this Mandibuzz. It is going to be able to start really throwing these aerial aces. The first shield disappears. We're going to see the second shield go again soon. 610 Hero has 1 shield remaining. The next Ice Punch will connect.
Yeah, no more switches as well. No opportunities to catch an Ice Punch onto a low health Pokemon. Jacko Loco still has a Protect Shield himself, throwing it up here, preventing this next Aerial Ace from landing, and going to be able to pace to an Ice Punch very shortly in order to secure game number 2.
And there is the Ice Punch going to knock out the Mandibuzz and bring us to Alpha Phoebe, a decisive game number 3.
We love decisive game number 3s here, and it's going to be another great one. These two trainers recognizing the strengths of their team. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Jacko Loco recognizing the strength of soft losing a matchup, getting a reverse farm down, coming into the next matchup with so much extra energy. The two Pokemon he had in the back, extremely neutral matchups. So losing switch advantage meant nothing. Energy and health advantage meant everything.
And we can go ahead and take a look at some of those neutral plays again here from game number 2. Bringing in that Medicham, just like you said, Alpha Phoebe, gained a little bit of energy knowing that I've got two very neutral Pokemon in the back that are going to be able to handle this. We can see that very quick swap as that was replayed at half speed.
Yeah, being able to prevent that Hydro Cannon from coming through. You can see Jacko Loco smirking a little bit at the camera, recognizing that his quick play had prevented an entire Hydro Cannon's worth of energy from being released.
And here we will have that decisive game 3, as we mentioned. So will Jacko Loco continue to rely on these neutral matchups? Didn't work out in game 1, worked out in game 2. Or will we see that Shadow Charizard make an appearance?
I would love to see a Shadow Charizard, but given the team compositions that 610 Hero has been running lately, I would be a bit surprised. We did see that Carbink at the beginning of the last game, but maybe Jacko Loco's playing a little bit of reverse psychology. You just led the Carbink and you lost that game. Are you really going to be willing to lead Carbink a second time in a row? Doesn't seem super likely.
We'll have to see, but that is sometimes the game that these battlers play, trying to play mind games, trying to do the unexpected thing. Trying to really outthink your opponent is key here. A lot of thought goes into this matchup screen as it can determine really the pace of the battle right at the start. And here it is, decisive game number 3. We have a pretty good lead here for Jacko Loco. We are gonna see that shiny Lickitung versus a Frostlass.
And we've seen this matchup play out, although Lickitung is usually going to prefer this matchup. In the zero shield scenario, Frostlass is able to survive a Power Whip, land 2 avalanches, and secure a knockout.
And that we can see how much this fast move damage is doing. Lickitung has yet to throw a single charge move, and Frostlass is already under half health. You can just see how impactful it is. The first Power Whip will be shielded, but a second one is coming up soon.
Yeah, actually opting to play out the 1 shield scenario, 610 Hero is going for the second avalanche, which would threaten a knockout. The next Power Whip is going to come through right before the 3rd avalanche, just a half a second before.
And this is going to be more than enough to clear the Frostlass off the field. Jacko Loco this time being the one winning switch advantage, but gives it up immediately. Going into a Medicham mirror, both of these Medichams running what we would consider the traditional moveset combination of Ice Punch and Psychic.
And a no shield on the Psychic is going to be great for 610 Hero. Psychic doing about 40% of the remaining health, and now he's in a very advantageous spot. If he decides to shield the Psychic, he's going to be in a very commanding spot. Instead, no shielding, trying to save that shield for his maybe a little bit squishier Swampert in the back.
Yes, Swampert definitely going to need that shield, but what Swampert has in pure power, Umbreon has in bulk. It's going to take a lot of Hydro Cannons to be able to topple that Umbreon in the back.
After shielding that second Psychic, Jacko Loco is now in a bit of a more comfortable position, able to throw an Ice Punch into 610 Heroes Medicham and threaten a knockout. No shield, 610 recognizing the amount of energy that Medicham had, meant that it was able to reach a second Ice Punch. 610 Hero now calculating, does this Medicham have enough for a Psychic? The Psychic is shielded, a great call from 610 Hero, but it's an Umbreon in the back.
Yeah, and we are going to start seeing those hydro cannons fly. No protect shields remaining for that Umbreon. So all of these hydro cannons are going to hit at full force. However, Swampert also has to bear the weight of needing to tank all of these foul plays in return.
We talk a lot about Registeel and not having fast attack pressure. One Pokemon that we don't talk about it as much is Swampert. Without the Shadow variant, you're going to really struggle to knock out that Lickitung in Medicham in the back, and I think that's why 6'10 Hero is not shielding this foul play, recognizing that he does not have the ability to throw enough charged attacks in order to knock out 3 total Pokemon.
And that's what we call a 3-ball flex Alpha Phoebe. Jacko Loco, congratulations for continuing your run through the loser side of the bracket. That is the end of the road then for 6'10 Hero. But again, these trainers are exiting with championship points in the bank in order to start working towards that qualification to Honolulu, Hawaii for Worlds. All roads lead to Worlds, Alpha Phoebe.
Championship points as well as booster packs. But let's go ahead and look at the replays from that last match.
Incoming for the replay, going back to that match number 1, where the Lickitung coming out with energy against the Mandibuzz. And here we had that impactful Psychic to take down the defense of the Medicham. These body slams being, that body slam not being quite enough there. And then here we have, again, the Swampert knocking out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yes, saving Swampert in the back. In this position, it had the fast attack damage in order to farm down the Lickitung because it had shields. And then in game number 2, Carbink just being able to win switch advantage for 6'10 Hero, but the counter down from Medicham, the energy advantage that Jacko Loco had banked up, able to take out the Mandibuzz, able to sweep with those neutral matchups.
And here our decisive game 3. Jacko Loco still leaning on those flexible, bulky Pokemon in order to take the lead, and every single one of them remained at the end of the match. Again, congratulations to Jacko Loco for continuing the tournament run here today.
And we'll have to say goodbye to Carbink, as 6'10 Hero was our last Carbink user. And this was actually the first Carbink, I believe, that Jacko Loco had faced up against. And the Charizard from last meta, from NAIC, has pushed its way through and overcome the Rock and Fairy type.
Yes. One thing I also want to check in with quick, Alpha Phoebe, is our pumpkin carving contest. Don't forget that we can still vote here on which pumpkin you think the casters did the best. Here's a little bit of footage from Caleb and Speediest Chief working on their pumpkins. I think I see a Phantom and a Sprigatito.
Yeah, Caleb here with maybe cheating a little bit, using a bit of a power tool, able to kind of work a little bit more quickly. We had to struggle. We put our muscles and grit into our work, but of course I am just teasing. They're doing some wonderful work there, trying to get their pumpkins in tip-top shape so that they could try to beat us. Honestly, I think we did a great job of carving our pumpkins ourselves.
I think we did too, but that is not up to us. That is up to you there at home, who are going to be voting on which pumpkins you think were carved the best by the casters. So be looking for that vote, and we will have the results right before the grand finals.
Yes, we will. I'm very excited to potentially win. We'll see. We'll see. I might be a little bit biased towards my own pumpkin. Who could who could call me wrong for that?
That is certainly the case, but we are getting our next trainers ready to go. But while we give them a chance to take the stage, let's go ahead and take a look at some trainer tips from Sacramento. I'm excited to see what these trainers have in store for us.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, you know, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now. But it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own styles, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow. Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
There's never been a better time to get started with PvP in Pokemon Go. I'm Zionic, and today I'm gonna guide you through how to get started. Let's start with where you can PvP. Simply head into the game menu, and at the top right, you'll see a battle option. Here you will find the Go Battle League, an online matchmaking game feature with a blind 3 format. Before going into Go Battle League, you'll be presented with 2 options, a free basic rewards path and a premium rewards path, which requires a premium battle pass to enter. These reward paths represent a series of 5 battles, also known as a set. The more battles you win, the more rewards you will receive from that set. You are limited to 5 sets per day, which is 25 battles in total, and during special events like Go Battle Day, you can do up to 20 sets per day, which is 100 battles. As you compete in Go Battle League, you'll begin to unlock new ranks. These ranks unlock rewards such as catch encounters, cosmetics, elite TMs, and even a chance at a legendary Pokemon. Ranks 1 to 20 are progression based, meaning each time you win, it'll contribute to your overall journey to rank 20. Once rank 20 is unlocked, you will be measured through an ELO rating system, the highest rank being Legend, which is 3,000 rating. Each positive set with 3 or more wins will increase your ELO rating. Each negative set with 2 or less wins will lower your ELO rating. Go Battle League also operates through seasons. These seasons rotate roughly every 3 months while providing weekly or bi-weekly leagues and specialty cups to compete in. These leagues are typically divided through the Great League, Ultra League, and Master League, which all have different metagames. While Go Battle League may be a different format to the Pokemon Go Championship, it's by far the best way to practice and learn the fine details of PvP to prepare you for a tournament you'd like to compete in. The Pokemon Go Championship is hosted in the Great League, which provides a wider variety of potential Pokemon to use in competition because of the lower level threshold for battle. These tournaments also provide a fantastic look at some of the top performing Pokemon in the Great League, giving you goals to work towards as you look to build your PvP roster. Speaking of building your PvP roster, here's some tips and tricks that you can use to quickly add powerful Pokemon to your team. Firstly, you'll want to do your best to know about the current events in Pokemon Go. They are by far the easiest and most effective way to gather Pokemon and resources you will need to build your teams. You can stay up to date on all the events and seasonal information from the Pokemon Go website. You'll also want to play during dense spawn events, such as Community Day and Spotlight Hour. They can sometimes provide incredibly strong Pokemon that you might need for PvP. You'll also want to take advantage of the Mega Evolution system to increase the candy and XL candy that you can get for the Pokemon you are looking to build. Raids are also a great resource for getting Pokemon that you need on your team. They rotate with the events and can provide key resources such as TMs. Trust me, once you dive into PvP, you'll begin to use a lot of TMs. 3-star raids provide a guaranteed TM reward, so look to leverage that if you're running low. They can be done in most cases solo and with a free raid pass. Finally, and what might be the most important tip, is to trade with your community. Pokemon that you may have missed, such as Swampert Community Day, might just be in the storage of your local community members. As a battler myself, I always hold on to multiple key PvP Pokemon that new players might need for their roster, so don't be afraid to ask around if there's a Pokemon that you are looking for. I hope this guide was helpful to get you started on your PvP journey. Thanks for tuning in. See ya!
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Toronto, Canada for our regional championships tournament. It's Championship Sunday. We've seen some awesome battles so far, and there's so many more yet to come. But Caleb, I just got to say, after watching that trading video, I was reminded I've got a lot of lucky trades I need to knock out.
Yeah, I mean, you gave me a lucky Bonsley that fully powered up too.
What can I say?
Will that be coming to a tournament near you? Never, but
never.
Either way, we've had some incredible action at Toronto, and the skill level is just so high too. We've seen super close battles all the way throughout, not only on the winner side, but on the loser side. And a review of the bracket so far. We got JJAN running the meta team, the one that Elite used to win all of Sacramento, facing off against Magmar, man. One of the spiciest, if not the spiciest team I've ever seen in any tournament, especially this far in a winner's finals. And of course, reviewing the losers bracket, we got 610 Hero battling throughout to meet Jocko Loco. Jocko Loco taking that third game narrowly to earn himself a spot in the losers semifinals. And now we have Thatboyjay beating Rise Vacation. Thatboyjay now facing off against SS Thorne to see who's going to face off against Jocko Loco.
This is just such a critical point in the tournament. If you have any friends that you know love Pokemon Go PvP and they're not watching already, tell them to get in here. I know the West Coast is waking up right about now. Definitely want to tune in and see these matches because the stakes just keep getting higher and higher. You can see the relief when these trainers win, the disappointment when things don't go their way, and they're all going to continue to fight to claim that championship title here in Toronto and those championship points, which are so critical. It feels so good, honestly, Caleb, to be able to attend a tournament and not walk away with nothing. Like, even if you made top 8, you still get something out of the experience.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good benefit for a lot of these trainers, especially this season with the introduction of championship points. If you're not waking up yet, you're going to be waking up after these battles. Let's take it to stage to see SS Thorne versus Thatboyjay. SS Thorne running that Swampert, Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash, Mandibuzz, Medicham, the Clefable, and Shadow Dragonair.
Thatboyjay with Swampert, Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash, Cresselia, Shadow, Alolan, Ninetales, Mandibuzz, and Medicham. And guess what? We're coming at you fast. We've got games on your screen, leads on the field. We've got Swamperts. Excuse me, one Swampert and one Shadow, Alolan, Ninetales.
And I think Swampert looks good for both trainers because neither of them have grass types on their team. You have the Cresselia with the Grass Knot, and you have the Shadow Dragonair that can resist all the water damage. SS Thorne throwing this first Hydrocan. This is going to be a Shadow Alolan Ninetales, so you're going to shield if you're Thatboyjay. Throw him the first shield to protect that damage, and incoming is a Weather Ball.
Now, I think you patented this strategy yesterday, Caleb, but giving both Protect Shields to your Shadow Charm user might be a strategy that Thatboyjay uses here in the lead matchup because Swampert paces so quickly, but it's also getting really low in terms of HP. And if you want to control switch advantage, you have to double Protect Shield. And here we see the Caleb strat in full display.
I don't know if it's my strategy, but it is a solid strategy Thatboyjay is implementing. And ensuring alignment, not able to get that final Hydro Cannon off. And here comes a Medicham swap, aggressive swap over, and now being met by the Clefable. You see Thatboyjay does not like to see that.
Yeah, especially without access to a Psychic, and this is a really unfortunate charge attack priority event because now the Moonblast is coming through, super effective damage. Clefable gets the knockout onto the Medicham, and Thatboyjay just lost a key Pokemon in this matchup.
That's a huge one-hit knockout, and here's the most important thing. Thatboyjay's switch timer's not up yet, so if you come in Swampert, you're just gonna get hit by another Moonblast. SS Thorne going to shield up this Weather Ball, trying to think what is in the back that Thatboyjay may have. Trying to get a little bit extra energy potentially before throwing this move, and the charm damage is really starting to add up, but that SS Thorne is going to get this mirror match. You can see see Thatboyjay shaking his head, not liking this, because Swampert, yes, the Clefable's low on health. Your Mudshot's not doing enough damage. You need to throw the charge move, and Clefable has so much energy. You can see a little frustrated. Here comes the Moonblast.
Yeah, here's the benefit of that Fairy Wind fast attack. This Clefable gathers energy so quickly. Moonblast connects. We see the instant switch into the Shadow Lowland Sandslash, looking for the Ice Punch. Regular Swampert does reach the charge attack priority tie. I don't think this is quite enough, Caleb. I think Shadow Lowland Sandslash gets this job done.
Yeah, I think so too. We've seen the Lowland Sandslash tank quite a few Hydro Cannons today, and it's going to tank one more. Here comes the Ice Punch to close out this first game for SS Thorne. Clefable still looking like it's on a roll here in day number 2 for SS Thorne.
Clefable moonwalking into day number 2 here on SS Thorne's team and performing very well. But this series here is so important for both of these upstart trainers. SS Thorne wants to continue this Clefable success into the next round of the losers bracket, and Thatboyjay is fighting to stay in this tournament this weekend. Swampert's been such a key Pokemon here for us in day 2, appearing on multiple teams. Can't quite get the Hydro Cannon, but it doesn't even matter because Clefable is so powerful.
That charge attack priority was crucial in that situation to knock out the Medicham before it got a single move off. Thatboyjay saw that Alolan Sandslash and came in right away, pivoted to the Medicham. I think looking back on it, he probably wants to pivot more to that Swampert because Medicham just gets completely walled off by that Clefable, and especially shields down. You don't even have a chance to shield that Moonblast. Swampert and Medicham both having play into that Alolan Sandslash. Medicham even better into the Alolan Sandslash than Swampert is. Swampert looking pretty safe, I would say, for Thatboyjay to pivot to. I think he might make that adjustment for game number 2.
Well, look for grass coverage, right? The only grass coverage you have between these 12 Pokemon is that Cresselia's Grass Knot. Otherwise, you have the Shadow Dragonair if you are SS Thorne. So Swampert is definitely a must bring. I anticipate it'll show up in all 3 games if this series goes the distance. But SS Thorne looking to deliver a knockout here in game number 2. Clefable lead versus Shadow, Alolan Ninetales.
And this is a tough part with Clefable. Double super effective Meteor Mash is going to be coming through soon. Yes, you might be able to charm through this. Let's see if Thatboyjay decides to invest all shields again. First Meteor Mash is coming through. Thatboyjay preserving the health on the Alolan Ninetales and is going to shield this first double super effective Meteor Mash.
Optimal fast attack timing there from SS Thorne. 7 Fairy Winds versus the 5 Charms from the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Does use his Protect Shield here as well. Trying to strip away both Protect Shields from Thatboyjay. I think he's going to get to that Meteor Mash in time to deliver a knockout unless Thatboyjay decides to shield. Actually going for the Moonblast here.
I like this play. SS Thorne predicting potentially a catch on the Swamp or the Medicham, but no, it's going to throw the Moonblast, and it ends up getting shielded anyway, so nothing lost on the side that SS Thorne potentially could have been a debuff. Not going to be the case. And here comes the Medicham mirror matchup, and we see that Thatboyjay's running that Dynamic Punch, so SS Thorne is going to have advantage in this specific head-to-head matchup. Actually throws up the shield on the Ice Punch, though.
Now, we saw Thatboyjay use a similar attack pattern in game number 1, letting his lead win switch advantage and then swapping out, pivoting out into a secondary Pokemon. He does the same strategy here. This time, though, he's facing a Psychic Medicham from SS Thorne. This is going to deal a lot of damage, and he has not the same capability to fight back because he is running Ice Punch and Dynamic Punch. Ice Punch will connect here, but I think an Ice Punch from SS Thorne will put this matchup on ice as well.
Crucial information there for SS Thorne to learn that his Medicham is going to win that charge attack priority, maybe allowing him to maximize on this matchup and not throwing a single move. Oh, and throwing the Ice Punch way after Thatboyjay even got to Ice Punch. I don't even know how he timed that, and I don't know why Thatboyjay didn't even throw the Ice Punch. Maybe going for the harder hitting Dynamic Punch, thinking the countdown was going to happen, but SS Thorne making the prediction there. A huge read, and now the Psychic is going to come through. However, Swampert's in the back with shields down for the Alolan Sandslash. This is still trouble.
Yeah, Alolan Sandslash does have just a pinch of energy. We see one counter get thrown, and then the swap into Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You saw SS Thorne kind of shake his head there. He wanted the immediate switch. He didn't want that Medicham to throw the counter, but he's got to do with what he's got. He's going to throw the Drill Run here against the regular Swampert. I think 2 charge attacks are needed no matter what. He's going to look for an Ice Punch, but the Earthquake for Thatboyjay.
Earthquake is going to be a one-hit knockout. Medicham doesn't have a lot of health left. Can it counter down? I don't think it can. I think the Mudshot's going to finish off the Medicham before it happens, and Thatboyjay forcing a win in game number 2 to force that game 3.
Yeah, Thatboyjay, again, running kind of an interesting strategy. We see a lot of trainers fight for switch advantage or run like an ABB lineup where they make that initial swap to try to pull something out. Thatboyjay is winning lead and then pivoting, pulling out the one counter that he doesn't want to face in the back and really taking control of the series there with a Game 2 victory.
I like Thatboyjay's strategy, right? Running the same exact line and strategy in both games, running that Alolan Ninetales and having 2 checks to the Alolan Sandslash. The only thing that really completely shuts down that's Alolan Ninetales. So if you have Alolan Sandslash in the lead, you have 2 answers for it. If not, you just double shield, charm down, and you know,
and then pivot.
Yeah, and then pivot out and save the Alolan Ninetales for later.
The question becomes, if you've seen Shadow Alolan Ninetales in both of those first 2 games, do you still bring a Pokemon like Shadow Dragonair that SS Thorne has relied on in those neutral matchups? I think it's got great play against Swampert. It's got solid play against Pokemon like Cresselia or even the Medicham when shields are up. Shadow Dragonair might be a choice here, but do you think it's too risky?
I think it's risky for both SS Thorne to bring that Alolan Ninetales, Alolan Dragonair, because it's really weak to Alolan Ninetales, and also not great into the Medicham. Yes, you beat the Swampert, but you saw the shield of potential Earthquake. On the flip side, I think Thatboyjay is probably not going to be the Cresselia either, because Alolan Sandslash looks so strong into it, and you know, it's going to wall that off too. However, Thatboyjay has Swampert and Medicham he can utilize the Cresselia into, so 2 positive matchups there. Has a little bit more flexibility running the Cresselia than SS Thorne for the Dragonair. Thatboyjay, they'll run the same strategy both games. I mean, it works so well for him, he might run it a 3rd time.
Oh, the pressure is really on SS Thorne here to adjust because Thatboyjay has perfected that strategy. He took the Game 2 victory. Decisive Game 3. In about 3 minutes, one of these trainers is going home and the other is advancing. This is a solid lead here for SS Thorne.
SS Thorne said, I'm done with their Shadow Alolan Ninetales shenanigans in the lead. I'm bringing the Alolan Sandslash, and it is a perfect lead because not only is it a great lead matchup for this Cresselia, you have a great matchup against Alolan Ninetales and shielding up the future side, recognizing that Thatboyjay is weak to this Alolan Sandslash, probably predicting the low Ninetales at this point.
An ABA team yet again from Thatboyjay, but like you pointed out, Caleb, that Shadow Alolan Sandslash lead makes it really, really tough. You can see him there even shaking his head. He doesn't like the position that he's in, but he is pretty happy that he took the Protect Shield away from SS Thorne. Gonna fire off the Ice Punch here. It's not quite enough. I think maybe 1 Shadow Call would be needed to get the knockout, but then we might see an instant pivot from SS Thorne. Oh, it is enough.
We get the knockout, and that's huge. And SS Thorne taking a strategy out of Thatboyjay's book and doing the pivot himself, but you're swapping a Alolan Ninetales into a Meteor Mash Clefable. You're gonna have to give up shields.
Exactly right. We see the Meteor Mash get fired off here by the Clefable. Thatboyjay knows this is double super effective damage. That Shadow Alolan Ninetales could not withstand it, so he's forced to shield. But if you look at the back lines here, this means that the Mandibuzz avoids the Ninetales, and that's great news for SS Thorne.
That's absolutely crucial. And here's the thing, you have resistant moves all the way throughout for this Alolan Sandslash. It is frail, but you don't have to worry about giving up shields. And more importantly, this Alolan Ninetales has no energy, and your switch timer's not up. SS Thorne making the most out of this matchup, getting so much energy, and this energy is going to go a long way, even into the Medicham.
Yeah, I really like the choice there to let the Clefable go. Even though he can't switch out, he could still get to the Drill Run, which is going to deal some great damage or take away that final Protect Shield from Thatboyjay and help equalize the future upcoming Mandibuzz versus Medicham matchup. And look at that! The switch timer's ready.
Even better was that throwing that move allows the switch timer to chew down even more for SS Thorne, allowing him to swap over. And now you're in such a commanding position. I think Thatboyjay made the right call for shield and drill. It does hit quite hard even for neutral. However, shields down against Mandibuzz with a Mandibuzz with a shield advantage is going to be a tough task for Medicham.
Your winning recipe here for SS Thorne is double Aerial Ace. He lands the first one there. That's some super effective damage. Medicham actually might be able to hang in there with another one. You might have to snarl down. Meanwhile, the pressure is on Thatboyjay to deliver probably an Ice Punch plus a Dynamic Punch or 2 Dynamic Punches. He's got to do a lot of special things to get the knockout here.
He's going to, he really does. And I think that would be a tough one, even for Medicham, one of our highest usage, highest performing Pokemon in this meta. You can see Mandibuzz, yes, taking super effective Ice Punch, but just not enough. Going for the Dynamic Punch, though, on Charge and Priority. I don't think this is enough. I think it might do a little bit more damage, but it is only neutral, and Mandibuzz hangs on there. Kill Your Compensating Aerial Ace. SS Thorne closing it out in game number 3 to earn himself a spot in that loser semifinals.
That was absolutely breathtaking. SS Thorne outlasting Thatboyjay in that best of 3 series, and he's all smiles right now, but I gotta tell you, I was stressing Caleb. People couldn't see us because we were off camera, but I didn't know about that dynamic punch. I thought it was enough.
I've seen Mandibus, and sometimes it is disgustingly bulky in these matchups, and SS Thorne playing that to perfection. Thatboyjay making the gamble in that situation, leading an ABA weak team to Alone Sand Slash, which I don't blame him because SS Thorne never brought that Alone Sand Slash in the first 2 games in the lead. But SS Thorne making that adjustment needed for game number 3 to come away with an advantage in the team composition and eventually in the win.
Absolutely thrilling best of 3 series here from these 2 trainers. Thatboyjay also brought Metacham and Swampert to games 1 and 2. So probably the last thing he was anticipating was that Shadow Lowland Sand Slash in the lead. He brought so many checks to it, and when he went left, his opponent went right. Meteor Mash does connect with that Shadow Lowland Ninetales. Swampert can't hang on through the Ice Punch. That was the game 1 victory for SS Thorne, but then Thatboyjay strikes back.
And I was predicting Shadow Lowland Ninetales would be the pick for this week, but it looks like SS Thorne was 1 step ahead of me and everyone else. Clefable is the fairy of choice. That double super effective Meteor Mash forcing out shields in so many situations, and it's been just SS Thorne's MVP for sure.
Absolutely. That game 2 victory for Thatboyjay was a slight reprieve, but the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash throwing a wrench in his plans. You can see the instant pivot into the Clefable, but then Sand Slash return. I think one of the most important things about being a high-skilled trainer in Pokemon Go PvP is knowing when to push an objective, when to push that pressure point in a matchup, and when to let things go. You could have Protect Shielded the Clefable, got to the second Meteor Mash, but he decided to let that Weather Ball connect, let the Clefable faint, and then come in with the Shadow Lowland Sand Slash. Sometimes the patience really pays off to kind of let the match flow and see how things turn out.
We saw a lot of patience for SS Thorne all week, and he is just getting warmed up because he's going to be back on stage for this loser semifinals. We'll be facing off against Jocko Loco, and I love this matchup because both SS Thorne and Jocko Loco, in my opinion, were just complete underdogs, right? Lesser known trainers. Jocko Loco did participate in Toronto last season, but not a lot of people caught wind of his name. And then SS Thorne, first ever tournament, both of them making it so far already, both of them in the top 4 for Toronto. Amazing to see, and you know, I feel like again, this is the city of underdogs so far.
In the top 8 full of underdogs, these 2 trainers stand out. We know you've been active on social media as well. A few of your tweets and posts have stood out. Let's go ahead and take a look here at x.com. We've got a post here from Jujubee. Regionals was so fun. I'm grateful to have met so many friends this weekend.
What a great way to meet different people in the community. I saw some people maybe didn't perform the way they want to in Toronto, but still got to meet a lot of the community members that they met online or even Battle and Go Battle League and stuff, and that's such a cool experience in itself.
Yeah, there's so many cool ways to engage with your fellow trainers at these events. Like we talked about earlier, Lucky Trades, getting together for socials after the tournament. Look at this. This is a perfect Chin Chow here from our friend Melgood. Hundo Chin Chow at the venue in Toronto.
And that Hundo Lantern in Ultra League, I personally am a huge fan, especially in those limited formats in Go Battle League. I think it has a lot of play. If you thought Lantern was good in Great League, it actually is pretty good in Ultra League too. We got Susie saying, I love Zorua and Zorua loves me. Speaking of Hundos, we got Hundo Zorua here. Incredible. And you can see the stream in the background. Love seeing that, the support all the way across in Europe.
Absolutely. Susie does contribute as a judge to the Championship Series circuit, but Susie, it's not shiny, so just transfer it. Come on.
Look,
just kidding, of course.
I'm not going to co-sign my co-caster's advice there. I mean, you do what you want, Susie.
Back me up here.
I don't think you need the Zorua candy that badly, but I don't know.
Well, it wasn't as offensive as what DeFi said at the closing yesterday, that she purified a Shadow Mewtwo. I'm dressed as a Team Go Rocket boss, and she's purifying shadows.
I mean, someone's got to be your arch nemesis in these situations, so I guess know how it is.
Well, I'm like you said earlier, Caleb, I'm super excited for this matchup. In a top 8 completely full of underdog trainers, we have 2 of the brightest rising stars here in Toronto. And actually, both trainers hail from Colombia, making their way all the way from Colombia to Canada to compete. and I think they might even be ready on stage.
Let's take it down and see what the action's all about. Again, if you're just tuning in, you are in for a surprise here. This is going to be an incredible matchup. We got Jocko Loco on the left side. First time ever top cut here in Toronto. Metacham, Shadow Charizard, Umbreon, Shadow Lone Sandslash, Lickitung, and Gligar.
I gotta tell you, based on these day 2 games, Jocko Loco's basically playing with 5 Pokemon. We've seen maybe Shadow Charizard maybe one time, but when you look at this team from SS Thorne, there are a ton of targets. You can deal super effective or neutral damage almost across the board. And you know what? SS Thorne's been heating up. He's already been on stage. I think we're gonna jump right into this next series. Both trainers are ready to rock.
And let's see how it goes. And it's going to be the Lickitung into Mandibus. A fantastic lead for SS Thorne. One of the toughest matchups for Lickitung. But here's why Mandibus is so strong in this current meta. It's a core breaker to this Lickitung Metacham core that we see on almost every team. Not every team though, SS Thorne not rocking that, but this Mandibus, again, going to be super strong in this matchup. Jocko Loco does not want to switch out.
Yeah, absolutely. Mandibus, a solid core breaker for that normal and fighting type duo that we've been talking about all season long. Dark Pulse does get fired off here by SS Thorne and will connect into that shiny Lickitung, which has also been a very trusty Pokemon for Jocko Loco. He's used it numerous times throughout the tournament, but like you said, Caleb, is that a slight disadvantage here? I call this a soft win in most shield scenarios for that Mandibus on the right.
Definitely, but still a win indeed for SS Thorne. Looks like Jocko Loco is going to try to play out this matchup, maybe try to farm down later with the Metacham or Shadow Charizard. The backlines are going to be pretty interesting as well for these trainers when we see how they play it out. SS Thorne getting a little bit extra energy. I like to play too. Come in with a little bit extra energy because you're already anticipating that this Mandibus is going to have some utility in the back end. Having energy on it will allow you to kind of chip down whatever back Pokemon there is.
You saw Jocko Loco had a bit of a wince there because an extra Snarl got fired off by SS Thorne. If you were playing the Lickitung in the situation, the pressure's really on you to maximize your fast attack turn intervals. You want to get as many licks as you can. Here comes Metacham though into a loaded Mandibus like you pointed out, Caleb. This Mandibus is just going to continue to rain down super effective damage onto this Metacham.
If you're SS Thorne, the gears are turning your head. What is Jocko Loco running in the back to bring not only the Lickitung, but then the Metacham into Mandibus, some of the worst matchups for Mandibus, on the receiving end of Mandibus. So probably just trying to predict, could be a Gligar or it could be that Charizard, which is what it is.
In comes Metacham into the mirror match. Jocko Loco is dangerously approaching that Ice Punch range. My question for you, Caleb, do we see a switch out? Do we see him go to the Charizard here? Actually, the answer is yes. I'm just going to say it. Here comes Shadow Charizard.
And Shadow Charizard is coming in. Going to throw an Ice Punch. I like this play. So here's the thing. You're tricking Jocko Loco into shielding, which is huge because now you know Hydro Cannon is going to one-shot the Charizard, whereas the Ice Punch is not. However, Jocko Loco doesn't know what's in the back, and you don't want to just get taken out by just fast move pressure from like Dragonair or anything. Now you grab that shield, and you have one more shield remaining, but Swampert is going to start outpacing.
We're so used to seeing this Shadow Swampert versus Shadow Charizard matchup, but this is a regular Swampert here. Shadow Charizard just cannot apply the same amount of pressure at the same rate to this regular Swampert. We see the protection come up from that Shadow Charizard, trying to paste another Dragon Claw, maybe even try to go for the Blast Burn on the Charge Attack priority.
It's going to be on Charge Attack priority, however, SS Thorne is going to benefit from this because you just shield once and you throw the Hydreigon to knock out the Charizard, and you have so much health still remaining on this Swampert, which is going to be absolutely huge for SS Thorne. The Metacham in the back for Jocko Loco does not have much health, and it has even less energy.
Yeah, this has just been absolutely devastating to watch the Swampert from SS Thorne roll through this back line from Jocko Loco. He just can't stop it. There's not enough pressure on the board to silence the Swampert, and Swampert's Hydro Cannon pushes that Metacham back into its Pokeball and sends SS Thorne into a 1-0 lead.
That Ice Punch play from SS Thorne was absolutely brilliant. Throwing that Ice Punch to trick Jocko Loco into thinking that he has something in the back that doesn't clearly beat Charizard, maybe something like the Dragonair that can chip it down with fast moves, and you don't want to let the moves go because you have almost no Pokemon left. Metacham low health, and the Charizard would be about half health. However, if you let the Ice Punch go, you can win that game if you're Jocko Loco because the Charizard's like, you can't much shot it down, you can't counter it down with your backline Pokemon, you can't even Snarl it down if you still have the Mandibus. And so the Charizard would have been in a great spot because it has the energy lead now into the Swampert. But getting that shield was crucial because now SS Thorne can just double shield the Charizard no matter what it throws, land, throw 2 back-to-back Hydro Cannons, take out the Charizard. Game is won.
And you make such a good point, right? That means that Jocko Loco had the right idea. Charizard is a great choice in this matchup. We just need to look for changes in terms of execution. Jumping right into game number 2, we've got that Lickitung back in the lead for Jocko Loco. But this time, it's versus the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. A pivot into Swampert, and there are no checks, Caleb. There are no swap outs.
There is no checks. However, if you're Jocko Loco, you don't mind this at all, because if you can maintain switch alignment, this is not too bad. You have another check to that Alolan Sandslash in the back, which is the Umbreon. And I believe this is a Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash, so the Umbreon's going to do even better. But even Powder Snow, you're doing fine into that Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, I think either way you're going to have a decent matchup. Swampert's going to fire up another Hydro Cannon here against the Lickitung. It's already built up to a it's actually going to go for the Earthquake here. This is going to be a huge call. Oh, and he doesn't shield! Jocko Loco's about to lose the Lickitung.
This Earthquake's going to come in, huge call, and you can see Jocko Loco raising his eyebrows a little bit, now completely lost switch advantage, and Swampert taking switch is huge. Now you have to reveal the Umbreon because you don't want to come in Gligar into the Swampert, but where's Gligar going to go when you have a Alolan Sandslash in the back as well?
Exactly right. It doesn't seem like positionally Jocko Loco has many options. Hydro Cannon continues to rain in pressure. We haven't seen Swampert succeed this way in so long, but we're just getting a big reminder about why this Pokemon is so impactful and is a staple in the Open Great League.
It hits hard even when it's not Shadow, even when Earthquake got a damage reduction this season, it is still so relevant, and trying to catch a Foul Play, unfortunately not able to, and now switching in the Gligar into the Manabus. Shadow Gligar, this is typically a winning matchup for Manabus as well. SF Thorne, you can see nodding his head saying, you know what, I see the win condition, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, I see my spot in that loser Spinos. Can he get there?
Exactly, SS Thorne taking that mental snapshot, projecting how this game is going to end. Jocko Loco, meanwhile, on the ropes, fighting for his tournament life. If he loses this game, he is out of the field of competition for Toronto this weekend. Goes for another aerial ace against the Mandibus. We've seen how much damage it does. We've seen that this Shadow Gligar is going to struggle in this matchup, and Mandibus just looks so dominant. It's already basically 2 charge attacks.
This game is not over yet. You see SS go straight for aerial ace, but Jocko Loco is saying, you know what, I don't care about this. I'm saving all the shields for Umbreon, which is definitely the play. It has a great matchup against Alolan Sandslash and a pretty solid one into Swampert when it's low on health. Finally, we get that first shield from Jocko Loco.
Yeah, going to protection up the Gligar. He's got some energy on it. He doesn't want it to go to waste. We do see the Gligar building some additional energy as well. Great recognition of the turn.
Oh, aerial ace on the Alolan Sandslash.
Wow, my how the turntables. Jocko Loco gets caught on against SS Thorne. That's some resisted damage. You see the counter swap into the Umbreon, and then Shadow Claw is going to be a little bit punishing here, but the Shadow Alolan Sandslash has so much stored energy.
The maneuvering from SS Thorne, super crafty. I mean, Jocko Loco as well. And I just don't know how this is even going to end up, because you already know you're going to match up against the Umbreon either way with Alolan Sandslash. You might as well bring in, absorb some of that resisted damage, and then save the Manabus in the back who has energy as well. Yep. And you land a hard-hitting drill run on top of it.
Well, I mean, I'm starting to look at the HP here for these Pokemon, and SS Thorne is getting a little bit low. You might think all this maneuvering is kind of whittling him down over time. Umbreon's going to be tough to remove from the field. Comes in with a Swampert Hydro Cannon. 1 Protect Shield remaining. Snarl snuck through as well.
Not even trying to optimize, just saying, I want to get this Umbreon off the field. Let's see if that lack of optimization does impact the endgame. Can you get to a Hydro Cannon? No, getting the wing attack down. However, Manabus has energy. Not enough, though. It doesn't have double aerial ace, and you see SS Thorne conceding the match and letting the aerial ace go through.
SS Thorne, despite all of the fancy plays and alignment, still cannot pull out that game number 2. Jocko Loco ties up the series in a game full of twists, turns, spins, and everything else.
I'm getting dizzy with all the twins and turns, but I love it. I did not think Jocko Loco had a win condition, even after the catch on the aerial ace, and especially after Swampert flipped switch advantage. I felt like this game was a full-length movie, Speedy. I remember this Earthquake from like yesterday, but here it's still the same exact battle. It just kept going back and forth, seesawing all over the place. You're thinking, all right, SS Thorne's in a great spot, catching a resisted aerial ace, but that Umbreon held strong for Jocko Loco.
I agree with you. This isn't just a top 8. This is a movie here in Toronto, and it's been so much fun to watch. This has been, I don't know, I'm trying to think of how this game 3 is going to go. I'm trying to make some predictions. We got to dial in here. I mean, what do you think thinking? Are we thinking Shadow Dragonair? Are we thinking Clefable for SS Thorne? Or do you think that Shadow Charizard returns for Jacko Loco?
I have no idea. I feel like Clefable still has so much play, and it has been SS Thorne's MVP. Could be his last final battle. You got to bring it in. Let's see what happens. Let's see the end of this trilogy, because it's been incredible. Here we go. It's going to be Lickitung into Clefable. It is going to be the Clefable for SS Thorne.
All right, Clefable. We see the third game in a row. Jacko Loco leading his Lickitung. That trusty Pokemon can strip away Protect Shields. It can hang in matchups. And probably most importantly, it can give you time. Time to think about what's in the bag. Time to make some team predictions. How's SS Thorne going to support this Clefable? What are its weaknesses? And how can you key in on them?
And SS Thorne going to throw the Meteor Mash instead. Not the same type attack bonus move, but maybe predicting I need to throw 2 moves anyway. Maybe the Lickitung is getting shielded. It's not going to get shielded. Trying to build up to a Moonblast, doesn't get to it. And you see the impeccable timing from Jacko Loco throwing the Body Slam right before the Moonblast is reached.
Yeah, it looks like our trainer on the right, SS Thorne's going to try to opt for Protect Shield advantage, reaching for the Moonblast here. I think if this goes unshielded, it'll come close, but probably not quite enough. We're going to find out. Can Lickitung withstand it? Moonblast connects. It cannot.
And I think this is actually not too bad for Jacko Loco. You can have a chance to farm down this Clefable. However, you don't have switch advantage, so it could dictate. Oh, actually coming in with the Umbreon, Dark into Fairy, and that allows SS Thorne to get to another move. The Resistance Snarl just not enough fast to pressure. Clefable coming in clutch yet again for SS Thorne in this loser semifinals, game number 3.
Yeah, I want to point out as well, just 2 Fairy Wind difference between the Moonblast and the Meteor Mash. Great counting and awareness by Jacko Loco to no shield the neutral Meteor Mash in lieu of the potential Moonblast. Now we've got 2 Dark types kind of throwing down on the field. Last Resort's Aerial Aces. We talked about this matchup yesterday. That Last Resort's going to hit just a little bit harder, but Mandibuzz did have that health advantage thanks to the Meteor Mash.
That Meteor Mash may be critical for the outcome of this game. You have the Gligar in the back. You can see Jacko Loco trying to swap out, but end up being a charge attack priority. Last Resort is going to come through first. There's still so much health on this Gligar. You see the swap over from SS Thorne. Actually, I love this play because now Umbreon is closing in on Hydro Cannon range, making this matchup much easier for the swapper. And I like this too, not shielding the foul play. Foul play, a lower damage move, saving the shields for later, and this is going to be fantastic. And here's the thing, if you're Jacko Loco, you don't want to catch your Hydro Cannon on the Gligar either, so you have to stay in this matchup.
Yeah, your only win condition there is to catch an Earthquake on the Gligar, right? But I don't think that's going to happen. Going with the safe, tried and tested play, SS Thorne Hydro Cannon does connect. In comes the Shadow Gligar, but that Swamper's looking a little bit low. I think the Aerial Ace would be enough to get the knockout, if not incredibly close.
It is definitely low on health, but it is not low on energy. It almost has back-to-back Hydro Cannon. Second Hydro Cannon is going to be coming through soon. Let's see when Jacko Loco is going to throw. Jacko Loco going for aggressive farm down. Can he get it? Because he knows if he throws the Aerial Ace, SS Thorne is going to get more Mud Shot and more energy. The play is trying to get it down, and no, actually throwing a charge attack priority now, forcing the shield from SS Thorne. SS Thorne going to go for one final Hydro Cannon. Can he do it?
I'm going to tell you, this Swamper's Hydro Cannon is going to pack a punch, going for the charge attack here against the Shadow Gligar. That Shadow factor is not going to help it here. Hydro Cannon does connect, almost getting the knockout, but Gligar hangs on, and the swap into Mandibuzz for the combo play.
That huge combo play from SS Thorne, taking out the Gligar when Array had an Aerial Ace for the energy, and you see Umbreon a little bit health left, but just not enough. SS Thorne coming away with the win. Game number 3 on the backs of that MVP Clefable.
I'm speechless, right? That series was one of the most fun series that I've ever watched. Twists and turns at every corner, a dynamic competition between 2 trainers that are absolutely rising stars. If you don't know about Jacko Loco and SS Thorne yet, you're gonna find out because these 2 trainers are here to stay.
Something I love about watching them play too, not only is the battles incredibly intense and dynamic, their facial expressions is the complete opposite. They look like they're at a picnic at a park, just enjoying the time of their life, but just shows the composure they have in understanding of the game and knowing where they're at. They're not freaking out about anything because nothing is a surprise to them, but wow, it's a surprise to everyone. Just their incredible gameplay and just them making this far in the tournament. Congratulations, Jacko Loco, to getting 4th place in Toronto, getting a lot of championship points, and SS Thorne will be waiting in the losers finals for a chance to fight back and get himself a spot in that grand finals.
I gotta tell you, if SS Thorne was heating up, he's now on fire heading into that next round. But that was a series that we're going to remember for a long time. In game number 1, the Mandibuzz was able to close out this, or excuse me, not the Mandibuzz, that was game 2. In game number 1, the Swampert was able to close out this game for SS Thorne, getting that final Hydro Cannon. The Swampert play in day 2 in Toronto has been so fascinating to watch.
And the plays from both trainers so incredible. I mean, you can see like they're thinking on a different level, right? And they're both just so skilled, and they're trying to outpredict each other in these matchups. You can see Jocko Loco coming away with a win there in game number 2. But SS Thorne bring the Clefable, and unfortunately the Snarl down did not pay off for Jocko Loco. Here comes a Meteor Mash doing some crucial damage against Umbreon, and just the bulk of Mandibuzz in the back with that hard-hitting Swampert was just not enough for Jocko Loco to take out.
It's almost poetic, right? Because we saw SS Thorne fall to the loser's bracket because his Shadow Dragonair was unable to close out a couple of those very close matchups early on in day number 2. And here, Jocko Loco's inability for his Umbreon to snarl down the Clefable set up his opponent to win that decisive game number 3. The margins of error, right, are just razor thin. There's no room for mistakes here in Toronto.
And again, SS Thorne, this is his first ever official tournament in the championship series. This could be you as well if you attend and give it a shot. SS Thorne making it all the way to at least 3rd place, but you know he's looking for more. However, you'll have to wait and see who the winners are of this winners finals. Speaking of the winners finals, let's take a look at this bracket. Winners bracket here, we got JJAN, the meta user here, going against Magmar Man, the anti-meta user, and this is going to be a clash of different philosophies and strategies here. Who is going to come out on top? Is Magmar Man really the truth here, able to find a way to break up the meta with the wildest and weirdest team ever, or is meta for a reason?
It was so much fun to speak with Magmar Man earlier on in the lounge. After the tournament's over, make sure to check out that VOD on YouTube or on Twitch and watch back that interview. So humble, so kind, and just so happy to be here. But I know JJAN honestly has very similar feelings. He's really excited to be in this winners finals as well.
And Magmar Man too, saying he didn't even practice much. And here, looking at the top 12 usage for day number 2, we got a Molga and a Clefable in here. You would never expect it. No Registeel to be seen. And yes, we have Lantern and Superior actually dropping quite a bit in day number 2 usage. Number 2 and 3 originally in day number 1 were replaced by Alolan Sandslash, which maybe not the biggest surprise. I know some trainers might not think Alolan Sandslash is the best Pokemon, but it definitely is proven to be pretty good in this tournament. And you got Mandibuzz moving away all the way up to number 3. This is the highest I've ever seen Mandibuzz usage in any usage chart.
No, you're exactly right. I think there's a stark difference between what the majority of trainers are bringing and what the most successful trainers are using to punch their tickets into day number 2. And speaking of friends who appreciate these specific Pokemon, I know our mutual friend Ben loves that Emolga coming in that last spot. It's a very fun Pokemon to play. Acrobatics, Thundershock, Discharge, so much flexibility. And we actually, I don't know if we've even seen it on stream yet.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think we have, but maybe it is time for some Emolga action. This winners finals will be a best of 5, which means we get at least 3 fantastic games, but maybe even up to 5, maybe even 6 if they get tie at any point in time in the 5 games.
It's true. I mean, it's not impossible. Or 7 games if they tie twice, or 8.
I'll take 10, you know, who knows?
10,
perhaps, I'll take 10.
Right?
I'll cast all day. These are incredible battles. And something that really stood out to me in Magmar Man's interview is he says, I don't really even scrim much. I didn't even practice much for this.
That blew my mind.
Yeah, but he just said, I don't want to play the meta. It's just kind of boring. I just want to have fun with the Pokemon I want to run, and I love that, right? I feel like that is the origin story for everyone playing Pokemon, regardless of what age you were when you start playing this game, whether you're a kid, you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, etc. You start this game because you want to have fun, right? And you want to have fun with your friends. And I think that's what Magmar Man set himself out to do for this tournament. And what's better than winning? Winning while you're having fun. And I think he's proving it right here.
Magmars just want to have fun. That's how the song goes, right?
You know, I can't say for sure, but I'll take your word on it.
Okay. Well, that being said, JJAN again with a tried and tested team has done a lot of preparation in the local circuit. Cups, challenges galore, has really kind of refined and honed this strategy, bringing it here to Toronto, and he's got the ambition to win it all. Superior, Medicham, Umbreon, Lantern, as well as Frostlass and Gligar. We've seen him just wrestle away get control from these spicier team compositions. If you remember against SS Thorne, Shadow Dragonair, Clefable, he didn't seem panicked at all. He actually pulled out wins even when we didn't think that they were possible. And then on the opposing side, basically this is meta, anti-meta. We've got the antithesis Magmar Man.
And, you know, he said he was ready to handle some spice from SS Thorne, but this is another level of spice. Magmar Man running the Mantine, Lorantis, Shadow Swamper, Registeel, Shadow Cancel, Ninetales, and Emolga. I don't even think I've ever seen Emolga on stream before, but here it is for Magmar Man. And here's the thing, Magmar Man, one of the two most meta picks for him is that Shadow Swamper and Registeel. And I don't think we even seen Registeel in action. I mean, that's just there to fill up a spot, I feel like.
We haven't seen the Registeel or the Emolga, right? He's basically playing 4 versus 6, but if you look at this team from JJAN, he's got Umbreon, Superior, and Frostlass. 3 ideal targets for the Registeel. Do we finally see the Ancient Steel Pokemon hit the field here?
I think it's going to be interesting for sure. It is a Dynamic Punch meta champ, so that's going to play even better into the Registeel. Gligar, fantastic into that matchup. Lantern, great if you have shields up in that situation. And even Frostlass, you can kind of win that situation if you start landing Shadow Balls. So,
yep.
I think Magmar Man's going to rely on the Spice. He's not even bringing Spice for bench pressure. He's using Spice. So let's go. We're getting into Winners Finals, game number 1. JJAN into Magmar Man. We have the Emolga and a fantastic lead for the Emolga.
Emolga takes flight here against Metachamp in the opening matchup. Let's see some hype in the chat and the crowd. If you're excited to see these trainers throw down, Magmar Man on the right, looking out to the crowd. JJAN dialed in with the ice punches. I have no clue who's going to win here. We see instant swap into the Frostlass.
And you see Magmar Man throwing the discharge already at the acrobatics entry, though that would do a lot of damage. Does JJAN throw up a shield? No, choosing not to shield the discharge. A great call from JJAN. And now here comes that Shadow Swamper. It's going to come in fast and hard, but so is the Avalanche.
Yeah, I think the Protect Shield here is pretty obvious. You don't want to get Powder Snowed down. We've seen in an earlier matchup in day 2, the Powder Snowed down really put that Frostlass too far ahead. So this is a pivotal matchup. Swampert needs to wrestle that switch advantage away from JJAN.
And the timing from Magmar Man, I love it, right? He says he hasn't been practicing, he hasn't been scrimming, but he already knows so much already. Maybe he didn't need the practice, but look at the back line here. This is going to be super nice for Magmar Man because you have a Lorantis in the back for the Lantern, and you can see going straight away for the Earthquake. He says, I have no fear, I'm going for the hard-hitting move. Do you shoot it with JJAN? No, yes! The Earthquake is going to come through.
This is so good because we haven't seen Magmar Man throw an Earthquake all day long, and he suddenly pulls it out here against the Metacham. What a key read.
How do you beat this Lorantis in the back? Metacham has almost no energy. You see JJAN trying to swap over as soon as possible, and Magmar comes in Lorantis. He doesn't even come in with a Emolga, and you can see JJAN say, oh my gosh, like how do I play around this team? And here comes Lorantis looking like the MVP here for Magmar Man to close it out.
Sends out Lorantis right out of the gate, right? Doesn't even bother with the Emolga, just sends it out to meet the Lantern. And like you pointed out, Caleb, this is such an uphill climb or swim for JJAN, depending on how you want to frame it here, because the Lantern just has nothing to hit this Lorantis with, and those Leaf Blades load so quickly with Fury Cutters, your fast attack.
And you see Magmar Man all smiles in the interview, all smiles on stage. I'd be smiling too if I'm playing this well with the wildest team in the world. You see JJAN shielding Leaf Blade, and you don't have to shield anything if you're this Lorantis. I think you probably still have to shield the Thunderbolt coming in soon. And you see Magmar Man is going to throw up that first shield, but the next Leaf Blade is ready.
Don't forget that Emolga is still pretty close to a discharge as well, so if you need to make a combo play here, maybe land the Leaf Blade, switch in that Emolga, you can still close out that way, or you can leave the Lorantis in here and force the Lantern to throw energy.
And that Leaf Blade hits so hard. Do you save the energy on the Lantern? No, going to throw it against the Lorantis. Lorantis might be able to tank this. Let's see, it's going to be pretty close. And you see Lorantis does hang on, trying to swap in. The Leaf Blade does come in, is caught on the Metacham. Can you spark down the Lorantis, or do you just swap over to Emolga to finish it off?
You swap right here, come in with the Emolga. You're 1 or 2 away. Here comes the discharge. Emolga getting the better of Lantern in game number 1 of our Winners Finals.
Emolga to start it off, Emolga to close it out. You can see Magmar Man enjoys it. Not running the favorite Alolan Raichu that he has on his hat, but running Emolga is still pretty fun in itself.
I'm going to tell you, if you're not watching this stream today, what the heck are you doing? These matches are so good. JJAN, a little bit of a misstep there in game number 1, but reminder to everyone watching, this is our Winners Finals, which means we play up to 5 matches unless there is the rare occasion of a tie. So there's still time for JJAN to adjust, and Magmar Man wants to keep this flame glowing bright.
It's glowing real. It's a whole bonfire at this point too. You see the Hydrogen connecting on the Frost Slice, and here's the crucial moment. Throwing the Earthquake, 2 shields up, has no fear, goes straight for the hard-hitting move, forcing JJAN to throw this move. You can't counter down at this point unless you're gonna get outpaced at that point. And the Magmar Man have the Lurantis in the back, down a shield, but still able to do so much damage against the Lantern and finish off the meta champ. And you got Moga to close it out. I mean, Magmar Man, I mean, this is not bench pressure. This is legit. Running a Lurantis Moga core. I never thought I'd ever see it, but here we are.
I'm telling you, if you wrote this story out, it could not look better than it does so far on the stage. Now, we talk about trainer tendencies. We didn't really see that Earthquake from Magmar Man at all in day 1 or day 2, and he finally pulls it out of the hat. So I think that we're going to see more kind of unique strategies, more manipulation of expectations from Magmar Man going into game number 2. The pressure really falls on a JJAN, but as you can tell, he's cool, calm, and collected. He's been to so many Bring 6, Choose 3 tournaments. He's got experience. It might be on his side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if all the experience in the world can prepare you for Magmar Man's team, but JJAN does have the reps under his belt, trying to find a way and saying, you know what? I got a strong team, right? Yes, I'm facing a spicy team. I lost that first game, but I have a really bulky, reliable team. It theoretically can cover everything. Can it cover Magmar's team? We're going to have to wait and see, and it is going to be game number 2, and we get the Frost Slice into Lurantis.
I anticipate an instant swap here from Magmar Man, going right to the Swampert. No hard check to be seen. No Superior on the side of JJAN, opting for the Metacham instead. Not even building to the Earthquake this time. This is an easy no-shield for JJAN.
Throwing the Hydro Cannon right away. I mean, I think this is still a great play from Magmar Man because the Earthquake is not enough to knock out, as we saw in that last game. The real question is, do you shield if you're Magmar Man? I think maybe will not shield. No, does decide to shield the Ice Punch. Switch advantage is pretty crucial if you look at the back-end matchup. But the thing is, I don't think either trainer knows exactly how crucial it is yet. Throwing the Hydro Cannon before the charge attack priority potential from JJAN. JJAN is going to respond with his own shield.
Yeah, I think the Swampert's pacing is just so valuable. You got to give it at least 1 Protect Shield if it's a Shadow variant. That's exactly what we see. Trying to equalize the Protect Shield situation, but unable to wrestle away Switch advantage. Now Magmar Man needs to get a bit more craft. You need to play with your energy a little bit more. Comes in with Lurantis. The Fury Cutters are adding up over time. I think you can take 1 Ice Punch and Fury Cutter all the way down.
And actually throwing the Leaf Blade before the Ice Punch. I think not wanting to take all that damage because you kind of need the Lurantis for the Lantern. Unfortunately, there is a Lantern in the back, and you can see Magmar Man say, yeah, I kind of expected that at this point in time too. Now, this Kanto Ninetales does have Overheat. It's going to hit quite hard, however, it's going to be resisted. Throwing the Weather Ball actually at the Lantern, maybe trying to bait out shield, but either way, this is a tough matchup even if you land the Overheat.
Well, after you throw the Overheat, it does debuff your Ninetales anyway, so I do appreciate the play there, because now you get a Weather Ball at full strength, and potentially the Overheat too, so you're doing maximum damage. I really like how Magmar Man is playing the situation, because he doesn't have a lot to work with.
And you see JJAN building up to 100 energy, back-to-back Surf loaded, saying, you know what, this is why I'm running the team I am. It's so bulky, I know I can tank all these moves. Here comes that first serve, is knocking out the Kanto Ninetales, and here comes a Thunderbolt, the harder hitting move into Lurantis. Yes, resisted. However, this chip damage is crucial because now you're putting closer and closer to Powder Snow range.
Exactly right. Lurantis is going to build a lot of energy, gets the full Fury Cutter down against the Lantern, but now the Frost Slice comes out just like we saw in the opening scenario. Great timing though, 1 single Fury Cutter and then the throw of the Leaf Blade, but I don't know how much pressure Lurantis can apply here against the Frost Slice.
Lurantis did do some magical things in the previous game, but this is not a situation you want to be in with Lurantis. Leaf Blade is going to connect on this final charge move, but it is not enough to knock out, and here the process is going to be able to fast attack down.
Yeah, really well played by JJAN there. A tough switch in for Magmar Man, getting responded to with that Lantern. as a Shadow Kanto Ninetales player, you know that's one of the worst possible positions to be in. And I do think that going into game number 3 here, we are going to see a little bit of a safer approach by Magmar Man. I say safer, right? But then you look at this team, and there's so many wildcard options, it's really hard to imagine what a safer lineup could look like. But yeah, a couple of tough matchups there. Magmar Man unable to recover in spite of playing really, really well.
Safety, I don't think was on the back of Magmar Man's mind when he made this team. But yeah, that was a tough situation for Magmar Man to climb out of. That was actually the most ideal situation for JJAN, outside of the fact that he probably could have brought Serperior into the Swampert. But, yeah, you know, Serperior's a very tough Pokemon to bring to Magmar Man's team, so I think I really like the neutral pick of that meta champ. The question is, can JJAN do that 2 more times again to win this best of 5?
Exactly.
Having the perfect alignment was crucial there, but how hard is it to get that alignment every time?
Yeah, it just incredible composure by JJAN as well. He took that early game 1 loss, but is not shaken. Our SME actually talked with JJAN briefly before the day 2 battle started. JJAN said, I'm really concerned about Magmar Man's team. It's not easy to beat. There are a lot of variables to consider. He was able to bounce back there with a game 2 victory. And as a reminder to everyone watching, this next battle is not decisive. This is a best of 5. So both trainers need to win 2 more games to advance to the grand finals.
Which means for you all watching at home or in the audience, we got at least 2 more exciting games left, maybe even 3. And we can see our trainers are trying to decide how to play out this 3rd game, because this is pretty crucial. If you win this one, the momentum's on your side, and you're only 1 game away from earning yourself a spot in the top 2 in the grand finals.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the pressure continues to rise here as these 2 trainers battle it out, but I do like that there was that immediate response by JJAN. He's basically sending a message, right? He's got a meta team, a tried and tested team, one that's succeeded in previous events like Sacramento, and he says, I can take this team all the way, and it's up to you to stop me. I don't care how flashy your team is, how fun it looks. You still have to beat me.
And I wonder if Magmar Man's going to bring that Shadow Cancel Ninetales again. I don't know if it provides too much coverage for him, because I think you're not expecting Serperior to show up either way. And here we have a pretty solid lead for Magmar Man. Swampert into a Spark Lantern to kick things off.
Solid lead, but not always decisive. Lantern can hang in this matchup, especially if you go straight for the Earthquake and it does get Protect shielded. Gonna go for a Surf here right away. JJAN wanting to get some chip damage onto the Shadow Swampert, which has been so problematic for him so far in the series.
And you can see swapping in the meta champ, and here comes the Emolga, a fantastic swap for Magmar Man, and saving all that energy for Swampert is crucial, because now you have the Lurantis, which is a harder wall to Lantern. But more importantly, you have all the energy stored on Swampert for that Frost Slash, which is a core breaker for this back line for Magmar Man. Now that JJAN gave up switch advantage though, Magmar Man's in the clear and going for a hard-hitting acrobatics. Do you shield if you're JJAN?
This is going to deal a lot of damage, and we do see the Protect Shield from the JJAN, and unfortunately, the Emolga is unable to connect on that first one there, but JJAN looking for the second Ice Punch. We do see a predictable Protect Shield from Magmar Man, but this means he can coup another Acrobatics. The question is, if you're meta champ, do you double shield here and look for the full counter down?
I don't think JJAN does, because now you're exposing a Lantern to an Earthquake, and you already know Swampert has a lot of energy. Here comes that Acrobatics. It is going to connect. It is going to knock out the meta champ. 1-hit KO. And here comes the Lantern, but Lantern's going to be met by the Lurantis in all likelihood, and that is not going to be a fun spot for the Lantern.
Now we see the instant pivot into Frost Slash, met by the Shadow Swampert, and he leaps out of the Pokeball straight into the Earthquake. Frost Slash is going to get rocked by the Earthquake.
Another huge Earthquake from Magmar Man. He has no remorse, going straight away for the hardest hitting move, and now forcing JJAN to shield the Hydrocan with so little health on the Frost Slash. Frost Slash might be able to get the Powder Snow down. Can it get it? It does, but it has so little health left. And you see Lurantis already Fury cutting its way into this matchup, building up some energy, and Magmar Man feeling great about the calls he's making.
I'm telling you, Kill, that wasn't a jab, that wasn't a hook, that was a haymaker thrown by Magmar Man, and it paid dividends. In comes a Lantern. This is the same matchup that we've seen a couple times already in this series, but the difference maker now is that this Lurantis is at almost full health. It soaks the Surf, no problem, looking for a Leaf Blade, gonna build up to 2 here and try to take this Game 3 victory.
I don't know all the fighting terms, Speedy, but I do know knockouts, and this looks like a knockout performance yet again from Magmar Man. Just almost enough to knock out, and Fury Cutters is going to finish off that Lantern.
Magmar Man responds to the Game 2 victory from JJAN. He is not going away quietly in this winners finals. Magmar Man now stands 1 game away from the grand finals in Toronto, and it's up to JJAN to win 2 games straight.
And you see all smiles on Magmar Man's side. I mean, here's a tough part. I can't believe I'm saying this too. And we're gonna take a look at recap first. And you see the Moga is going to finish off the Lantern, I believe, in the first game.
Yeah. Poetic, right? The Moga taking down the top electric type in the meta.
And then, so that was the first game. Magmar Man able to close it out. And here you see Lurantis coming in. Second game recap. Lurantis trying to do his best. Unfortunately, Frostas is able to finish it off. And then in this third game, you see Emolga laying the hard-hitting acrobatics, a huge no shield for Magmar Man's side, because allowing you to finish off the meta champ. And then the crucial Earthquake, another huge Earthquake from Magmar Man. If you're JJAN, in your head you're thinking, should I just start shielding every move from Swampert? Because I have no idea if he's going to go for the Earthquake whenever. It makes no sense, but it's working every time.
It's so unpredictable, right? I think that puts so much pressure on the opposing trainer, because all through day 1 and up to this series in day 2, Magmar Man didn't throw maybe a single Earthquake the entire time, and now it's Earthquake after Earthquake, trying to trigger the Richter scale here in Toronto with his Shadow Swampert, and it's been so impressive to watch. If you're JJAN though, there's now a tremendous amount of pressure on you to stop that Shadow Swampert. If you overcorrect though, if you lean into something like Superior and your opponent brings back the Kanto Ninetales, brings in the Emolga, you could run out of options really quickly. So this selection screen right here is the most important one of the tournament for both of these players.
And that's why I think Magmar Man's team building is genius. You have so many checks to Superior. You have the Regiseal, the Kanto Ninetales, the Emolga, the Mantine, and then even Lurantis can kind of hit back in certain situations. It's so hard to bring that Superior, which is why Magmar Man is leveraging Shadow Swampert in every single one of these matchups, and it's been so good for him in every single one of these. JJAN, the one game he won was when he had Magmar Man completely outcomped, completely countered. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel like JJAN's at a disadvantage when he doesn't have the correct matchups. When he's playing these neutral matchups, he's at a disadvantage, which is just wild to see.
Yeah, exactly right. Magmar Man cooked this team up in the Cinnabar lab, and it's setting the stage on fire. Let's see what we get in game number 4. We've got leads on the field, and Kanto Ninetales meets Metachamp.
And this is going to be an interesting matchup. Typically speaking, Metachamp is going to be better in this matchup, especially with Dynamic Punch, actually, because you can get to that second Dynamic Punch faster than you can get to that second Psychic. Do you go for the overheat? You see neither trainer actually throwing their moves. Magmar Man deciding, do I shield or not? Oh, choosing to let a Dynamic Punch go. This is going to do a lot of damage, Speedy. Barely hangs out. Wait, saves the overheat and now comes in with the Swampert.
Swampert's going to absorb the Ice Punch here. We may or may not see a Protect Shield here from Magmar Man. He has been giving a lot of his Protect Shields to the Shadow Swampert, but not this time, because he knows it's just the Ice Punch. Going to build a lot of energy, and now the Metachamp almost looks like it's within Hydro Cannon range. He might just go for it.
Now, all that Fire Spin damage really added up against the Metachamp. Typically speaking, one Hydro Cannon is not enough to knock out the Metachamp, but now you're forcing JJAN's shield, and you have a back-to-back Hydro Cannon situation, and Magmar Man's going to win that charge attack priority on the Metachamp. JJAN just wasting the shield, not getting much value out of it. Does he hang on though? And no, Metachamp gets knocked out. Ice Punch going completely to waste.
This is a bit of a game changer too, because now the Frostlass has 4 Powder Snows worth of energy. Kanto Ninetales is on its last leg, on its last paw. It doesn't have a lot of HP left, and you got a Lurantis in the back. If you're Magmar Man, you're in a tough position.
You have a shield advantage, but what do you do with it? You have Frostlass for the Lurantis, you have Gligar for the Lurantis. JJ's done with the Lurantis shenanigans, and Magmar Man is suddenly in a terrible position.
This doesn't look good, right? If you are Magmar Man, he's going to know Protect Shield on the first Leaf Blade, knows that it's not nearly enough. Going to try to pace to a second one. What we might see, though, is a second Leaf Blade and then a combo play into the Kanto Ninetales. But this is basically your last chance if you're Magmar Man. You have to hold on to Lurantis.
And Magmar Man hasn't even seen the Gligar yet, but either way, if it's a Lantern in the back, you're still in kind of a tough spot down a shield. If it's a Gligar in the back, you're in a terrible spot. It is going to be that Gligar. JJAN letting the move go. Huge play. really great call, because now you're in a fantastic matchup, and yeah, you know that this is a tough situation for Magmar Man. You have to throw a leaf blade, and you know there's an overheat sword on Magmar. You're not going to shield this, right? It's only going to be neutral damage, and JJAN saving that shield. Really correct call from JJAN. I don't think you have enough time to even get double weather ball off.
No, a fantastic call out by JJAN there. I think in terms of relative damage, the neutral leaf blade versus a neutral overheat, you're definitely going to protect shield up the overheat, and that's exactly what we see. JJAN's experience and prowess pays off here in game number 4 as he smothers the flames there. It does not allow Magmar Man to take the series.
Made a really great adjustment for that game, and I feel like for Magmar Man, Shadow Cancel Ninetales is just not the play. Unfortunately, both losses were with Shadow Cancel Ninetales, and that huge dynamic punch from JJAN. JJAN taking a page out of Magmar Man's book, going straight away for the hard-hitting move, not trying to bait a round.
I think beating the Frostlass is the main concern, right? I think that's why he keeps bringing that Shadow Canto Ninetales. We've seen tons of Metachan, we've seen tons of Gligar. Registeel does not feel like a safe choice to beat Frostlass, so he's trying to rely on his Fire-type Pokemon, and JJAN he's just playing into his hand, right? He keeps seeing that Pokemon, he knows he can beat it, and the correct shielding call made all the difference here for JJAN.
But the thing is, it seems like Magmar Man, the times he's beat Frostlass is when he didn't bring Cancel Ninetales. So I wonder if maybe the play is still just to rely on these neutral matchups and see how it goes. You're absolutely right, though, because Frostlass does look very tough for Magmar Man when he doesn't have Registeel and Cancel Ninetales, but somehow he's finding a way.
What on Magmar Man's team beats Gligar and Metacham?
The Mantine.
It's got to be, right? Mantine has some neutral play against the Frostlass, too. Do we finally see the Mantine show up here in our winners finals?
That's a great point, too, because Mantine's even better into Metacham without Psychic. And that's exactly the Metacham that JJAN's running. Now, we haven't seen Mantine at all. If Magmar Man brings Mantine into game number 5, complete switcheroo on JJAN. I mean, if JJAN is not already confused playing this game, that's going to be a confusing matchup for sure. Definitely something that he might not see coming. But Magmar Man, someone as crafty and creative that can make this team, can definitely come up with a creative strategy for this pivotal, this final game number 5 in the winners finals. Winner will go into the grand finals with a set advantage over anyone that they face off in that grand finals that meets them. Loser will have to face off against SS Thorne in that loser's finals.
And that's the dichotomy, right? If you win this next game, this next single battle, you're guaranteed at least second place in Toronto. But if you lose, you have to go down to that loser's bracket and potentially grind out another best of 5 against SS Thorne, one of the best trainers here in the tournament this weekend. There's a lot on the line here for both JJAN and Magmar Man. I think adjustments are pivotal. I say give them all the time they need to make the team selections, right? Because this is an incredibly important match.
There's a ton on the line, and for them, this is their biggest match they've ever played in the championship circuit. This is the furthest JJ's made it, and this is the furthest Magmar Man's made it, so they are on the hot seat, but they're playing incredible, and they've given us 4 incredible games. I see a 5th incredible game coming.
I do as well. JJAN looks pretty confident, unfazed to be in a decisive game 5 in the winners finals. We're going to get a lock-in here from both trainers pretty soon. But again, this is a decisive battle. Spice versus Meta, Toronto winners finals, game 5.
Meta versus anti-meta. Let's see who comes out on top. And it's going to be the Umbreon into the Shadow Swampert. I don't think we've really seen the Umbreon much at all in this series, but JJAN does bring out for game number 5. No Mantine for Magmar Man, but no Lantern for JJAN. This Shadow Cancel Ninetales looks pretty good. I think JJAN is expecting, all right, he hasn't beat me with Shadow Cancel Ninetales yet. There's no way he brings a game 5, but Magmar Man tripling down at this point and trying to look for that first win with the Shadow Cancel Ninetales.
And look at JJAN's team as well. He's got Umbreon in the lead and Frostlass in the back. Absolutely zero respect for Registeel. He knows that Pokemon is not coming to this matchup. I anticipate the Protect Shield here because Shadow Swampert still has more to say in this decisive game number 5.
And you see Magmar Man is going to use that first shield against that Umbreon. You go for the Earthquake. If you're JJ, you're thinking, man, he's been going for Earthquake a lot, choosing not to shield yet again. Magmar Man is going to charge attack priority in this situation if Magmar Man decides to stay in this matchup, and is going to throw on that I don't even know what this charge attack priority. I think it's the middle of the snarl. So actually, JJAN just going to give up switch advantage to Magmar Man, which is huge.
Look at how much health the Shadow Swampert has. It's going to be a really tough counter down. You're going to get another charge attack if you're the Shadow Swampert. Can you reach the Earthquake? Going to go for the Hydro Cannon at the last second, but this chip damage is going to be super valuable. The big question for me, Caleb, what Pokemon do you bring in? Do you bring in the Kanto Ninetales here against Medicham or the Emolga?
I think you bring in the Molga for sure. I mean, Magmar can't see the backline, but that process has been a problem for Magmar, and this is huge. You got the shield from the Hydro Cannon, which is big because Hydro Cannon is going to do less damage than the Acrobatics. So now you're on shield parity, which is huge. And here comes the process when we met by the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. JJ's like, there's no way you brought this again. 2 games you haven't won with this. How would you bring it into this 3rd game? But Magmar Man making the huge read and now not shielding Shadow Ball is going to hit really hard.
Shadow Ball connects into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Powder Snow is resistant, looking for some Weather Ball damage here any second now. Trying to build up to 2, gets to the double back-to-back. Here comes the first one getting fired off into the Frost Ice. Do you see the Protect Shield? It's so risky because you know you can't Powder Snow down. No Protect Shield, it's all up to Medicham.
Medicham, one of the strongest Pokemon. This is the true test of meta. Can meta hang on against anti-meta? First counter is going to come through. I think Medicham is going to be able to get at least 2 counters off against this Kanto Ninetales. Emolga has a little bit of energy, but so does the Medicham. And I think this really depends on, do you land the Acrobatics or do you get the perfect bait with Discharge? You've been throwing Earthquake this whole time. He has not been baiting the JJAN shield.
Oh, he calls it!
The biggest no-shield call of JJAN's career.
He calls the Discharge, going for the double Ice Punch. He's trying to get there. Here comes the first one, the final Protection for Magmar Man gets used. The time is running out. Do we see another Ice Punch or the Discharge? It's a race. Both Pokemon going for it. Here comes Medicham.
Wow, JJAN closing it out with the Ice Punch. He is going to win game number 5 and head straight to the grand finals, running the most meta team and toppling the anti-meta team of Magmar Man.
JJAN bends, but he does not break, making his way into the grand finals in Toronto off the back of the meta picks you mentioned, Caleb. Medicham just too strong, cannot be overcome by these spicier wildcard choices from Magmar Man.
It really came down to that final charge attack. Was Magmar Man going for Acrobatics, the super effective move that would have knocked out the Medicham, or we went for the bait move? He's been going for the big move every single game in this best of 5. But JJAN saying, you know what? I'm going to make the biggest call of my career, and he made the correct call, earning himself the win and a spot in that grand finals.
Risk and reward, and the reward paid out for JJAN in that decisive game number 5. As we took a look here at game number 4, the Swampert unable to get the Hydro Cannon there, giving the Frostlass so much energy was really pivotal in this matchup, and then the patience saving that final Protect Shield for the overheat was a critical call for JJAN in game number 4 to stay in the series.
Magmar Man struggling to use his Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but finding the matchup he wanted in this next game. Getting that Kanto Ninetales on that Frost, you can see the swap right away. And you see JJ surprised. He's like, whoa, you actually brought the Kanto Ninetales? There's no way. And here, Kanto Ninetales doing what it can, taking out the Frost and getting a Weather Ball against the Medicham. But
right
here,
there,
the crucial no-shield. You see JJ building up the double Ice Punch, nodding his head saying, you know what? I found a way to crack the code, and he sure did, earning himself a spot in that grand finals. And this is back-to-back North American tournaments with the trainers running that same team on the winner's side. Elite did not drop a single set in Sacramento, and JJAN repeating history, not dropping a single set here in Toronto.
It reminds me of Magic Mason in Toronto last season, and then Jakobovich at OCIC, right? We have these trainers that take working formulas and then they replicate it. They try to play to the level that the previous champion did, and sometimes they can make it work. That was such an exciting series, and I agree. I think a lot of times trainers put themselves in their opponent's shoes, right? Try to envision the win conditions. JJAN says, he needs me to use Protect Shield right here. I'm not going to give it to him. I'm going to punch my ticket to the grand finals. That's exactly what he did.
So many mind games there. Magmar Man is thinking, I have not been baiting the entire series. I got a bait here. I'm probably going to finally get a shield from him in this situation. But JJAN, not shielding at all, staying strong and winning himself that series. And that means we have Magmar Man going against SS Thorne in the loser finals and another best of 5 series. I love to see it. I mean, I thought Clefable was a spice, right? But if you look at Magmar Man's team, that's a whole different ball.
If you are a Magmar Man fan, we might actually get a rematch situation between Magmar Man and JJAN if he can get past SS Thorne in that loser side bracket. But you know what, Caleb? It takes so much to become a champion and even more to become a world champion. Let's hear from the world champion himself and then more battles right after that.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the U.S.
There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason. You know, it's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like a Sableye, you got play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is to just put yourself out there, to go to these tournaments and just try. When you're here at these events, you know, you just have all these people around you who are just so supportive, so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
All right, trainers, let's take a deep breath and now exhale. My name is Will Dunphy, and it's time for us to meditate on why Medicham is the premier fighting type Pokemon in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. Medicham is a fighting and psychic type Pokemon. Since the inception of Pokemon Go PvP, it has been a staple of the Great League meta, thanks to its great stats and unique type combination. Trainers will need to power up their Medichams all the way to level 50 to maximize their competitive potential. Medicham has access to 2 viable fast attacks, Counter and Psycho Cut. Both of these fast attacks benefit from Medicham's same type attack bonus, but most trainers opt to use Counter due to its unmatched combination of damage output and energy generation. What makes this Pokemon so dynamic is its ability to learn a variety of charge attacks. Medicham's role on your team will change depending on the charge attacks that you decide to teach it. For example, most trainers teach their Medicham Psychic and Ice Punch. Psychic equips Medicham with a hard-hitting charge attack that can easily defeat Poison-type opponents. Ice Punch provides valuable coverage against Flying-type Pokemon as well as Grass and Ground types. However, a Medicham with this moveset cannot so easily defeat Steel-type opponents because Steel resists both of these charge attacks. Therefore, you may choose to teach your Medicham a Fighting-type charge attack, like Power Up Punch or Dynamic Punch. Power Up Punch gradually increases the strength of all of Medicham's attacks, and can be used in conjunction with Ice Punch or Psychic to deliver increased damage. Alternatively, Dynamic Punch can serve as a devastating knockout blow to unsuspecting Normal, Dark, and Steel-type opponents. Here is an example of a winning team composition that features Medicham, Purified Sableye, Lickitung, Azumarill, Trevenant, Medicham, and Galarian Stunfisk. In the Championship Series, Pokemon like Trevenant, Sableye, Azumarill, and Alola Ninetales are Medicham's most challenging opponents. This team composition uses Purified Sableye and Lickitung to defeat Ghost-type Pokemon, and also has the necessary bulk and coverage to defeat Fairy-type Pokemon as well. Medicham honed its incredible strength through prolonged meditation, and just like Medicham, a Pokemon Master's training is never finished. Let's power up our Medichams and hone our battle skills. And before we start, let's remember to take a deep breath in, hold, and let it out.
You've got this.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Toronto, Canada to bring you day 2 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championship Series. I am DeFi250, your Stephanie Christine, and I'm joined by Alpha Phoebe.
We just had those wonderful best of 5 winner finals, and what a slog it was going all the way to game number 5. It was the battle of meta versus anti-meta. Here is the bracket. We have pushed our way through the winners side. Winners is done for now. JJAN just toppling Magmar Man 3-2, and he is being pushed down into the losers bracket where he will face off against SS Thorne in the losers finals.
SS Thorne has been waiting since defeating Jacko Loco, Thatboyjay as well, so has been waiting for Magmar Man. Our battlers are ready to go. I am excited to dive into the losers finals here. Magmar Man on the left, coming fresh off of that battle with JJAN. We cannot talk about this team enough. Remember Magmar Man, this is his first top 8 appearance, but using that Alolan Raichu previously in other tournaments. Alpha Phoebe, what stands out to you about this team again?
Everything about this team stands out. Mantine, Lurantis, Registeel, Ninetales, and Emolga. Kanto Ninetales, let me clarify. So many Pokemon that we did not see in the top 12 usage of day number 1. So many unique picks. And in this matchup against his opponent of SS Thorne, there are 11 different Pokemon. And if you count the variants of Shadow versus non-Shadow, there are actually 12 unique Pokemon. We have the Swampert, Shadow, Alolan Sandslash, Mandibuzz, Medicham, Clefable, one of the few we've seen, and Shadow Dragonite.
Clefable is such an interesting pick for this meta. We've been talking about all the dark types running around, free all the fighting types, things like Medicham. So Clefable really provides a lot of coverage with Fairy Wind, and it has that steel type charge move in Meteor Mash, something very unique for a fairy type Pokemon to be able to use. Our trainers are locking in their teams, and we are bringing you the losers finals. Someone's tournament journey will end here today. We have Registeel into Mandibuzz, a commanding lead for Magmar Man.
Yes, able to hit this Mandibuzz with a super effective Zap Cannon. Magmar Man is building up as much energy as he can. SS Thorne throwing the first Dark Pulse here from the Mandibuzz. This is going to do a nice little bit of chip damage. Will he choose to catch a super effective Zap Cannon onto one of his more neutral Pokemon? No. Instead, no shielding the first Zap Cannon, recognizing Mandibuzz can very comfortably survive this charged attack.
And it would be so tough for SS Thorne to be able to do a catch properly, running Mandibuzz a 3-turn fast move, where Magmar Man is running that 1-turn fast move of Lock On. That would be a very, very tricky catch to execute.
Yeah, this is actually the first time that we've seen Magmar Man running Registeel onto the stage, and I have to guess the reason that he's running it is because he's afraid of that Clefable. Clefable's going to struggle against the steel type of Registeel, being able to only hit back for resisted charge attack damage. Instead, we see immediate swap outs, Dragonair coming in to meet the Mantine, which has access to Ice Beam.
Yeah, SS Thorne has to watch out for Ice Beam, because that is the question. Is it a bait? No, makes the call, Aerial Ace, but that still takes the Dragonair quite low.
That was such a risky no-shield call. Had that been the Ice Beam, SS Thorne would have been on his final Pokemon Medicham, which has a pretty bad matchup into Mantine. With being a flying type that is sub-water type, those Ice Punches are only doing neutral damage.
Oh no, Magmar Man thinking I needed to throw that just a half a second earlier. Here comes the body slam, but Mantine survives and is able to throw a move here. We see a shield, a complete undercharge, perhaps looking to get to that Aerial Ace again, but doesn't quite get there.
Actually opting to no-throw that second Aerial Ace, I think that's good play because it's going to allow the Swampert to come in, get a big farm down, and come into the Medicham matchup with some energy. It's going to be a bit of a race. Will Magmar Man opt to go for a Hydro Cannon or an Earthquake? An Earthquake's going to threaten a knockout, shielding up an Ice Punch. I like this because you're getting a little bit low on health for this Swampert.
And there it is, making a decisive decision with this charge move. SS Thorne has to decide, is it the Earthquake, is it the Hydro Cannon? Makes the correct call.
Absolutely massive shield play from SS Thorne there, opting for another Ice Punch. Magmar Man not thinking he can get to another charge attack on the Registeel, opting to no-throw a Hydro Cannon here. We'll see how much energy the Registeel actually has quite a bit, but I believe this Medicham is going to be able to reach a Psychic. Actually, I think a Focus Blast plus Hydro Cannon might have been a little, just enough damage, excuse me, in order to knock out the Medicham.
Yeah, so I think Magmar Man deciding, that wasn't a great start. Let's reset. I'm going to go in and I'm going to focus right away on game 2. First match going to SS Thorne.
One Pokemon that we didn't see show up, but I think Magmar Man was afraid of, is that Clefable. We talk about Medicham. Medicham is so strong because it's the fighter that beats other fighters. Clefable is the Medicham of fairies, able to be the fairy that beats other fairies, access to that steel-type charge attack, able to do super effective damage. In comes that Focus Blast into the Mandibuzz, and then going for that Aerial Ace, undercharging completely, shielded up by SS Thorne.
Yeah, and you can just see that look that this isn't exactly how he was envisioning this matchup going.
Yes, and then that final Psychic to secure the knockout into the Registeel. Game 1 going to SS Thorne.
So our trainers are going to have to decide what adjustments will be made. What can Magmar Man do differently here? I'm trying to think. He brought the Mantine, he brought the Shadow Swampert, and the Registeel. All of the Pokemon seemed like they were pretty impactful, but again, bringing the Registeel for the Clefable that didn't show up. Do you continue to bring the Registeel, or do you bring in something that Kanto Ninetales has really done a lot for Magmar Man and could potentially do some work here, but it's going to be afraid of something like that Shadow Dragonair or the Swampert.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mantine is a Pokemon that I would like to see stay on the team. It does well against that Swampert. It has neutral matchups against many other things, and it does really well into Medicham. I think swapping to the Alolan the Kanto Ninetales is an option, given that they both, the Registeel and the Kanto Ninetales share the Swampert weakness. You wouldn't want to lean too heavy into a Swampert weakness, though. You have to be a bit careful. Swampert can tear through teams that don't have a hard answer to it.
It really can. We have seen it time and time again where Swampert just sweeps the back line. Let's go ahead and see, though, on the stage, we have the Emolga versus the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You're contagious, Alpha Thief.
I'm sorry.
But we do not see that Swampert on the side of Magmar Man, and just his facial expression from the beginning of the match, this was not the lead he was looking for.
Yeah, opting to switch into another losing matchup. The Registeel typically does not perform super well into the Shadow messing up myself now again. The Contagion,'s been passed back and forth. The Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but instead seeing a switch out into the Medicham. The Medicham does have its attack drop by that Zap Cannon, but it's going for what looks like a full counter down, but not before another Zap Cannon is reached by Magmar. Actually, SS Thorne opting to no shield here, losing switch advantage. The Kanto Ninetales is looking very strong.
It really is, because now you can bring the Emolga in against the Dragonair. Dragonair doesn't have any super effective moves into the Emolga. Emolga can do neutral damage to it with the acrobatics. That's the only tough thing. Its electric type charge moves aren't really going to be doing a lot here. But yeah, it's a Shadow Dragonair. It's pretty flimsy. I think even a discharge would do something significant.
Yes, but the thing is, Dragon Breath is such an impressive fast attack, and you're seeing how much damage it has done to the Emolga so far. Actually opting to catch the acrobatics on the Sand Slash. Magmar Man going for a very big undercharge, recognizing he needs to get energy onto his Ninetales, and SS Thorne smiling, recognizing that he's opened up such a large window for his Dragonair to sweep Magmar Man's team.
I think this is exactly why Shadow Dragonair is on the team of SS Thorne. So Ninetales has no neutral damage it can apply to the Shadow Dragonair. The only hope is really going for an overheat.
And I don't think we're quite at the overheat energy yet, so required to take this Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail is going to do a lot of damage. It's not the most heavy hitting move, but coming from a Shadow Dragonair, it does so much super effective damage. SS Thorne recognizing Magmar Man doesn't have time to bait a Weather Ball, going straight for the overheat. Shield comes up, is going to drop that attack stat, and then Emolga comes in, Energy Dry, after having thrown that Acrobatics into that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash.
Shadow Dragonair proving its place on SS Thorne's team, being able to just completely sweep the back time. The backline, Dragon typing is so potent because you resist so much. You resist the grass types, the electric, the fire, the water. It provides such good coverage and can output so much damage with Dragon Breath.
And I think that's probably the other reason that we see this Registeel coming in so frequently, is to try to check that Dragonair. We see the Zap Cannon taking switch advantage into the Medicham, and then that massive Acrobatics catch onto that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash.
Yeah, I love seeing the smiles on the trainers' faces, like, yeah, you got me. It's all right.
Yeah, and then sweeping up the Shadow Dragonair, able to just apply that fast attack damage. An overheat landing probably would have been enough to knock out, but there was a shield still in play. You'd want to make sure that you're shielding moves that could potentially knock out, so SS Thorne makes the easy decision to throw up that shield.
SS Thorne is one win away from clawing his way back into the grand finals. Magmar Man needs to pull off a reverse sweep in order to keep the tournament dream alive. The spice cabinet that he brought with him today, we will have to see how he is going to pivot. We've been seeing that Registeel. It seems almost necessary to bring when you have a Pokemon like the Mandibuzz, like the Clefable, like the Shadow Dragonair on the opposing side. What is Magmar Man going to bring with it?
Well, I like this team composition he's bringing into this game. It's going to be a Mantine versus Swampert lead. Mantine's so safe for Magmar Man, does so well into so many Pokemon. Switching into the Mandibuzz, and I would love to see maybe building up some energy and then swap into the Registeel. Unfortunately, unable to switch before the first charge attack comes out from the Mandibuzz. That's totally fine. This does not put the Mantine too low. It's still at about 60% health and could potentially throw an Ice Beam before leaving.
Now, interestingly enough, though, Magmar stays in for quite a long time before bringing in the Registeel, but now that Shadow Dragonair is lurking in the back, Registeel being the hardest check that Magmar Man has to it. He's gonna have to use, if the Registeel is used up here, if it's expended on the Mandibuzz, gonna really have to rely on the Mantine to take out the Dragonair.
Yeah, and that's exactly why he built up so much energy. He almost has 2 Ice Beams and not throwing at the Mandibuzz, recognizing that that Dragonair is going to be lurking throwing this Zap Cannon into the Mandibuzz. It's not going to quite threaten a knockout, but could potentially put it into farm down range. Actually, SS Thorne opting to switch out into the Swampert, pacing to this Hydro Cannon, which would potentially threaten a knockout right before the Focus Blast comes through.
And Magmar Man saying, you know what, Registeel, you did some good work. Back to the Pokeball you go. Oh, but doesn't quite knock out, actually. I was anticipating a little bit of a knockout there, but with just a sliver, 1 HP of health, Registeel able to land the Focus Blast, and that is going to make it much easier here for the Mantine.
Yes, Mantine forced to throw some energy here because it is completely energy capped. It's better to use a little bit of energy and not take the hit to your health from the Hydro Cannons, even though they are resisted. I would have to imagine that SS Thorne comes back in with the Mandibuzz wanting to keep that Dragonair a secret. Instead, no, coming in with the Dragonair. Now, does Magmar Man go for the Ice Beam or does he go for the Aerial Ace? Aerial Ace is going to be a little bit more consistent. We see the shield come up. Magmar Man gets the shield. There is going to be a time for him to reach for the Ice Beam. It comes through before the Dragonair can even throw an attack.
And we get a second shield from SS Thorne, but now the Mantine is energy dry. We're going to go into that Ninetales, and we can see those fire spins are doing a little bit of damage. Magmar Man has to use shields, but the thing is, the damage here is going to be coming from the Dragon Breaths. We can see it just chipping away at the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Magmar Man has to use the second shield, and then will he be going straight for the Overheat? That is going to dip his attack. That Mandibuzz is still back there.
Yes, he has to be very careful to not throw the Overheat into the Mandibuzz. Great waiting from Magmar Man, going for the fast attack down, but SS Thorne is able to make it to a Dark Pulse. I think this Dark Pulse threatens a knockout. Can Magmar Man's Mantine farm the Mandibuzz down and get to an Ice Beam before it's knocked out? Actually, I don't think it's going to be able to make an Ice Beam. Will an Aerial Ace be enough to knock out?
It's going to have to be if Magmar Man wants to keep the dream alive. Aerial Ace got a buff recently. It's more than it used to be, and it knocks out the Dragonair. Magmar Man keeps his dream alive.
We have the potential for a reverse sweep. It has happened before. Magmar Man steadying himself, grabbing onto some ground and pushing back against SS Thorns, getting the alignment he needed, making use of the neutral matchups Mantine has in order to stabilize this losers finals.
That's great. You could see the light come back on Magmar Man's face in that opening matchup. Like, I finally have a foothold here, something to grab onto. The Registeel miraculously hanging on through that Hydro Cannon in order to get some much needed damage onto the Swampert.
Yes, that Swampert would have had a little bit too much health for the Mantine to handle without that Focus Blast. And then the Mantine coming in, farming down that Mandibuzz, able to barely make it to this final Aerial Ace, dealing just enough damage to knock out that Shadow Dragonair.
And we have, again, like you said, Phoebe, a potential of a reverse sweep here. Magmar Man has to come back and win the next two. SS Thorne just one win away. They are fighting for that grand prize, the booster packs, the money, the guaranteed ticket to Honolulu, Hawaii for Worlds 2024. There is so much on the line here because in the losers finals, it is win or go home.
Win or go home indeed. SS Thorne really struggling a little bit to deal with that Registeel in that last game. I think both him and Magmar Man maybe a little bit surprised that that Focus Blast was able to come to get off at that very end. Also, needing to maybe adjust a little bit for the Mantine. Mantine proving very powerful for Magmar Man in that last game. No electric types on SS Thorne's side.
There isn't. Really like the Emolga, but the one time that Magmar Man brought it, it really didn't prove to be impactful. It didn't really get aligned on the Metacham. It wasn't really able to get those acrobatics. There was a catch, I believe. Acrobatics soaked on the Pokemon that I believe Acrobatics got soaked onto the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in that second game, so we'll have to see. We haven't seen the Lurantis make an appearance yet. Perhaps Magmar Man thinks thinks it is time to bring it out, and he does, but it meets a Pokemon that Lurantis doesn't really want to see in that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It is only running the Shadow Claw, so it's not as though the Lurantis is taking super effective fast move damage, but it has to be careful for those Ice Punches.
Oh, SS Thorne actually shielding up a Leaf Blade there. I don't think a superpower was reached, maybe not 100% certain of the counts for Lurantis to get to superpower. The first Ice Punch goes through, it's going to be shielded. Will a second Ice Punch be loaded for that Lurantis? Not quite yet. The superpower actually coming out right before, you can see SS Thorne counting, doing the math in his head, recognizing this is the energy that could be superpower. Shielding up, and then the Ice Punches could potentially come out before the next superpower.
So here is that first Ice Punch. Magmar Man has to decide he's going to shield, but can Lurantis get to the superpower before another Ice Punch is loaded? It can, but SS Thorne makes a catch, so this energy is going to go for neutral damage onto the Mandibuzz. Not exactly where you would want that to go. Magmar Man looks like he's trying to build up a little bit more energy here.
Yeah, I think that's a great play, getting a little bit of more energy, catching the next Aerial Ace. Great catch. Honestly, I don't think either move would have mattered here, Aerial Ace or Dark Pulse. Neither are really going to threaten the Registeel, and the Registeel is going to throw a Zap Cannon into the Mandibuzz. The question becomes, can it get a lock-on down afterwards?
Also, I have to say it again, for the 4th time Alpha Feed, that Shadow Dragonair is lurking in the back. I think Magmar Man would prefer the Registeel be on that Pokemon.
Yeah, in comes the next Zap Cannon. The Mantine may be poised a little bit to face off against the Shadow Dragonair, but it also has to contend with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which has so much health remaining from that initial matchup against Lurantis.
It does, and here is a Dark Pulse that is going to take a good chunk of the Registeel's remaining health, and we see a switch back into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Magmar Man doesn't have any shields remaining, so the Steel Titan Pokemon is going to fall.
There are no shields in play for SS Thorne, and if you recall that Lurantis is just short of a superpower, switching in, throwing the superpower, now the question becomes, will the Mantine be able to handle the extra energy the Dragonair gets from farming down this Lurantis? I actually think that the defense fall here is great, and actually the switch clock is up. SS Thorne switch locked himself, but Magmar Man has a switch clock up, able to switch immediately and not allow extra energy, and an Ice Beam will be enough to threaten the Shadow Dragonair.
It can, but the Shadow Dragonair will get to its move first. So here is the Ice Beam. Dragons do not like to be frozen out. You never see them. This is why dragons don't like the frozen tundra of Toronto. And Mandibuzz not at a move, cannot threaten. And we have ourselves a Game 5. Magmar Man fighting his way back, trying to get his way back into the Grand Finals.
His best answers to that Dragonair are going to be that Registeel and Mantine. We've seen them so frequently in this matchup. And we were talking a little bit, SS Thorne is not bringing Clefable, right? Before we get into that point, let's look at the replay. That catch, immense catch from SS Thorne, forcing Magmar Man to farm up more energy on that Lurantis.
Yes, and then we are going to see the Lurantis use a superpower to obliterate that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and then the Mantine coming in clutch at the end. These trainers are smiling, they are happy, but I don't know how happy they will be at the end of this next match. We are gonna have one trainer walking into the Grand Finals and one who is going home for today.
So as I was saying before, Clefable is very interesting Pokemon. We haven't seen SS Thorne bring it at all. And I have to imagine the reason is because how frequently Magmar Man is bringing checks for the Shadow Dragonair, which also help check the Clefable. Registeel. Sometimes we've seen that Kanto Ninetales, and other times we've seen the Mantine. Mantine's a little more neutral against the Clefable, but the Registeel and the Kanto Ninetales are going to hard wall that Pokemon, really prevent it from coming, and that's why I think we've seen SS Thorne leaving it on the bench each and every game.
The Pokemon that SS Thorne hasn't left on the bench at all is that Shadow Dragonair, consistently bringing it in the back, varying up his leads quite a bit. Mandibuzz, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Swampert even, but switching things up, but that Shadow Dragonair has brought consistently in the back. Magmar Man consistently bringing that Registeel. You can almost bank on that they are going to bring them again. Alpha Phoebe, we have a decisive game, number 5, losers finals. This is it.
It's going to be 2 Steel Titans facing off against each other. It's the Registeel, the actual Steel Titan, versus the meta Alolan Sandslash.
And Alolan Sandslash outpaces the Registeel here, getting to the Drill Run. Magmar Man deciding to expend a shield very early on in this matchup and actually going for the Zap Cannon, which is a good call because you imagine SS Thorne is going to be shielding. So if you know your charge move is going to make the shield, you might as well try for the attack fall, which is successful.
The attack fall comes through, and now reaching for a second Drill Run is SS Thorne. Magmar Man not quite able to throw the Focus Blast yet. The Focus Blast will be enough to knock out. And the Drill Run coming through, doing a little bit less damage. Actually catching, not the Focus Blast, but catching a second Zap Cannon here. I don't think SS Thorne was expecting a Zap Cannon at this point, and now able to switch into the Emolga. I don't think we've seen the Emolga since the second game. It's been a while.
We haven't, and Emolga has certainly found one of its prime targets here in Mandibuzz. Is going to have to soak some charge moves here from Dark Pulses. Emolga not specifically known for its bulk, but has a lot of really good charge moves here with Discharge and Acrobatics. We're going to see the Discharge. It is going to knock the Mandibuzz out of play, but now the Emolga is very close to another charge move. If they would both be resisted on the or the Discharge would be, I'll let you finish it, Alpha Phoebe.
The Discharge would be resisted on the Dragonair, and the Acrobatics would be resisted on the Alolan Sandslash. However, the Discharge is able to go into the Sandslash, and the Sandslash is building up so much extra energy. It's not really threatened by any fast attacks on Magmar Man's side. Magmar Man is one of the only people who did not bring Medicham, and Medicham was the Pokemon to fast attack down a Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
But he's proving here that maybe you don't need it. Bringing in the Registeel, trying to perhaps make a catch, but is not successful. So SS Thorne able to successfully Ice Punch the Mantine. He really was hoping that was going to be a Drill Run instead. And there it is, the Dragonair. But the problem here for Mantine is it needs to land an Ice Beam on the Dragonair. So SS Thorne has to make a decision. Is this the Ice Beam or is it not? Makes the call.
Massive call by SS Thorne. You can see that he's smiling. Body Slam coming through. Magmar Man is running out of health. He's running out of resources. Throws out the shield. Prevents the Body Slam from doing any damage. And he needs to get to 2 more Aerial Aces. This Aerial Ace is going to pull the shield from SS Thorne. And the Dragon Breaths are starting to add up. They're going to be whittling away the remaining health of this Mantine.
It is. This is a race, and it is a race that the Shadow Dragonair is going to win, expending the last little bit of its health. Registeel is still in the back, but it just doesn't have any gas in the tank. Its health is so low.
Lock-ons adding up very slowly, but the Dragon Breaths are actually adding up about just as fast. Focus Blast going into the Dragonair, but if I recall correctly, the Alolan Sandslash has some energy. I believe it might be at an Ice Punch already, just shy. The Lock-on's not enough damage, and SS Thorne takes game number 5 to go into the Grand Finals.
What an exciting match. We had the spiciest team that I have ever seen here in the Pokemon Go Regional Championships versus SS Thorne, and this is the first tournament that SS Thorne has done in a Show 6 Pick 3 format. Very exciting stuff. I am looking forward to going over every single game in this during the replay. There were so many hype moments.
Yes, that game number 5 so back and forth, so many moments where I thought that Magmar Man was actually in a commanding position, especially when the Emolga got onto that Mandibuzz. But we see SS Thorne able to switch it around. In we go to the replays. Game number 1, the Metacham able to throw a Psychic into the Registeel to secure game 1.
And here is that catch I mentioned earlier from game 2. Lots of smiles there on the stage and bringing with that acrobatics going completely to waste. Continuing on in game 2, that Shadow Dragonair just showing its dominance.
Game number 3, Dark Pulse into the Kanto Ninetales, but the Mantine coming in, able to wing attack down and get enough energy in order to throw an Aerial Ace to knock out the Shadow Dragonair.
And that was the beginning of a comeback as Magmar Man continues on in this game number 4 to really show the Mantine's dominance in its place in the meta.
Game number 5 was down to the last health. Lock-ons not quite adding up fast enough. I was talking earlier about how mud shots from Swampert don't really do all too much damage, but here comes the Steel King himself showing how little damage lock-ons do.
Yeah, that was so crazy. I really just don't think I'm sold on the Emolga, Alpha Phoebe. I think the Mantine, you sold me, Magmar Man. I believe in the Mantine. It did such great work today. And all of those opportunities that Shadow Kanto Ninetales had throughout the tournament, it did great. Emolga, though, the 2 games that it showed up were both losses for Magmar Man. I just don't know if it has what it takes, that little electric flying Pokemon.
Yeah, and it was a bit interesting. Mantine, of course, and I agree, I think Mantine really showed up in that losers finals. It's going to struggle, of course, against one of the meta Pokemon, Lantern. And what did we not see on SS Thorne's team? It was Lantern. Lantern wasn't there. There was no electric type, so Mantine was incredibly safe. It just had a little bit too much on its back, and it no longer could fly in the sky and was grounded a little bit.
It was quite a bit grounded, but that Shadow Dragonair from SS Thorne, I'm really excited to see more of what that can do in the grand finals, which is upcoming shortly. Provided so much fast move pressure and still really paces to those body slams, those Aqua Tails really quickly.
Yes, and if we look at JJAN's team, a little bit of a sneak preview, there aren't any Dragon Resist, there are no Steel types, there are no Fairy types. He's running the super meta team, and the meta team doesn't have either of those typings to resist the Dragon, so I think you're incredibly perceptive there. Dragon is going to be the key thing to look out for this Grand Finals.
And just so you know at home, again, I've mentioned it before, but can you really have too much Pokemon, Alpha Phoebe? Is that possible?
I think not.
I don't think so. If you would like to see a little bit more Pokemon coverage, we can talk about what's going on the Pokemon channel on Twitch. So we can see on Tuesday that Pokeween thrills and chills, get some nostalgic Pokemon Halloween episodes in from the main series. If you'd like to learn a little bit more about the trading card game, we are reviewing the 2015 Winter Regional Championships for the TCG.
And then on Thursday at 2 p.m., Beyond the Pokedex, let's learn a little bit more about Mew. And then on Saturday, we talked about it yesterday. We talked about how our tears were flowing the first time we watched Pokemon the first movie. You can watch it again for yourself live on Twitch.
That is so exciting. There are so many opportunities to engage with Pokemon. You can come to these regional tournaments. You can catch all the Pokemon in Pokemon Go. We also have lots of opportunities with the video game series, the trading card game, Pokemon Unite. There are so many different fun ways to play Pokemon throughout your day.
Yeah, there's side events. There's also other stations that have a bunch of really old fun Pokemon video games to play at these regional events. I haven't had as much time as I would like to check those out because either I'm here behind the caster desk or I'm competing and trying to, pay attention to the battles if I've gotten knocked out early.
But yeah, there are so many great reasons to visit these regional championship tournaments. And if you do, remember you can always share your experience with #PlayPokemon on social media. What I am looking forward to, though, is I want to see this grand finals interview. I am so excited to see what our finalists have to say. Casters, let's go ahead and kick it over to our friends in the lounge to see that interview.
Thank you, Stephanie and Fee. We saw incredible 2 best-of-5s going to the distance against Magmar Man. First was JJAN and then SS Thorne. Both of them are sitting next to me right here. First off, congratulations on making the grand finals, and it was exciting to see both of you really battle out against Magmar Man. Super close battles. I'll start with you, JJAN. This is your first ever grand finals appearance. You're a seasoned battler and competitor. What was your approach coming into this tournament? How did it differ compared to previous ones?
Well, I didn't actually have a lot of prep for this tournament. I didn't really do any scrims, so I was just kind of playing what I felt right, and it ended up working out really well. Once I passed round 3, I knew I got points, so I was just playing free and just how I want to play.
Nice, nice. Sometimes less is more. I know Magmar Man, he didn't even scrim much either, so seems like that might be a key to the recipe of success. SS Thorne, I gotta ask you, this is your first competition, if I'm not mistaken,
yeah.
And I was looking at your history too. I don't think you've ever hit the leaderboards on Go Battle.
Oh yeah,
League.
I have.
Oh, you have? Okay,
Yeah,
good,
yeah.
good. So I was going to ask you, how did you get all the way here to the grand finals, especially after not playing in the official circuit before?
I have like practiced a lot of show 6 like before the regional, so I was kind of ready. And I think like Clefable was like so good into the meta that like it was super free into some teams.
Okay, nice. We're going to get back to Clefable on that, but really cool to see first-time attender making it to the grand finals as well. And JJAN, I know you're a seasoned battler, not only in the official championship series, but also in Go Battle League. You've hit even #1 on the Go Battle League leaderboard, and so I know you've done many different approaches, Go Battle League, the regionals, the internationals, and even your local tournaments. What kind of helped you prepare the most for these kind of tournaments?
Yeah, just getting experience kind of all around. The local tournaments are probably the most similar to this kind of format since it's the same, show 6 format. And then, some of the locals are, people who have top cut before, so it's good to get experience against other players who are of high quality battlers.
Yeah, most definitely. And SS Thorne, you mentioned Clefable earlier. I got to ask you, deep dive into this pick more, because I think it was a genius pick, especially in this current meta. What got you to the point of picking up Clefable as your pick for this tournament? Because honestly, I think it was really good for you too.
Yeah, it was. Like, the first version of the team was with Toxapex, but like it just felt super inflexible. And then like I tried Cresselia and Leaky Tongue, but I didn't like those. And then I tried Clefable, and it just felt like the perfect piece for that team.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams were not ready for Clefable, and you really took advantage of it too. So I think after this tournament, more people will be ready for Clefable, but for the time being, I think it's worked really well for you. And a question for both of you too. We'll start with you, JJAN. I know a lot of people at home are watching this, and they haven't competed for the first time ever, and they want to see, like, I don't know if this is for me. You're a seasoned trainer too, so coming from experience, what words of advice do you have for them, for those that are looking to compete in their first ever tournament?
I would just say do it. I know there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I'm not good enough against some of these people. I would never be able to, hang in a best of 3, show 6 format. But just give it a shot. You can only improve by competing.
Yeah, definitely. And then on the flip side, SS Thorne, this is your first tournament. So any words of advice to those that are maybe just one step behind you? What got you to compete in your first ever tournament, and what kind of words of advice can you have for those that are also looking to be in your shoes?
I would say just give it a shot. Like, I didn't expect to get all the way here. I just wanted to have some fun. And yeah, like, you will have fun, you will learn. I think it's a great experience. And like,
definitely. And if you're winning as much as these two, you're probably going to have a lot of fun. I'm sure a lot of people helped you get to this point. So we'll start with you, JJAN. Any shout outs you'd like to give to friends, family at home?
Oh, yeah, I got a few shout outs. First, I have to shout out Cindy. I would not have been here without her. We hit Lucky Friends a couple days ago, and she's like, are you coming to Toronto? I'm like, no. And she's like, well, you can stay at my place. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm coming now. So yeah, without her, I wouldn't have been here. I also got to shout out Trish. She's my local organizer. She's in attendance here today. With her able to run like local tournaments, just have like the belief that, I'm able to qualify for Worlds even if I don't like do an amazing performance at regional. There's a lot of local events. And then, all the friends and family that are watching at home, people on the Northeast Battlers faction, people in the JJAN fan club server.
Nice. I love it. What about you, SS Thorne?
I want to shout out my parents, first of all. They came here with me. Also, Toe Tactical. He's doing a watch party and he's rooting for me.
Nice.
And Marto Gale. He's also watching.
Awesome.
So yeah, and they both helped me to build the team as well. So shout out to them.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of these people at home are proud of you too for making it so far. One of you will earn your automatic qualifications to World Championships in Honolulu later next year, but the other of you will still walk away with quite a bit of prize money and championship points. So I wish you two the best of luck. This will be a rematch from the winners semifinals, I believe. So I know it was a close one there. I'm excited for a best of 5. So as these two trainers are heading over to stage, they're going to get ready. I have a quick little surprise for everyone at home, and I need people's participation on this one. We talked about how there was a carving contest all the way this weekend between myself and our other wonderful casters, and we're here for the pumpkin review and reveal, I should say, and review. The review is for you all to decide. So we're going to go pumpkin by pumpkin to decide who has the best pumpkin carving. You can use any criteria you want. There is a way for you to vote on this too, so stay tuned for that. So on the first pumpkin, we have revealed, I gotta say, you know, we see a little outline here, and it looks like, oh, there's a little side duck in the way. We got ourselves my fantastic pumpkin, a Sprigatito. And if you're confused, you're saying, hey, Sprigatito doesn't usually look like this. You can also say it's a Ditto disguised as Sprigatito if you want to be very picky about it. My first pumpkin carving for sure, so be nice if you want. All right, on the second pumpkin carving, we have Deepai Stephanie's Fuecoco. And, you know, Fuecoco head-to-head matchup against Sprigatito is going to have the advantage, fire type over grass type. But for this tournament, or for this contest, it's a voting thing. So even Sprigatito has a chance in this matchup. For our third pumpkin carving, we have a fantastic pumpkin from our co-caster, Alpha Phoebe Nick. And he is running, oh, not the Bidoof here. Let's move the Bidoof a little bit. It's actually Screamtail. If you've been playing Scarlet and Violet, you know all about Screamtail, the paradox form of Jigglypuff. You can see a little tail here as well. Fantastic new Pokemon in the new games. And last but not least, we have ourselves the wonderful pumpkin of Will Dunphy, Speediest Chief, Phantom. 'Tis the season for sure, Halloween, and this is the perfect themed Pokemon for that. We haven't seen Trevenant much in tournaments, but Phantom is all over the place, a new shiny Pokemon as well. Now, here's the participation I need you all to help me out with. Go to Speediest Chief 2 on X to make your votes and let us know which one you like the most. Again, criteria's up to you, whatever you are pulling for here, but we're gonna review the votes and tallies later, and we look forward to seeing what you all are gonna vote on. We'll review that after the grand finals, but we have an exciting set of battles coming up in the grand finals, so casters, take it away.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much, Caleb, for that wonderful interview as well as pumpkin review. I saw my co-caster Stephanie pulling up the tweet, maybe voting for herself. We'll have to see what she finally decides. I am so excited for this grand finals. We have so many battles left. We are at the end of our road.
We are, but we are on our last stop, the final stage, the grand finals. JJAN, a seasoned competitor here in the Pokemon Go Championship circuit, who has made many tournament runs, versus SS Thorne, a newcomer to the scene, but has had some great support. He mentioned his parents, he mentioned Marto Galde, he mentioned Though Technical, lots of people in his corner supporting him as well. We will have to see, will it be the straight meta team from JJAN, or will it be some of those spicy picks, the Shadow Dragon or the Clefable from the side of SS Thorne, that's going to make some history here today?
Yeah, I wanted to dive a little bit into Clefable, and I have a trivia question for you. What typings does Steel type do super effective damage into?
Well, I know it does super effective damage into the Fairy typing, but also into the Steel also does super effective into the Ice typing as well.
And one more, I think.
Rock typing, I believe, as well, it does super effective damage into.
Exactly, so it does double super effective into Carbink. And then the Pokemon I really wanted to focus on is that Frostlass. So let's go ahead and go to the stage where we will see a Frostlass on the side of JJAN. there are his accomplishments, top 16 at NAIC, and the team Superior, Metacham, Umbreon, Lantern, Frostlass with its ice typing, and Gligar.
Yeah, so that Frostlass, one of my favorite Pokemon. We will have to see if it is going to make its stand there today. SS Thorne with the first competitive tournament here with that first top cut, first finalist. And we have that Clefable and Shadow Dragonair paired with some more meta staples of Swampert, Metacham, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and Mandibuzz.
You know, SS Thorne is 1-for-1 on top cuts. We have a potential making of another Mr. Top Cut here.
We do 100% of the time. It works every time.
For sure, at least for SS Thorne, we are getting our battlers locked and loaded. They're looking over their teams. I talked about it before the interview, that Shadow Dragonair, Dragon Breath damage is looking very oppressive. JJAN does have the Frostlass to try to check it. Another Pokemon that I think he'll have to lean on, though, my favorite on his team, that Umbreon, having the bulk, not resisting any of the damage, however, having the bulk to withstand the damage and throw off those foul plays as quickly as it can.
Yeah, bulk tends to be a big factor here in the championship series. Really just something that being able to outlast your opponent can be really impactful, because you can have all the firepower in the world, but if you can't survive long enough to throw your charge moves, that can be really, really tough.
Yes. I think another interesting thing, we've seen lots of Mandibuzz going for the Dark Pulses as well, but Foul Play pacing a little bit quicker. We'll have to see if it can pace quick enough. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals, Frostlass into that Clefable. We see that Meteor Mash is being reached at the same pacing as Avalanche, but both trainers are just building up energy.
Yeah, and the Shadow Ball and the Moonblast also pace about the same. So taking a look at the Avalanche, it is going to fire first. Clefable knocked far down, and here is that Meteor Mash. JJAN actually opting to shield and try to win that switch advantage. Can Frostlass Powder Snow down before Clefable gets to another move? Not quite. Clefable will reach another Meteor Mash. JJAN says, no, I want switch advantage, even at the cost of both shields.
We've seen JJAN do this before, opting to farm down on Frostlass, get an energy advantage, and throw charged attacks afterwards, back to back to back. In comes the first Shadow Ball into the Alolan Sandslash. I like this from SS Thorne, really sacrificing that Alolan Sandslash, recognizing that there's likely a Metacham in the back that can provide a lot of fast attack damage. Saving the shields for the Dragonair. First shield comes up to block a super effective Ice Punch.
Yes, and JJAN with no shields remaining, every single charge move is going to hit. However, SS Thorne actually decides to continue throwing Dragon Breaths. I thought perhaps a charge move was going to come out, but instead perhaps going to get as much energy as he can, wanting to build up to 100 before throwing a charge move.
I think he's a little bit frustrated, thinking maybe a Dragon Breath down would have been possible, being incentivized to throw a charge attack there because he was about to cap on energy. You don't really want to go above 100. We see the Aqua Tail coming through here. I don't think this is going to be enough to threaten a knockout. I imagine an immediate switch into the Sandslash. However, it's not going to be quite possible. Instead, the Gligar comes out. This is not a Shadow Gligar. I don't believe an Ice Punch will be enough to knock out.
It's going to take it very low, though. However, I think the Gligar is... It knocked out Alpha-Phoebe.
It was just enough to knock out, and now the Shadow Claws are really adding up. If this was a Powder Snow Sandslash, the Frostlass would have so much health remaining. The Avalanche coming through double resisted is more than enough to knock out, but the Dragonair is in the back. One turn fast attacks are just able to put that pressure, and SS Thorne receives the first victory in this Grand Finals.
I am gonna need to see that end game again. So much happened in such a short amount of time. We have all these Pokemon with such fast move pressure, and things are happening so quickly there in that end game.
The benefit of a standard Gligar is that it's usually able to survive a single Ice Punch from a Alolan Sand Slash. However, there was enough chip damage so that I believe the Ice Punch just did enough to knock out. Here we see the second shield on the Meteor Mash going down 2 shields and the Ice Punch coming through. I don't think JJAN expected this to knock out, and we see the look on his face, frustrated that it was just enough.
Yeah, and then the Frostlass only having 1 HP remaining, and that Dragon Breath of damage is going to apply before anything else. There's the Dragon Breath, and Frostlass goes down. That was won by a hair by SS Thorne here in the grand finals. SS Thorne, being in the loser side of the bracket, has to not just win a best of 5 here, but would have to win a best of 5 again to reset after resetting the bracket in order to claim the championship today. JJAN only needs to win the best of 5 one time.
Know that JJAN is going to prioritize this Frostlass because of the potency of that Shadow Dragonair. In game number 2, we see a Medicham into a Mandibuzz, and the Medicham is going to be building up energy. It is the Ice Punch Dynamic Punch. Medicham throwing the Ice Punch before SS Thorne throws his first Aerial Ace.
And there is that first Ice Punch that is going to connect. JJAN being able to strike first and makes a swap, makes a catch of the Aerial Ace onto the Gligar. I'm thinking that is going to look like a very appetizing snack for the Swampert.
Yeah, the Swampert comes in, and I think JJAN was afraid. JJAN was afraid of that menacing Alolan Sand Slash that did so much damage to his team in game number 1. Switching in the Gligar, a counter swap of a Swampert really tells a lot to JJAN, recognizing that there is no Alolan Sand Slash on the side of SS Thorne. The Hydro Cannon comes in. I think this is going to be just shy of a knockout, and the Mud Shots are going to be just not enough, and the Gligar is able to reach another Aerial Ace.
But this isn't a Shadow Swampert, so the Swampert can probably tank this with just a little bit health remaining. And who is going to survive it is the Swampert, who is at an Earthquake. So JJAN has to decide who is going to have to handle the Earthquake. Is it the Medicham or the Frostlass? Decides on the Medicham. Will he shield? And he does. That Earthquake is in exchange for 1 Protect Shield on the side of JJAN. However, SS Thorne has an opportunity here to put the Mandibuzz on the Medicham. However, there is a Frostlass in the back for the Shadow Dragonair.
Yeah, the Frostlass has 2 Pokemon in the back that take super effective damage from the Ice typing. Ice Punches are being loaded. The next Ice Punch comes out right before the Aerial Ace. I don't think this quite threatens a knockout onto that bulky Mandibuzz. SS Thorne likely able to just reach this final Aerial Ace.
Yeah, that Frostlass is looking really good in the back. Alpha Feed can easily clean up here against It can easily clean up against the Mandibuzz, and there is the Shadow Dragonair. JJAN probably feeling a little confident.
Yeah, JJAN really needing to build up a lot of energy here. 2 shields on the side of SS Thorne, and the Frostlass is not going to be able to reach 2 Avalanches, switching out immediately so that you can get at least 1 Avalanche off. The Aqua Tail coming through, this does not threaten a knockout, and you can see JJAN maybe a little bit frustrated, recognizing that this Dragonair has a little bit too much momentum, is going to be able to apply a lot of fast attack pressure here and potentially farm down.
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're seeing. Goes for an undercharge, and I was thinking the Frostlass was going to be able to outpace a little bit more strongly here, but now because of SS Thorne had such a commanding shield advantage, this is just not going to be enough. I thought that perhaps the Powder Snows from the Frostlass was going to be able to be a bit more impactful there.
Yeah, maybe sometime in the future where we get a Shadow Frostlass. I know you probably won't use that, but if there was a Shadow Frostlass in the future, those Powder Snows would have been enough to farm down. Unfortunately for JJAN, they're not quite finding the team composition he was looking for. We see the Aerial Ace going into the Swampert. Swampert able to get a big energy advantage from that Mud Shot down.
And the Earthquake in exchange for that Protect Shield. I'm sure SS Thorne was hoping that Earthquake was going to end up doing a bit more damage. There is the Mandibuzz taking the second Protect Shield from JJAN, and that's really what set SS Thorne up here, is having that 2-shield advantage going into the end game.
Yeah, 2 shields for Shadow Dragonair, able to get the farm down. Not quite enough damage from either of JJAN's Pokemon's fast attacks, surviving the end of that game with just the last slightest amount of HP.
Yes. So will S-Thorne continue with that strategy of having the Shadow Dragonair in the back? Has brought it both games here in the Grand Finals, and remember, brought it all 5 games against Magmar Man in the Losers Finals. So Shadow Dragonair proving a staple. So JJAN can really take that to his advantage, knowing that it's probably going to continue to show up. I think the Frostlass was really impactful in that matchup. Just needed a little bit more, maybe an energy advantage, maybe a shield. Just needed a little bit more to be able to prove useful there.
Yeah, maybe it needs a partner Pokemon that has the bulk to really push through. I think we saw 2 pivots there. SS Thorne pivoting away from the Clefable, JJAN pivoting away from the Umbreon. SS Thorne doing a great read there, recognizing how impactful his Clefable was, I believe, in game number 1. Here we go into game number 3. JJAN, again, not happy with seeing the Sandslash in the lead because he has his Medicham in the back.
Yeah, you can just see that shake of the head. These beginning of matchups are not going the way he's really hoping that they would. However, Lantern, it's not like it's left without tools to handle a Shadow Whirlwind Sandslash. A Surf does do a formidable chunk of damage, and look at how every single Spark is doing quite a bit.
Yeah, and although JJAN is frustrated, I think he's in a pretty solid spot, able to win either Switch or Shield advantage in this matchup because you're able to pace to 2 Surfs. Actually, I'm wrong, able to reach the Ice Punch bait here. In the 0 shield scenario, there's going to be a bit of farm for JJAN. I expect SS Thorne to potentially switch out in order to prevent a farm down.
Yes, and we have the Medicham coming in against the Mandibuzz.
Mandibuzz going for those Snarls. Aerial Ace coming through.
And there is the Aerial Ace coming through onto the Medicham, and it is going to be super effective damage.
Yes, that damage comes through. Ice Punch coming back into the Mandibuzz, going to do a bit of a chip into the Mandibuzz, a little bit of damage removed from its health.
Yes, it did. We are going to see that shield come through for the Medicham, and the Aerial Ace is not going to connect. Medicham continuing to work its way through. Like you mentioned, Alpha Feed, this is a dynamic punch. Medicham much more useful against this Mandibuzz than Psychic would be.
JJAN has that Frostlass lurking in the back, and you've talked about how the Dragonair has been lurking in the back for SS Thorne, but he's continuing to push the shield advantage. No shield from SS Thorne, except this time, Medicham has a bit more energy going into the Dragonair. Maybe JJAN not expecting the Dragonair in the back this time, actually able to reach double Ice Punch. And I think based on how we saw the last game play out, if he's able to get both of these Ice Punches off and pivot into that Frostlass, the Frostlass is able to survive the Aqua Tail and will be able to pick up this first victory for JJAN.
There we go. Ice Punch is shielded, takes that Protect Shield away. No shields left in play, and there is that Frostlass. Now, this is a different situation than the Frostlass versus the Shadow Dragonair from earlier. Frostlass here is able to get to the Avalanche and clear the Shadow Dragonair away.
JJAN able to secure his first victory in the Grand Finals, not being pushed into the bracket reset quite yet. He still has a way to go, though. This is a best of 5, so he needs to win the next 2 games in order to move on and become victorious. And I just saw the quickest lock-in I've ever seen from SS Thorne. that was almost immediate.
Yeah, SS Thorne has a plan. So taking a look at the replay from that game number 3, the Mandibuzz going down, and Shadow Dragonair in the strategy in the back not working this time. JJAN says, you know, you fooled me twice with that. I have a plan for you this time.
Yeah, 2 shields in the back for the Dragonair. Not quite enough this time. So much energy built up onto that Medicham. It was nearly at 3 ice punches. It threw the ice punch into the Mandibuzz and then 2 more ice punches into the Dragonair, having just enough health in order to get those charged attacks off.
Yes, so JJAN having to continue, needs 2 more wins to secure the championship. SS Thorne is 1 win away from a grand finals bracket reset. This is a fantastic lead for JJAN with the Frostlass into the Shadow Dragonair. Looks like SS Thorne is willing to play it out though.
Yeah, I think because you are going to be able to do a lot of fast attack damage with these Dragon Breaths, you're typically willing to stay in at least for a little while for this matchup. Able to threaten a shield back after this initial avalanche with the Aqua Tail. The Aqua Tail is going to be thrown. Great timing from SS Thorne, potentially threatening a knockout. Instead, JJAN throwing up his first shield.
And almost at another Aqua Tail. However, JJAN makes a catch. This is not where SS Thorne wanted that Aqua Tail to go. Ineffective damage into the Lantern. I imagine we're going to see a swap out pretty quick here.
Actually opting to stay in a bit interesting. The difficulty for SS Thorne here is that his best answer for this Lantern was that Dragonair, and with it off the field, in comes the Clefable, and unlike a matchup against something like Azumarill, Meteor Mass is going to just be truly resisted by both the water and electric typings here, so having to go for that higher energy cost Moonblast.
Yeah, Mandibuzz just not finding the target here that SS Thorne is looking for. Here is the Moonblast, gonna knock out the Lantern. There is a full health Mandibuzz in the back, and JJAN to counter it has the Frostlass and the Medicham, but has to clear this Clefable away first.
Yeah, the Clefable is got a little bit of health remaining, and great counting from JJAN there, throwing the Avalanche right before the Meteor Mash was ready. Will he have enough health left to get to another Avalanche for the Mandibuzz in the back? And the answer is yes, he has plenty of health, actually going for optimized move timing instead of just throwing right away.
Yep, that optimized move timing can win or lose trainers some matchups. Frostlass going for the Avalanche, making a swap, and then here is the Medicham. Mandibuzz has no shields remaining, but the Medicham still has a shield to hide behind, so can protect up against one of these aerial aces.
I think JJAN is in the driver's seat here. Mandibuzz had a significant energy advantage. However, the Medicham, as you mentioned, has the shield advantage, and you don't really have to worry about baits coming from this Mandibuzz because aerial ace is going to be thrown basically all of the time by the Mandibuzz.
And here is the Ice Punch. JJAN 1 counter away from a second Ice Punch, which will be enough to likely knock out the Mandibuzz or come really, really close. There is that Ice Punch. Will it be enough for the knockout?
I think it might be just a hair short, but the counter afterwards should secure this game for JJAN. It is going to be 2-2, all things tied up in the grand finals. It's like we have moved forward from a best of 5 to a best of 1. Everything rides on this last game.
It does. That was such an intense matchup. I was really surprised with that Shadow Dragonair staying in against the Lantern. Here is that catch of the Aqua Tail, and then allowing JJAN's Lantern to get that energy from the Shadow Dragonair was a little surprising to me.
Yeah, no shielding the Moonblast, letting the Lantern go, getting a nice overfarm on the Frostlass to carry another Avalanche into the Mandibuzz. And then the end of the game, the Medicham getting to this final Ice Punch plus one more counter, excuse me, to get that knockout.
We have a decisive Game 5 here in the Grand Finals. If JJAN wins this one, he is the Toronto Regional Champion. If Thorne wins, we move into a bracket reset where Thorne would have to take another best of 5 in order to claim the championship. This is JJAN's game to win or lose.
So much pressure on this moment. What team do you lock in? Where do you want your best Pokemon to be? Are you going to try to save the Dragonair for the back or lead it again? We're seeing actually a Swampert into a Frostlass. This is a pretty neutral matchup. Both Pokemon, no Shadow variants, are able to tank one charge attack from the other Pokemon.
No, this is going to be a battle of heavy charged attacks. Here comes that first Frostlass charged attack, going for the Avalanche, and boom! Lands on the Swampert, but the Swampert already at 2 Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, Swampert has a slight advantage here, able to pace to those Hydro Cannons a bit quicker. We see 2 loaded already. Do we see an attempted catch from JJAN? No, instead, staying in the Frostlass. We've seen him do this in, I believe it was Game 1, going for a shield and then farm down. This Swampert cannot reach another charge attack, but now Thorne has that Dragonair in the back, and it has a shield advantage. Coming in actually with the Dragonair here, going for a farm down after having shielded up this Avalanche, maybe taking a bit of a note from JJAN's book of an aggressive farm down.
And that Frostlass leaves the battlefield, comes in with the Medicham instead. And then we can see in the back, this looks really good for JJAN, having a Lantern potentially being able to be put on that Mandibuzz.
Yeah, that's a massive line call from JJAN, keeping the Lantern in the back, expecting the Mandibuzz, putting the Lantern in the best possible spot, also recognizing that Thorne's best answer in the Dragonair is on the field. Body Slam comes through, does about half of Medicham's remaining HP. Another Body Slam is reached. What does JJAN do? Does he want to try to counter down, or does he go for a Spark down? The answer is preserve the Medicham.
Yeah, will we see a swap? We do. There is the Mandibuzz, and I think JJAN sees it and is excited. You see him lean back in his chair and nod his head. He knows that Lantern has the clear upper hand, or the upper fin, I would say, in this matchup.
Umbreon, excuse me, the flying Umbreon of Mandibuzz, able to fight back a little bit with these Dark Pulses. We're seeing another Dark Pulse come out, but there are no shields remaining. That means JJAN does not need to worry about surf baiting, going straight for those super effective Thunderbolts. Sparks doing a little bit more damage now than in the previous season, able to get a much cleaner farm down. JJAN giving a smile, rocking in his chair, feeling great, gets the entire Spark down, a Surf loaded, and even though this Surf is resisted, gets the charge attack, and this will be more than enough to knock out the Dragonair.
And with this Surf washing away the Dragonair, JJAN 11 is your Toronto Regional Champion.
Congratulations, JJAN, able to perform with the meta team, able to take it all the way to the Grand Finals and secure his ticket to Honolulu, Hawaii.
Congratulations, JJAN, on a well-fought tournament, staying in the winner's side of the bracket. I said it earlier, Alpha Phoebe, all you gotta do is win.
All you do.
That's all you do, is just win the game. Congratulations, JJAN. I am excited to go through the replay of that Grand Finals match, because Thorne made that quite the bitter fight.
All right, game number 1, the Avalanche going into that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and then the Dragon Breath down to secure the game for Thorne.
Yeah, I really thought the Frostlass was going to be more impactful in that end game, just could not get it together. And there we have that Shadow Dragonair sweep. We're jumping to the 3rd game. This is where JJAN said, you know what, that Shadow Dragonair nonsense, get it out of here. I have figured out your game, Thorne, and I am on my way to a comeback.
Yeah, down 2-0. JJAN able to figure out how to deal with that Dragonair. Medicham coming in with so much energy, able to counter down the Mandibuzz to secure game number 4.
And then we have our decisive game 5 with, on the back of that lantern, knocking out the Shadow Dragonair with a surf, and JJAN with a smile, claiming victory here in Toronto.
And we've congratulated JJAN, but also a huge congratulations to SS Thorne, making it all the way to the grand finals in his first tournament appearance here in the Pokemon Championship Series. Honestly, nothing to be ashamed of. Second place is an amazing spot to end up.
Yeah, let's take a look at those final standings so we can congratulate all of our battlers here today in day 2. We had Magmar Man, the king of the spice, taking home 3rd place. Jackalogo in 4th, 610 Hero in 5th, Thatboyjay in 6th, EJCC 87 in 7th, and Rise to Occasion rounding it out at our 8th place spot. Lots of really fun teams here, but I'm left with a question, Alpha Phoebe. If Magmar Man's Spice couldn't take out JJAN, if SS Thorne's Shadow Dragonair and Clefable can't take out JJAN's meta team, whatever is going to do it?
More meta teams.
More meta teams. That is clearly the answer. Congratulations to our event winners, our top 3 here in Toronto, Canada, JJAN, SS Thorne, and Magmar Man. So excited. I hope that we see a lot more, especially of SS Thorne and Magmar Man, as they continue to work towards Worlds qualification.
Yeah, I have to imagine the next regional appearance that we see Magmar Man at, it's going to be more Spice. It has to be more Spice. He's talked about how he only runs Spice, and it's, you know, maybe turning the Spice cabinet a little bit farther, maybe finding some different picks, and maybe he's the one who's going to be able to crack the code to break the meta team.
I don't know. I think that Mantine has a really good shot. I am sold on Mantine. I understand it. I think it's a really great pick. The problem is you just have to avoid those lanterns that are out there everywhere.
Yeah. Mantine and Pelipper, the 2 flying water types that we see most frequently in the Great League, struggle so much. They don't have the coverage moves in order to be able to deal with Lantern. That's why I think we saw so much Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz having a neutral hitting option for those Lanterns. Either works. Either works. Mantine, Pelipper, Mandibuzz, I think any of them have a play. You just have to kind of build a team around them to be able to cover that Lantern. And I think maybe bringing some more grass types. We did have the Lurantis, which is a bit of a switch up from Superior. I think in the head-to-head matchup, I actually think Lurantis does better because of its Fury Cutter fast attack, bug typing doing super effective to Superior, but I don't think we ever really got to see that matchup play out that much.
I'm not sure we did either. I really liked, going back to that interview we had with Magmar Man, he said that Lurantis does a lot of the same things that Chestnut does, but doesn't have that fighting subtyping, and also has Leaf Blade, which is an incredible move. Arguably, one could argue that it's the best charge move in the game because it is so cheap and so powerful.
You also have the benefit of not having the fighting typing, although it does provide some benefit in terms of resisting dark type moves. You do become double weak as a grass and fighting type to any flying type damage. So as a grass type, you're kind of neutral into something like Gligar, but you don't want to be double weak to the fast attack there because that's really where Gligar is putting in a lot of its pressure with wing attack as well as pacing to those very quick aerial aces.
Yeah, we certainly have quite the debate on which flyer is the most important. Lots of Mandibuzz, which I was really surprised. Earlier in the season, Mandibuzz just didn't seem that impressive. People were talking about it, but not really bringing it to the table. I think that really changed here in Toronto. People really showing how Mandibuzz can shine.
And it's so interesting. Lille was a tournament where Carbink really flourished. It got 2nd place, its best performance ever. But the tournament after it, we have 80% Mandibuzz in Top Cut. It did so well after like Carbink's breakout performance.
Yeah, and Carbink again had a good performance here in Toronto. We had trainers bring it, but it did kind of make an early exit. I believe with 610 Hero was kind of the last Carbink standing here in the championship series here today. Just doesn't seem to be on that winning team quite yet.
As you were reading through the top bracket, I was chuckling a little bit to myself because there were so many numbers in the names, 610 Hero, Thatboyjay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but none of the numbers matched up with where their position was within the bracket. So I saw you struggling a little bit with making sure that you were saying the right number with the person, and I don't blame you whatsoever because it was definitely confusing for me just as someone who's reading it and not even saying it.
Yep, quick maths with Alpha Phoebe. Loves those numbers. Something that I really love, though, is showing off social media and how everybody is doing out their favorite moments and what you are doing here on Championship Sunday here in the Toronto Regionals. Let's go ahead and take a look at those here. And we have some pumpkins. Carved some pumpkins with my girl. Guess who did the coughing? Not me. I'm not artistic. I think that both of those pumpkins look great, but that coughing is adorable, Cody. Thank you so much for sharing.
Next up, we have Sabrina, one of our Go judges. First time to Canada in another amazing tournament. Look at that massive staff picture. Really great to see all of the wonderful things that our judges are doing. Make sure that if you are here, you thank a judge and make sure that you know that they are appreciated for all the hard work that they do to make these events run smoothly.
Fellow caster Lou the Pikachu says, it's okay, Cybertron. This can be your pumpkin submission for the caster competition. We're looking forward to a spooky Sunday on stream. You say it all the time, Alpha Phoebe. We love seeing the pets. We love seeing the whole family, including our furry friends, enjoying the streams at home.
And speaking of X, make sure that you go to that tweet from Speediest Chief 2 and vote for your favorite pumpkin. I'm sure that the poll has got to be wrapping up soon as we are moving towards the award ceremony here. You only have just so much longer in order to vote for your favorite pumpkin. But in the meantime, we are ready. Let's go ahead and get those competitors their prizes.
All right, thank you, Alpha Phoebe and Stephanie. And we have some champions and top placements to crown here. And in third place, we have Magmar, man, the spiciest team I've ever seen in any tournament to date. Got him. Magmar, man, congratulations. I gotta say, what do you have to say for those that are running meta teams and feel like there's no way around this meta if you don't run meta champion, if you don't run these meta picks?
I think that you guys need to put your minds to the team builder and get those spice mons on.
And Magmar, man, I love those words too. And you kept it really close in all your best of fives there too. Nearly almost taking wins there and even making it back in the grand finals. I gotta ask you, what's next for you in terms of tournament play and also team building? What's the new spice around the corner?
Well, I was not gonna go to Vancouver, but now I guess I have to for points. I have no idea what to expect for team building though. That's like, what, 5 months away? So we'll see what happens. It is gonna be spicy though. You can be sure of that.
All right, I love it. I'm sure you got a lot of new fans here this weekend, especially after seeing all that spice. And I'm very looking forward to seeing what you cook up with at Vancouver. Congratulations on your third place finish.
Thank you,
yep.
Oh, we got this for you? Congratulations.
Oh, you can, yeah. And in second place, we have first-time competitor in the championship series, SS Thorne. First off, congratulations, incredible performance on your debut. What are your initial thoughts?
I'm more than happy. Like now I'm more motivated to keep playing. And yeah, you'll see me around, I'm sure.
Oh, I love to hear that too. What's next up in the schedule for you? Maybe you haven't planned this far out, but what are you looking forward to going to?
Maybe Vancouver, but I think I'll make it to NAIC for sure.
All right, well, everyone at home, bring your Clefable counters because SS Storm may be around the corner with it. And I think we might see an uptick in poison coming very soon. Congratulations. All right, and the moment you all been waiting for, we have our grand champion of Toronto, first place finisher, and did not drop a single set this entire weekend. We have JJAN. JJAN, a big congratulations to you too. You had a lot of hard-fought victories throughout this entire tournament. What was some of the most memorable moments for you?
Definitely that game 5 against Magmar, man, where I know shielded a potential acrobatics to win the game. I was just playing really loose. I'm just like, if he throws it, he throws it. You know, I'm still getting points. It was just amazing to win this tournament. Emotions are definitely overcoming me right now.
That's incredible. And you've already now qualified for World Championships in Honolulu later next year. However, you're also climbing the rankings in that leaderboard placement for championship points. Is this the last we see of you until World Championships, or are you going to continue competing and just continue to build that lead you have over everyone else?
We'll see how much I do. I don't think I'll be grinding like every tournament, like not for like the top 12 for travel award, but I might be at some other future events. I'll definitely be doing the local circuit, you know, still be doing the cups and stuff and challenges with all the Arizona people. I was the first person from Arizona to qualify, so I was pretty happy with that. We got a couple people really close last season, which we really wanted to get someone through.
Yeah, I feel like you are one of our stars, not only in the competitive circuit, but especially in the local circuit. I feel like your area really built up the groundwork there and got a lot of people in the local scene involved. What words of advice do you have for those trying to build their own local circuit?
Yeah, if you have social media, I mean, making your own Discord is a pretty good way that a lot of Pokemon players are on, just to contact people. If you're on like Raid Hour, find local trainers. Just Community Day is a great way to find trainers, but just trying to get people who are interested in PvP.
Awesome, awesome. And, you know, incredible battles this entire weekend. You already gave some shout outs earlier, but any final thoughts you'd like to give everyone as the champion of Toronto?
I guess I gotta come back to Toronto next year. Gotta defend the title. It's been amazing though.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure you're eager to celebrate with your friends and family. So thank you and congratulations again on the dominant performance. And thank you all for tuning in. However, we have another competition to settle. We have that pumpkin carving contest I talked about earlier. I hope you all got your votes in because we're about to reveal the winner of that. So analysts, take it away.
Again, a huge congratulations to our regional champion, JJAN, and the second and third place finishers. I'm here in the lounge area joined by the Alpha Phoebe and the DeFi E250. They said we have something to settle, but let's go ahead and look at how the dust settled here in Toronto this weekend. As we take a look at our losers bracket, SS Thorne had a tough route to get here to the grand finals. DeFi, tell us about these matches.
Yeah, SS Thorne having to take out Jackal Loco there in the losers bracket. We also had so many other fantastic trainers. 6'10" hero, Thatboyjay, Rise to Occasion, so AJ, CC87, so many great trainers there on the loser side of the bracket. Taking a look though at the winner's side, you can see JJAN's performance having to take out SS Thorne in the winner's semis and then having to do it again in the grand finals. That was such a close, amazing matchup to witness.
Absolutely. Alpha Phoebe, you're our mathematician here, our numbers guy, if I may. Let's take a look at these day 2 usage graphics and talk about how these Pokemon succeeded at a high level. Shadow Lowland Sandslash and Mandibuzz is taking second and third place in terms of usage. That's a bit of a shock to me personally. What do you think?
Yeah, Mandibuzz really making a name for itself here. I had said earlier, Leel Carbink was the Pokemon to look out for because it did its best performance hitting number 2, 63%. Such high usage, almost falling short of that Metachamp, just a few usage points behind.
Absolutely. Well, coming into the tournament, we all made our own predictions about what would succeed. My Shadow Lowland Ninetales didn't make it into the top usage, and I don't know if I saw any Guzzlord either. Phoebe, tell us what's going on here. Is there a species clause in this? I didn't know the rules.
It's Guzztober, but you know, there just sadly weren't that many great performing Guzzlords. I think the fairies did show up you know, we have one Clefable there, and the Clefable was there, and it would have done great things against any Guzzlords that it faced.
Yeah.
We did see a good number of Carbink show up as well, and that really pushed it out of the meta.
DeFi, you were on the money, though, with the Mandibuzz. Tell us about that pick.
Yeah, I really just wanted to go with spooky season vibes. I chose Dark and Ghost type Pokemon. I was disappointed in the lack of Guzzlord as well. However, I really thought Mandibuzz has been making such a good showing. Frostlass, we saw a lot of Frostlass played today. But yeah, Guzzlord just not bringing it home to end out Guzztober for us.
Well, over 100 trainers attended the championship event this weekend. Only one trainer brought it home. And if you want to take it home, there are plenty more championships on our 2024 roadmap. We're finishing out the year with Sao Paulo, LAIC, and San Antonio. But then kicking off 2024 is Portland. I want to ask you, DeFi, are there any tournaments on the slate that you're really looking forward to? Any memories or any trainers you want to see from those regions?
I had so much fun in Charlotte and Knoxville last year. Indianapolis is where we started all of our tournaments here in North America. The very, very first one was Indianapolis for our first season, so it'll be great to revisit that city again.
Well, we're here pretty far north in Toronto, Canada. Let's go ahead and take a look south at the Latin America International Championship. That's been one of the most exciting tournaments to date. The crowd is so electric. I love hearing the players cheer for their friends and colleagues on the stage. It's going to be a fun time in Sao Paulo. Remember, that's in November, coming up in just a few short weeks, so make sure to make it down there for that tournament if you can. I'm really excited for it. That's our first international of the year. We've got the European internationals and the North American internationals right before Worlds. Are you looking forward to either one of those?
Having moved North American International Championships to New Orleans, I'm very excited. I have not been to New Orleans myself before, and I'm really looking to attend that no matter what. It'll be such a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really, really fun to watch. We have a little bit of a preview here for you as well. The Europe International Championships, and then, of course, the North America International Championships to follow. So much excitement on the way. Remember, you can qualify in various different ways. If it's not a regional, if it's not an international, you can always gather those championship points. But your next chance to attend a regional championship will be San Antonio coming up in December. It's the last one of the year. Any meta picks, any meta choices as we get closer and closer to 2024? DeFi, are you looking for anything in December to stand out?
I'm really looking forward to another Go Battle League kind of move shakeup and see what that has in store for us. I believe that's going to be coming up very soon.
It will. Also, Community Day. There are some Pokemon that are getting released, and I think the new releases are always something we have to pay attention to, whether they're Community Day Pokemon or brand new Shadows. So that being said, we had a little contest that we did ourselves, right? We each took turns carving a pumpkin here. We all did our best, but hey, you know, just like there was one champion in Toronto, there was one champion of the pumpkin carving contest. I believe, may I humbly say, I took it home with Phantom there on the end. Phoebe's shaking his head. I don't understand why.
I think there might have been a little bit of reporting bias given the location of the poll, but maybe that's just my opinion.
Well, I don't know. I believe the viewers casted their votes. It was a fair and open election, right? And Phantom, I think, looks fabulous over on the other side. That is to say, all these other pumpkins did look great as well. The Screamtail, the Fuecoco, even the Sprigatito from Caleb here.
You know, I gotta say, even though I worked hard on my little cat there, I think you really earned it there. I seen you working hard back behind stage, working on that Phantom. It took you a little bit longer to finish it, but I think it was well earned. So I'm gonna crown you our first inaugural pumpkin carving contest champion. And here you go. Here's your championship.
This is a surprise. I don't know what to say.
And look at these. You have so many card packs here, but unfortunately for you, they seem to be a bit empty.
Already been opened. Well, I guess I opened my Halloween trick-or-treat bag and there wasn't any candy inside. But I'm still happy with this award. I'm going to wear this all the way home.
Yeah, you should wear it all the way until next year so you can defend your title.
Yeah, I believe that's a requirement. It's been a fun weekend so far here in Toronto. We're closing up our coverage of Championship Sunday. I just want to pass the torch around here one more time. Favorite moment, favorite player to watch, anything you want to say, DeFi?
Gotta be Magmar, man. That was so much fun watching the Spice take it home to third place. That was some of the spiciest teams we've ever seen win a medal here at the Regional Championship Series. That was so much fun.
I am, of course, known for loving Umbreon.
Of course.
Dressed up
What?
as Umbreon
You like
yesterday, wearing an Umbreon today. I think that the Dark-type meta, as much as I wanted to be Guzzlord this weekend, has really shifted to Mandibuzz, and I'm really curious to see how the Dark-type usage evolves over time, especially looking forward into San Antonio.
All right, we're just going to skip Kid. I'm kidding, Caleb. Go ahead. What was your favorite moment?
I gotta say, love a Magmar man story. Love the perseverance from JJAN, working all the way to his final highest finish ever. But we love the underdog story as well, and we had SS Thorne first ever tournament, making it all the way to second place, making it all the way to that grand finals, putting on an absolute show, and that just brings inspiration to those that are also looking to compete for the first time. We hope to see you at your first ever tournament, and maybe you'll be on the big stage too.
I couldn't have said it better myself. There's so many unique ways to get involved at these regional championships, whether you're playing Pokemon Go, the video game series, or even the trading card game series. Come and join your fellow trainers. We will see you out there, and until next time, have a wonderful rest of your weekend.